No debts between Chanyuan-Celestial. Xiefeng. August 16, 2007. The big love means no love, the big morality means no moral. Lifechanyuan is not the secular society, and Chanyuan-Celestial will never be in debt among each other. I, Shuefeng, create Lifechanyuan and come to the mortal world to find life for heaven. This is my mission, my duty, and my natural instincts. I do all these for myself to achieve the Buddhism of celestial beings, and I am willing to pay for it, so all Chanyuan-Celestials don't owe me anything. If I invite you for a dinner, 100 dinners or billions of dinners, it is my own pleasure, and I have got my reward in the process of eating dinner. As a result, you do not owe me anything. If any Chanyuan-Celestials obtain enlightenment, inspiration, physical strength, or happiness, it belongs to your own merits and virtues, your own destiny. You deserve all these. All merits should belong to Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, the greatest creator in yourself. I do not have any merits or virtues, so Chanyuan-Celestial does not owe me anything and should not be grateful to me. I love playing, so there is full of talking and smiling in the homeland. I am happy because everyone is happy. This happiness is created by everyone and is the reveal of the true sentiments of everyone, so I should never be considered as the one that brings this happiness. In one word, no matter in the past, present or future, all Chanyuan-Celestials do not owe me anything. Similarly, I do not owe anything to any Chanyuan-Celestials. Your contribution in homeland means to accumulate treasures in heaven, which belongs to your own life track and is out of your own willing. The words and actions of each person are all for your self-accomplishment, so all Chanyuan-Celestials do not owe anything to each other. The mutual helps of Chanyuan-Celestial, no matter in mental or physical, are out of mutual affection, destiny, and out of their own will. Among all Chanyuan-Celestial, they do not owe anything to each other. What we carrying on will change with our destinies and move according to one's temperament, and there is not any rights or obligation among us. If you are willing, we can move on together, otherwise, we choose our own way. When we get together, we will care, praise and encourage each other to share the happy times. However, we will not worry about each other, nor owe to each other anything when we say goodbye to each other. Do not always expect returns for what has been done. Everything operates in the scope of Tao, and the greatest creator will make the fair judgment on everything. God's mill grinds slow but sure, and we believe, as a man sows, so he shall reap. At last, everything will be judged fairly. Here everything is free from vulgarity. Everything should not be measured by the worldly value system, just like one of the passionate lovers who complains, "You have delayed my youth and you have to pay for it," after they've broken up, or like the man and woman who have one night stand want to get tied down the other side. Here all loss and gains are realized during the process, and everything is out of our own willingness. Nothing is owed to each other. In order to climb the summit of human life and life, we come to Lifechanyuan. The relationship among various Chanyuan-Celestials is not to form a clique to pursue selfish interests, neither to form some political party to fight for some rights or interests, but to fall into company with each other. Everyone has one's own willing and freedom and should be responsible for oneself. We will not pay you the youth loss cost when someday you are not happy and begin to hate us deceiving you. We are not the interest usurpers or contenders but the people who resonate with each other in the same frequency, so everyone should not defend other Chanyuan-Celestials for a justice, not make an assessment on other Chanyuan-Celestials, not be on behalf of other Chanyuan-Celestial to fight for, name, or not manage the things of other Chanyuan-Celestials which should not be managed, but should just focus on one's own self-refining and self-improving. All Chanyuan-Celestials are independent and free, and not anyone has the right or qualification to restrict other Chanyuan-Celestials. Chanyuan-Celestials should not establish the difficultly sustained personal relationship or restrict each other with love or emotion. In one word, we have to remember, no matter how much merits or contribution you have made for Lifechanyuan, all Chanyuan-Celestials do not owe each other anything, and everything we do is out of our own willingness. A with diaresis oeao superscript 2 superscript 2 e do e. Rather die than swallow one's words. Xiefeng. November 24, 2009. Lifechanyuan is built on the basis of faith, which is the belief in the greatest creator, Taoism, Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Celestial Lao Tzu, Muhammad the Prophet, the acceptance of matter of truth, science, logic, telegnosis, causality, and also the belief of a bright future of mankind. This is the connotation of the belief of Lifechanyuan, and its denotation is that Lifechanyuan would never ever break its word to society and people. We will keep our promises. If someone is disqualified as the Chanyuan-Celestial and his or her name as Chanyuan-Celestial is cancelled, his or her dedication to Lifechanyuan would be returned in full except for 2,000 yuan service fee. We would rather die than swallow one's words. Why shall we take out 2,000 yuan as service fee? Because Chanyuan-Celestial enjoys services provided by Lifechanyuan, and it's natural to dedicate once you have enjoyed. Reaping without sowing equals to exploitation, and it violates the law of justice and fairness. Lifechanyuan is home to all Chanyuan-Celestials. We would like to make every Chanyuan-Celestial to know that our home is not only reliable and trustworthy but also brings security to everyone. Appropriate compensation must be returned to Chanyuan-Celestial once he or she makes dedication to Lifechanyuan. Dedication to Lifechanyuan somehow resembles bank deposit. It always belongs to the Chanyuan-Celestial who deposits it in person rather than someone else. He or she can take back the dedication anytime in accordance with his or her will. Except for the deduction of service fee, Lifechanyuan would make every effort to return the dedication in full number. Lifechanyuan will always keep promises and will never bear any burden of incredibility, both spiritually and mentally. Without faith, man cannot live in contentment, let alone be trusted and relied on by others. Man who is without faith cannot be called a pure man, we can only regard it as a soul. Although others can be faithless and they can go back their words, Lifechanyuan as well as Chanyuan-Celestial must be faithful and trustworthy, we mean what we say. Be factual, realistic, dignified, imposing, honest and open-hearted, all of which are virtues of Chanyuan-Celestial. Only when we are faithful and credible, can we obtain these virtues. Heaven is home to faithful and trustworthy people, while faithless people are doomed to go to hell. We are destined to have a bright future so long as we keep our promises and be faithful. Rather die than swallow one's words is one of the Lifechanyuan values. I 3/4 AAOAEAA superscript 3 unspecified currency. Make the best use of everything. Xiefeng. May 5, 2010. All things have the applicable, wonderful and strong point. Make the full use of it and there would be no waste. Shits, animals' excrements, are a fine fertilizer which will promote the growth of plant if being applied in the land. We should make the best use of everything or it will be a waste or a profane or irreverence. Everything has its unique function, and there is no waste in nature. Even feces, dung beetles, or the falling leaves in autumn have their use too. It will be a satisfactory and equal state for the full use of everything. As far as the human body is concerned, each organ has its specific function. While the eyes, nose, mouth, ears, hands and feet should be in full use, the brain, sex organs, entrails should be in full use too. Only in this way can we live up to the will of the greatest creation. It should be making the best use of everything pound or grievances will arise and the nature will be repressed. The strength of horse is running, so let it run, the strength of cow is giving milk, so let it give milk, the strength of honey bees is pollinating a variety of plants and making honey, so let them pollinate and make honey. As to human beings, some are good at singing or dancing, so let them sing or dance. Some people are good at growing vegetables, some are good at nursing, some are good at studying, some have an aptitude for theory, and some have an aptitude for practice, so provide them opportunities for maximizing their strengths. We should make the best use of everything, or it will be a destruction or contempt. The aircraft flying in the sky, the car running on the ground, the ship sailing in the water, they all have their own strengths. The African enjoys a good physical quality, the Western enjoys a good scientific and technological quality, the Asian enjoys a good quality in thinking, they all have their own strengths too. Beans are high in protein, vegetables are high in vitamin, fats and oils are high in fat, they all have their own strengths too. Everything has its merits, and what should be used is to put their merits into full use. Of course, there is nothing improper for growing flowers with washbowls, plowing with horse or taking the pen as chopstick, but their merit is wasted and it is a distortion of nature. As to human society, everybody's ability should be brought into full play as much as possible. If those who engage in literature turn to scientific study, those who engage in music turn to acrobatics, and those who do farming work turn to business, it will be a great waste of manpower and also a great distortion and suppression of nature. We should make the best of everything, including the best use of human potentials. In this way, the waste will be minimized and the strength will be maximized. If someone lives powerless and accomplish nothing, the real reason is not that the man has not got a gift but that the man's nature was not brought into full play, or people did not make the best use of his talents, or people use his talents in a wrong place or wrong way. It is a waste to fire mosquitoes with cannon, and it is also a waste to tunnel with bullets or grenades. Home without marriage and family must make the best use of everything, no matter it is a person or thing in Lifechanyuan, and the Lifechanyuan era will make strive for this target too. All Chanyuan-Celestials should educate themselves in this aspect. Times OEEA 18 IO times ISS. The 18 bottom lines to be, the human. Dayform Buddha. October 19, 2006. Butterfly flock around when flowers are blossoming. Virtue occupies when hearts rectified. The branches are thick when root is deeply embedded in the ground. Tao is generated when principles is set up. Lifechanyuan formulates 18 bottom lines to be a human. Those who break through the bottom line will be regarded as demons and ghosts with evil spirit. Be obedient to our parents. Our parents give us life. They are just like the sky above our head and the earth under our feet. They enable us to stand between the sky and the earth. No matter what our parents are like, they give life to us and nurture us on this land. The filial affection and obedience are children's obligation. No matter whom you are, an ordinary people or a president, no matter where you are, nearby or far away, to make your parents happy and live comfortable in your hometown are your absolute duties. Never humiliate the ancestors. The tree has a root and water has a source. Our ancestors are our roots and sources, no matter they are moral or immoral. Humiliating the ancestors is really a degenerated behavior, which must draw down the wrath of heaven. Therefore, what should be done is recalling the ancestors' merits with deep emotion, understanding their difficulties at the time, looking forward and moving for a better future. Never insult the king. One principle of heaven is that the colony of ants, bees must have a king. Everything has a core and human society also has kings. The principle of heaven must follow the way of heaven, and it is impossible for human beings to get the secret of that. No matter what the name is, chairman or president, no matter how the position is taken, intern or lifetime, no matter what kind of personality the king is, integrity and talent or immorality in commonplace, he deserves to be respected, not insulted. Show reverence to the greatest creator. We know nothing about how vast the universe is, how wonderful all things on earth are, how profound the 36-dimensional space is, and how mysterious the changes of time and space are. There are 18 inner contents in human body which are beyond the control of consciousness, such as the reason of dreaming, the spot of unconsciousness, and the track of lifetime and life itself, and we know nothing about these things. The way of death is also a puzzle. So how could we not revere the greatest creator? Blasphemy will cause the impossible opening of telegnosis, and such an ignorant behavior is like a fool. We should be humble in front of the greatest creator all the time and should never degenerate to be an unruly man. Seek truth from facts. The truth is the basis for justifying right or wrong, true or false, beautiful or ugly. Disregarding the truth is perverting the law, even illegal. The behavior of creating something out of nothing, or fabricating information is with evil intentions in one's mind. Uncritical trust or comments without any support from the truth is the devil's skill. We should never fabricate the truth, ramble on about the facts, believe or follow others blindly, never make comments groundlessly. We should seek truth from facts before action. Everything we do should be based on truth. Never bully widowers, widows, orphans, childless couples and other socially vulnerable groups. The fate of widowers, widows, orphans, childless couples and other social vulnerable groups is caused by their own faults. It is the result of retribution for bad deeds and they should not blame anyone or anything but themselves. In spite of this, their situation should not be a reason for people to bully them. Helping them get rid of this troublesome life is an important way to achieve the stage of God, Buddha, celestial being, sage and saint. What Jesus the Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and the great man Mao Zedong had been struggling all their lives for the happiness of these people. This is a mark of consciousness. Never destroy other people's homeland or animals' nesting sites. Heaven loves people and people will enjoy their life. It is very natural for any creature to cherish and protect its life. Either imperial palaces or cave dwellings, either the birds' nests or the mammals' dens, all of these places are for protecting or nurturing one's life. Never take or destroy them by force. Make a living by working and creating. The workers are beautiful. Creation is the source of happiness. Never steal, rob, plunder, practice graft or accept bribes, never commit swindle or crime imaginable. Never hurt your brothers and sisters, neighbors and friends. Our brothers and sisters, neighbors and friends are valuable spiritual wealth in our lifetime. It is unacceptable to hurt them. Never join in any religious or political organizations. A man of noble character favors making friends with other people rather than forming cliques, while a vile character favors forming cliques rather than making friends. The ordinary people are simple, kind, honest and tolerant. They recognize their social positions and act according to traditional decorum. However, the followers of demons are treacherous, cunning, and unscrupulous. They are skilled in political tricksters and always assume that they would be lucky in successfully tricking. Any government is the result of political structure, and various political organizations or parties are just like tumors growing in the body human society. Never take part in any superstitious activities. Various characteristically secret or cryptic activities, such as praying and consulting an oracle, drawing divination sticks, fortune-telling, charm and ghost-catching, telepathize, ET groups, angel groups, someone showing its presence and power, master opening the light, the coming of Christ, reincarnation, being possessed by a demon, etc. are heterodox doctrines. One should not participate in these activities. Never expose others' secrets. Dig ancestral graves is exposing another one's secrets. Breaking into other people's hometown or house is exposing their secrets. Doggedly pursuing others for taking candid pictures is exposing their secrets, while fixing cameras for observing other people's behavior is also exposing their secrets. Opening the secrets to the public which should be kept in secret is making exposure too. One should not disclose others' secrets. Never commit fraud. Fraud is a demoniac nature. To commit fraud is to create demons. No matter what kind of fraud behavior it is, forged certificate, bogus diploma, fake identification, fake medicine, adulterated wine and foods, false claims, falsified accounts, failed certificates, misrepresented material facts, phony money, pretended feeling, or any other form of frauds, are strictly forbidden. Keep promises and be trustworthy. Keeping to what is promised is called being honest, carrying through what is promised is called being faithful. A dishonest man will never be successful, and he does not deserve the name of human being either. Please remember that never make rash promises, because every promise must be fulfilled. Being responsible to what is promised, even at the cost of your life. Show respect for elders and teachers. From the teachers in kindergarten to the tutors in the college, from the masters teaching us by doing to the masters instructing our lifetime and life, it is them who had or have been accompanying us laboriously in our life. No matter what his or her character is or what professional abilities he or she may have, showing respect for elders and teachers is our duty. We should respect the elders, respect those who are superior to us in ages, positions, abilities, and intelligence, and also respect those people who made more contributions. Love our country, love our hometown, and never defame our nation. The mountains and rivers of our country nurture us, it needs being eulogized and protected. The root of a nation is the motherland, and no matter how ugly the nation is, one should never break off his relationship with his motherland. No matter how critical you are at home, your fellow countrymen remain the same, and you should never demonize your nation and fellow men in front of other nationalities. The personality of a man should never get lost. A man who publicly besmirches himself will never be respected by others and never deserve that respect. Show reverence to life and nature. All things on earth have spirits, all spirits have lives, all lives have feelings, all feelings have loves, and all loves have pains. Putting yourself in the places of other creatures, feeling their pains and hurts just as it's your pain and hurt, you will get a noble sentiment of revering life. Be not a butcher, be not a life-maltreated man. Human beings rely on nature for a living, celestial and tress, mountains and rivers, winds, clouds, rain and snow, the sun, the moon and the star, so on and so forth, all things in nature please our eyes. We would not exist without them. Prostrate yourself in front of nature and revere it. Take good care of nature meticulously in the same way of embracing your lover. Never deprive others of their freedom. Everybody has a right to enjoy freedom, whether a parent or a child, husband or wife. Don't injure or deprive others of their freedom for the benefit of your own. Ignoring the public hygiene will injure or deprive others of their freedom of enjoying clean and tidy environment. Talking loudly in public places will deprive others freedom of enjoying peaceful time. Too loud voices of television will deprive neighbors freedom of their peaceful and auspicious atmosphere in the rooms. Stopping others to express their opinions freely is to deprive them of their freedom of speech. Everybody is free to follow his inclinations, but the bottom line should be avoiding the injuries or depriving other people of their freedom. Summary. The 18 bottom lines to be a human. Be obedient to our parents. Never humiliate the ancestors. Never insult the king. Show reverence to the greatest creator. Seek truth from facts. Never bully widowers, widows, orphans, childless couples and other socially vulnerable groups. Never destroy other people's homeland or animals' nesting sites. Make a living by working and creating. Never hurt your brothers and sisters, neighbors and friends. Never join in any religious or political organizations. Never take part in any superstitious activities. Never expose others' secret. Never commit fraud. Keep promises and be trustworthy. Show respect for elders and teachers. Love our country, love our hometown, and never defame our nation. Show reverence to life and nature. Never deprive others of their freedom. To build a house requires a sound foundation, while to be a man also requires a sound foundation in mind. Adhering to the above 18 bottom lines will enable you stand firmly between heaven and the earth, and you will be an integral part of nature. Great virtue and integrity will be generated from this, real soul and real spirit will be generated from this. By observing all these, you can get whatever you want or at least be on the right track of Tao. Plus or minus A with tilde SS superscript 2 A 18 O I superscript 3 superscript 1 UAI. Traditional values subverted by Lifechanyuan. Xiefeng. October 24, 2007. In traditional concept, family is the source of happy life, while in the opinion of Lifechanyuan, family is the miserable source of human life and humanity. Traditional concept considers that life is the result of evolution or is created by gods. Lifechanyuan proclaims life is created by super-celestial beings led by gods according to the design of the greatest creator. Traditional concept considers the greatest creator is I am what I am. Lifechanyuan proclaims that the greatest creator comes from Wuji Taiji. Traditional concept considers God is the greatest creator. Lifechanyuan proclaims that God is created by the greatest creator. And all gods are the sons of the greatest creator. Traditional concept considers Sakyamuni is the ancestor of Buddha, and Lifechanyuan proclaims Sakyamuni is not the ancestor of Buddha, and the greatest creator is the ancestor of Buddha. Traditional concept considers universe comes from the Big Bang, while Lifechanyuan proclaims it is the outcome of the greatest creator's consciousness. Traditional concept considers Adam and Eve were the ancestors of all humanity, while Lifechanyuan proclaims they are not the ancestors of all human beings but are just the ancestors of Israel and Middle East regions. Traditional concept considers Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are the Chinese cultural core. Lifechanyuan proclaims the holographic order consciousness is the Chinese cultural core. Traditional concept considers that moon is formed naturally, while Lifechanyuan proclaims that moon is specially produced by super-celestial beings and then is installed in sky for the human being. Traditional concept considers the self-refiners and self-improvers need to abstain from love, while Lifechanyuan proclaims love is a precious gift endowed by the greatest creator, and people should fully enjoy the love. Traditional concept has a blurry cognition on heaven, Lifechanyuan has a clear cognition on heaven. Traditional concept thinks that self-refining and self-improving require adopting the serious and ascetic method. Lifechanyuan proclaims that self-refining and self-improving should adopt the methods aiming at joy and happiness. Traditional concept thinks the beautiful future need to be created by working, while Lifechanyuan proclaims that the beautiful future depends on the creation of mind. Traditional concept thinks that the memory of people exists in brain, while Lifechanyuan proclaims the memory of people does not exist in brain but in subconsciousness, and subconsciousness does not exist in human body but in space-time. Traditional concept thinks the existence determines consciousness, while Lifechanyuan proclaims consciousness determines existence. Traditional concept thinks that life will receive the final judgment. Lifechanyuan proclaims there is no final judgment, and judgment goes on at every moment. Life will not be judged by the greatest creator, gods, Buddha, or king of hell but the Tao of the greatest creator. The Tao of the greatest creator operates at every moment. Traditional concept thinks the greatest creator can talk to people directly or never talk to people. Lifechanyuan proclaims that everything is the words of the greatest creator, all the changing phenomena are the conversations between the greatest creator and people, and the people who can read the wordless book can directly talk to the greatest creator. Traditional concept thinks Satan is a demon and an enemy of the greatest creator. Lifechanyuan proclaims Satan is a god, and he is a firm supporter to maintain the symmetry and balance of universal life order. In fact, hundreds and thousands of traditional values needing to be subverted by Lifechanyuan. I just put forward 18 for you to think, and you will have to summarize the rest by yourselves. Superscript 2y. I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. Xiefeng August 16, 2006. Translated by Tongxin and Shidai. I am a Chanyuan-Celestial in Lifechanyuan who has descended to the human world from the heavenly kingdom with the instruction to help guide, harvest ripe crops and build Lifechanyuan, initiate Lifechanyuan era. This is my mission, my long-cherished wish, and more importantly all the meaning of my life and life. Let's follow the guide to moralize humankind, making people respect the greatest creator, life, and nature and follow the way of the greatest creator, guiding them away from the Egypt of soul, and leading them to a new era, in which degree the worthy person can fully utilize his talents. The whole world is like one family, plus or minus, degree and degree no one will keep lost articles found on the roadside. And the houses need not be bolted at night, plus or minus. I am a Chanyuan-Celestial, humble and insignificant in power, but I have a perfect soul and morality. I am one of the most civilized and well-bred men of mankind. I am never arrogant and conceited, I am not swell-headed with pride, and I never impose my wills on others. I am hardworking, I am committed to work, I practice hygiene, value facts, believe in science, and advocate social morality, and promote credibility, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I do not oppose the government, I do not harbor animosity to anyone, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I love my hometown that has raised me and brought me up, I love my parents and fellow citizens who have endured all kinds of hardships, I love my brothers and sisters, I love all that love me, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I love my husband or wife, I conscientiously raise and educate my children, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I will listen to the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, the Prophet Muhammad, and the Celestial Lao Tzu, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I only follow the way of the greatest Creator, I do not follow any other way, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I do not control others, I do not engage in forceful occupation, I do not restrict anyone's freedom, and I do not allow others to restrict my freedom either, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I want to share the same frequency and resonance with the values of Lifechanyuan, I do not want to stick to my prejudice and partial understanding, I believe in the greatest Creator and the arrangement of Tao, I believe in the luck that brings people into a relation, I believe in the track of life, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I regard other Chanyuan-Celestials as my sisters, brothers, and lovers, I will open myself to other Chanyuan-Celestials, and exchange with them my understanding and perception of life and life, I would like to accompany my sisters and brothers on the journey of life, I would try whatever is within my power to help other Chanyuan-Celestials, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I do not gain extra advantage unfairly, I do not pocket anything on the ground that does not belong to me, and I would not claim as my mine the fruits of others, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I am always grateful, I never create trouble, I never exploit others' labor, I would rather endure hard work and hardships than do anything against my own conscience, because I have my good conscience, and I have a court in my soul to judge sincerity, falsity, kindness and evil, and beauty and ugliness. I always engage in introspection, self-trial and self-check, I never indulge myself or be too tolerant to myself, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I believe in miracle, spiritual perception, and I believe that there is in the heavenly kingdom 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and Elysium world, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I will trek and scale the highest realm of life and life, no matter how treacherous the road ahead might be, no matter how many twists and turns and setbacks I might encounter, no matter how hard kind-hearted people around may dissuade me, and no matter how many Chanyuan-Celestials might leave. I am staunch in belief, obstinate in will, indomitable in spirit, unswerving in determination. I will press ahead with indomitable will, and I will never give up until I have accomplished my goal, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I have a magnanimous heart and a lofty ideal. I will never be overwhelmed by setbacks, adversity, and death, because my life is linked to the source, I am blended into the soul of the greatest Creator. The sky may fall, the earth may cave in, but my spirit will survive eternally, my life will live on forever, my future will be extremely beautiful and splendid, because I am a Chanyuan-Celestial. I am a Chanyuan-Celestial, and the terminal that my life is running toward is the celestial island continent of the Elysium world, which is my permanent hometown and my cozy home. I am convinced that the guide will enlighten me on the mystery of life and the path to the heavenly kingdom. I firmly believe that I will have an island as the size of the earth, and I will be the master on this island. I will create my beautiful home according to my interests and likes. I will always invite super celestial beings on other islands to visit this island of mine, and I will also pay visit to super celestial beings on other islands. My life will from then on be eternally from misfortune and afflictions. I will stroll about to my heart's content and fully enjoy the grace that the greatest Creator has blessed with. I have embarked upon the expedition of life. I am a Chanyuan-Celestial on the sailboat of Lifechanyuan, sailing happily forward to the infinitely wonderful future. Wish me good luck. Admire me. Because, I am a Chanyuan-Celestial in Lifechanyuan. EEOX superscript 3A with ring above A with grave A I pound IU. Isidon 3/4 E Iato U 1/2 AAA. Let us hold up the hope for humanity. To Isidon and all brothers and sisters in Kanahana family. Siefeng November 14, 2013 Mr. Isidon and all brothers and sisters in Kanahana family pound. Greetings to all of you. Degree how happy we are to meet friends from afar plus or minus. These days, all brothers and sisters of the second home, now new oasis for life, are immersed in the sea of joy because of the visit of Michio, and also because our two communities are uniting as one. We have transcended country borders, culture difference, historic conflicts, and become one big harmonious family. This is not only a great news for Kanahana and the second home, now new oasis for life, but also a great news for all Japanese and Chinese people, and a great news for the entire humanity. Kanahana family has been developing for 19 years under the outstanding guidance of Isidon. Now it is a very successful community that has reached overall abundance in material and spiritual aspects. The living environment is elegant, the community atmosphere is harmonious, and everyone feels happy, free, joyful, and blessed. It is a wonderful achievement and we are very proud of you. Degree the road ahead is very long, plus or minus. Humankind has been worked for thousands of years for a beautiful ideal. Numerous sages and saints have dedicated a lifetime of efforts, wisdom, and talents, even their lives, to eliminate world-vast poverty, famine, conflicts, and wars, and to the cause of world-vast peace, happiness, and freedom. The unity of Kanahana family and the second home, now new oasis for life, today is a crystallization of human wisdom. It is also a symbol of advancement of human civilization, and the result of thousands of years of pursuit of a beautiful lifestyle as well as the hope for the best future of humanity. Let us hold up the hope for humanity, and take actions to show our sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty. Let us set a good example of civilization by uniting our two communities. We are confident that we are capable of overcoming all difficulties along the way, and leading humanity walk on the way of the greatest creator, and the road of peace, freedom, happiness, and eventually realize the dream of Degree. The talents will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family, plus or minus. Opportunity knocks but once. Today's world is still full of savages, ignorance, autocracy, power, conflicts, and fights. The UN and the government of all countries are making efforts. Thousands of communities/eco-villages and all individuals who love peace are working hard. We shall work even more hard, give up all personal interests and open wide bosom to embrace people from different nations, regions, cultures, political and religious background to initiate a brightest era ever. Life is limited, but our spiritual life is unlimited. The earth has its limitation, but time and space are unlimited. Human beings' wisdom is limited, but that of the greatest creator is unlimited. Let us unite hand in hand toward the infinite mysteries of time and space and continuously exploring the way forward. On behalf of all Chanyuan-Celestials, brothers and sisters living in the community, I would like to send my best regards and blessings to you, wish you all healthy and happy. 1/4 degree do pound o a with tilde a with ring above a 1/2, superscript 3 times. The golden key to open the door of happiness of the second home, now new oasis for life. Siefeng. May 7, 2012. Note, translated by Tongxin. And, edited by Ailian. Degree. The methods used may vary, but the principle is the same, that plus or minus, as long as we follow the degree principle plus or minus, no matter how big the change is, how complex things turn up, everything can be organized and sorted out, just like bright spring days and the wind and rain come in their time. To build our home into a happy fairyland, we must always remember one principle, that is, everything in the second home is for realizing the happiness, freedom and blessing for our brothers and sisters. You can do or say anything that brings happiness, freedom and blessing to our brothers and sisters, otherwise, you had better not to do or say it. We must always remember, our home is designed and built for Chanyuan-Celestials, and is serving for Chanyuan-Celestials. Therefore, No matter what we are going to say or do, as long as it brings happiness, freedom and blessing to brothers and sisters, it is right. Otherwise it is wrong. Every brother and sister, if your words and behaviors can bring happiness, freedom and blessing to our brothers and sisters, then whatever you say or do, you are a moral person. Otherwise, you are wrong, you are a person without morals. When our branch directors arrange the daily life in each branch, you also need to focus on the degree principle plus or minus of bring happiness, freedom and blessing to each brother and sister. Let everybody live happily and harmoniously, and feel happy and comfortable in our home. We should never protect our home at the expense of everyone's happiness and freedom. At the same time, each Chanyuan-Celestial who is living in the second home as a permanent resident, you also need to remember whatever you say or do, please consider the happiness and freedom of other brothers and sisters. Once what you say or do is on the price of scarifying other people, you are wrong. Don't use any excuse or reason to bring pain, anxiety, fear or troubles to other brothers and sisters. Degree once the head rope of a fishing net is pulled out, all its meshes open, plus or minus pound. What I am saying above is the degree head rope, plus or minus. As long as we do things around this degree head rope, plus or minus, then a fairyland is surely can be built out, and every brother and sister will live a paradise-like life in the second home. A with tilde plus or minus UO, A with circumflex degree EAAE. Lifechanyuan era needs only 8 categories of people. Xiefeng. February 19, 2009. Man is going to and will inevitably enter the Lifechanyuan era, in which all methods are unified into one general principle, and all religions into one origin, and in which degree the worthy person can fully utilize his talents. The whole world is like one family, plus or minus, degree no one will keep lost articles found on the roadside, and the houses need not be bolted at night, plus or minus, and in which everything will be in complete harmony, the weather will be good for harvest, and everyone will be happy, free and pleasant. This is the inevitable result of the sublimation of civilization and the development of society, which evolves and moves forward not affected by anyone's will. There are mainly 8 major identifying brands for Lifechanyuan era. The disappearance of country, religion, political party, and family. The absence of court, judger, and lawyers. The absence of constitution, law, statutes, commandment, and dharma. There will be only Lifechanyuan values. Instead of following constitution, laws, statutes, commandment, and dharma as the norm for behavior, people take sincerity, kindness, love, credibility, honesty, diligence, and harmony as the guideline for words and behaviors. The disappearance of war, diseases, hunger, and crime. Man will shift from the pursuit of material comfort to the pursuit of spiritual satisfaction. The production and life of man all over the world will be uniformly steered by sages and managed by wise men. Man will coexist harmoniously with other advanced life of the universe and nature in an orderly manner. Hence, we know that Lifechanyuan era needs only the following 8 kinds of people. Creators of material wealth. Protectors of environment. Doctors and nursing staff. Explorers of scientific laws. Government workers. Creators of spiritual wealth. Creators of soul wealth. Guide of life and life. The 8 kinds of people are summed up as follows. Creators of material wealth. Creators of material wealth are those who produce food, daily necessities, and convenient living conditions. For example, the laborers in agriculture, animal husbandry, catering, garment, industries, construction, water conservancy, and road building are all creators of material wealth. Protectors of environment. Protectors of environment are those who protect the living environment, social environment, and natural environment. For example, cleaners, policemen, and environmentalists, and so on. Doctors and nursing staff. Doctors and nursing staff are those who take charge of people's birth, aging, health, and death. For example, delivery, fostering, health, old people's diet and life, and everything that should be taken care of after an old person's death. Explorers of scientific laws. The greatest creator has created the necessary living conditions for us, but in order to fully utilize these necessary living conditions we ourselves should explore, convert and put these conditions into use. And this requires some people to be engaged specifically in exploring the laws behind the wide variety of phenomena of nature, for example, the discovery and application of electricity, the invention and creation of transportation and communication tools, the invention and design of articles for the convenience of daily life, and the like. Therefore, scientists, experts in scientific fields, and engineers and technicians are all explorers of scientific laws. Government workers. Government workers are those who take charge of the efficient production and life of mankind, arrange people's work and transfer, take charge of the allocation and transportation of materials, and ensure the good order of human society, and the good functioning of procedures. Creators of spiritual wealth. Creators of spiritual wealth are those who maintain people's high spirit and prevent them from feeling empty, who guarantee that people are vigorous and do not suffer loneliness, who make sure people are happy and joyful and do not feel boring, and who ensure that people are free and happy and are far away from afflictions. For example, people involved in the fields of literature, painting, music, songs, dances, dramas, films, TV, folk art, games and entertainments, and people involved in the reports of examples of sincerity, kindness, love, faith, and honesty. Creators of soul wealth. Creators of soul wealth are those who instruct and guide people in daily life to pursue and show sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, honesty, faith, harmony, auspiciousness, peace and justice. This category of people mainly refers to educators of various kinds and levels. The difference is that currently educators are mainly concerned with the imparting of knowledge, while the educators we have in mind are those who stress the building of people's soul garden as well as the imparting of knowledge. A person who imparts only knowledge but neglects the building of soul garden is not a creator of soul wealth. Guide of Life and Life. Guides of Life and Life is a group of saints without rights, who help people to establish correct outlook on life, and world, and institute perfect, orderly, auspicious and harmonious operation procedures for mankind. They will have complete analysis of human nature, time, space, the meaning and connotations of life, point out the future of mankind and individuals, and guide people on the way to the heavenly kingdom that they have been dreaming of. The above people are the kinds of people needed by Lifechanyuan era, and only the above 8 kinds of people are entitled to enter Lifechanyuan era. Then what kind of people are not needed by Lifechanyuan, or in other words, are redundant? Judges, lawyers, soldiers, politicians, businessmen, entrepreneurs, bankers, financiers, wizards, and sorcerers will not be needed by Lifechanyuan era. Embassies, immigration bureaus, customs offices, banks, insurance companies, and civil affairs organizations will no longer exist. All the intermediary organs will no longer exist. And all people working in these organizations will no longer be needed and are thus superfluous. Only about 1 in 10 government staffs will be needed in government organization, and thus the remaining 90% will be superfluous. The above information needs to be pondered deeply by every member, who should think of transferring to other businesses as early as possible. Superscript 2y3/4 SSOD degree EO pound Y. Enjoys 8 happy fortunes of Chanyuan-Celestials. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin. And edited by Kair. September 6, 2008. Chanyuan-Celestials enjoy these 8 extraordinarily wonderful fortunes. Chanyuan-Celestials connect themselves to the greatest creator and are linked to the source of life, and therefore walk on the way of the greatest creator. It is in this manner that they maintain the direction toward their goal of life through all circumstances. Life is no longer trapped in transmigrations between lower levels of space, and they will always have blessings and enlightenment from the greatest creator, and will thusly have splendid futures. Chanyuan-Celestials can go to the celestial island continent of Elysium world to become super celestial beings. Located in the back garden of the greatest creator, the celestial island continent of Elysium world is the freest and most marvelous place in the universe, which is only provided to Chanyuan-Celestials and an extremely small number of people who can otherwise gain access to it. This is one of the greatest distinct happinesses for Chanyuan-Celestials. Chanyuan-Celestials have clear goals of life and life. For a life, the most important things are to obtain joy, happiness, freedom, and blessing. For a life, the most important things are to go to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and finally reach the celestial island continent of the Elysium world. This simple outlook on life and life is only intelligible to Chanyuan-Celestials. The masters for Chanyuan-Celestials are Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Lao Tzu, and the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH. There is a guide specially responsible for instruction, who can organically integrate the teachings of these masters, reveal the mystery of time and space and life, and guide Chanyuan-Celestials accurately to the heavenly kingdom. This is a happiness that no one except a Chanyuan-Celestial can ever dream of. Chanyuan-Celestials all have visas of life to go to the heavenly kingdom, which are open to all Chanyuan-Celestials. When Chanyuan-Celestials depart from the human world, they will go directly to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the celestial island continent of Elysium world. This gate is only accessible to those with Chanyuan-Celestial virtues. Chanyuan-Celestials have many close, special, and supportive friends who understand, admire, and support each other, and share the same resonance from their hearts through self-cultivation and self-refinery in Lifechanyuan. They are the most valuable wealth in life and are compatible with each other and know and care for each other. Thus, Chanyuan-Celestials are never lonely, will always have a way out, and have a broad road in life. Chanyuan-Celestials know the most advanced way of self-refinery and can thusly achieve the most advanced self-cultivation within the shortest time. By participating in the initiation of the Lifechanyuan era for mankind, Chanyuan-Celestials are conducting unconditional giving, are accumulating the greatest merits and virtues, and have stored rich wealth in the heavenly kingdom so they can pay back their debts over different generations of life and have their sins cleared, thus perfecting the non-material structure of their life within a short period of time. This is an ability that could not have not been achieved even through many hundreds or even thousands of lives of self-cultivation and self-refinery. All Chanyuan-Celestials have the second home, now new oasis for life, which relieves them from worries over food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, old age, and death, provides them with the best venue for self-refinery, and guarantees them a life in a fairyland. Chanyuan-Celestials can achieve level 4 and level 5 meditation in the collective energy field within the shortest possible time without overreaching themselves. They can achieve the 64 theurgies, invoking the supernatural powers of gods, needed by super-celestial beings. The good fortunes of Chanyuan-Celestials are not accessible to 98% of people, therefore they are incredibly fortunate. AAEOOAEIOAEI superscript 30014OIN. Face reality and escape from the traditional marriage and family. Xiefeng August 2, 2009. Traditional marriage and family is a program of life that has been contacted with viruses, which can erode the sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty in human character and drive us from an originally joyful, happy, free and blessed life toward the abyss of misery, anxiety, enslavement, and desperation. If we take a look at the history of mankind and the reality that we are in, and observe the status quo of marriage and family in the neighborhood, we can easily find that traditional marriage and family is the prison of human nature and the stumbling blocks that hinders man's march toward a beautiful, free, and happy life. Face reality, and no longer cheat yourself. Distress will not disappear simply because you do not pay attention to it, and the maltreatment and torture of spirit and soul that you have sustained will not be relieved as a result of endurance. It is the most foolish illusion to place your own future and happiness in the hand of a certain person or several people. It is the most insane and wishful thinking to rely on marriage and family for a joyful, happy, free, and blessed life. We cannot blame any person, the parents, the husband or wife, or, even less so, children, sisters, brothers, relatives, friends, or neighbors for the misfortunes and tragedies incurred by the traditional marriage and family. What is at fault is the program of family. Humankind has been trapped in this program for thousands of years. The sea of tribulations is endless, but you can find the shore if you choose to pull yourself back, plus or minus. It is high time that we escaped the life pattern of marriage and family and entered the new way of life. It is time to start a new life. We should not repeat the tragedies in history. Lifechanyuan has designed the new way of life for every member of mankind, which has been proved to be feasible in practice. You can obtain relevant information at the website of the Second Home, now new oasis for life. http://www.thetombdome.org English. http://www.d2jun.com Chinese. I will write an article about the new way of life of the Second Home, now new oasis for life. Please pay attention. How can we escape from traditional marriage and family and enter the new life in the Second Home? Those who are not married yet can refrain from getting marriage. Those who are divorced do not think of getting married for a second time. Those who have got married do not seek divorce but try to ensure that both husband and wife enter the new life in the Second Home. Escaping from the family does not mean escaping from your close relatives or giving up on your parents and children, or abandoning your obligations and responsibilities. Instead, escaping from the family means escaping from the traditional program of life and entering the new program of life. Anyone who has old parents to look after should show their filial piety to parents and arrange properly their parents' food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Those who ignore their parents are not entitled to enter the Second Home. Those who have young children to bring up should perform their duty to raise the children. They should not incur any mental harm to the children that have not come of age. They shouldn't reduce but strengthen their care and love for their children. Those who want to escape from the traditional marriage and family should first clearly understand the malpractices of the traditional marriage and family and the misery and affliction it has caused to humankind and understand the new way of life designed by Lifechanyuan. Then they must learn and build new outlook on life, value life, and the world. In addition, they shall strive to become Chanyuan-Celestials in Lifechanyuan through self-cultivation and self-refinement. And finally, they shall finish the relations with the human world and establish connection with celestial beings and enter the brand new life of the Second Home. Lifechanyuan is to create 256 units of the Second Home. The inevitable trend of the development of human society is the unification of all methods into one general principle, and the unification of all religions and thoughts into one uniform value, and the unification of all the world. No one can hope to achieve anything if he or she gets stuck in conventions and old conservative ways. It is no longer a distant dream to make every member to have a joyful, happy, free, and blessed life, and that goal has already been partially achieved and is being gradually consolidated and perfected. Lifechanyuan has already formed a theoretical system of nearly 3 million characters, and has summed up the lessons and experience from the failed attempts of utopian society, collective farm, communist community, Israel's kibbutz communist society, and Japan's socialist villages. Thus what Lifechanyuan practices is no longer blind and impractical castle in the air or empty talk, but is a strategic goal for all the mankind based both theoretically and practically on the comprehensive and conscientious planning. Let's give up the impractical illusion that has been embraced for thousands of years, face the real situation of life, work hard and forge ahead, so as to finish the earthly relations as soon as possible and enter the new life in the Second Home. UAO superscript 1 UA superscript 1 Ano plus or minus O Anu. The codes of behavior for citizens. In the kingdom of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Full of gratitude. Only with gratitude can people obtain real pleasure and sublime the quality of his life. Only with gratitude can people be optimistic and take things philosophically, and scale the barriers of jealousy, greed, anger, fury, complaint, and resentment, and cross the one-plank bridge built along the cliff safely and smoothly to reach the ideal realm. Only with gratitude can one fully enjoy the pleasure, happiness, freedom and blessing in the kingdom of the greatest Creator. Without gratitude, one will always live a life of high alert and face dangers everywhere. Be grateful for everything that the greatest Creator has endowed you. Be grateful for living in the kingdom of the greatest Creator. Be grateful for everything that the people in the home have done for you. Be grateful for the teachings and guidance offered by Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, the celestial Lao Tzu, the Prophet Muhammad, and generations of sages and saints. Be grateful, and the road ahead will be flat and smooth, with endless groves of flowers blooming profusely and flocks of birds twittering and flitting in the sky. Be ungrateful, and the road ahead will be shrouded with dense dark clouds, and overgrown with thistles and thorns, and so full of twists and turns that it will be extremely difficult for you to trudge through. Completely unselfish. People who are completely unselfish are like glittering and translucent crystals and the endlessly expansive sky with drifting white clouds, and are like the murmuring limpid streams and blooming gorgeous flowers. They are symbols of beauty and incarnations of love, the messenger of kindness and angels of sincerity. The heavenly kingdom is theirs and the freedom is theirs. Once a person harbors selfish desires, he will be like a fruit or melon with a rotten core. The source of happiness has been blocked, and he will be deliberately provocative and make trouble out of nothing and cause distress to others. He will stir riot and unrest among the harmonious group, stinking like a pool of feces and buzzing around like a blowfly. Be always diligent and amicable. Diligence makes people rich and refined, laziness makes people poor and hideous. Gentleness makes people magnanimous, peaceful and cozy, malice makes people short-sighted and narrow-minded. The hard-working people are like the bees that fly among seas of flowers to gather honey, the lazy people are like fleas and lice that suck blood from animals. Gentleness is like fresh breeze, malice is like a sharp dagger that is thrusted randomly. Citizens living in the kingdom of the greatest kingdom should be always diligent and amicable. Any laziness and malice will eventually forfeit one's freedom and happiness, will block the bridge to happiness, and will cause the loss of the Garden of Eden. Cherish the time and opportunity that you enjoy. If you cherish it, you will not complain. If you cherish it, you will take good care of everything that you have. If you cherish it, you will be prudent in action and words so that you will not cause misery and hurt to others. If you cherish it, you will gradually become colorful auspicious light that bring good luck to other people. If you cherish it, you will take advantage of the opportunity that arises to accumulate merits and virtue instead of complaining and finding fault with everything, and becoming a grueling and disgusting burden to the group. Be reasonable, highly cultured and steeped in propriety. The citizens in the kingdom of the greatest Creator are all reasonable, highly cultured and steeped in propriety. They are apt to learn culture, dance and song, music, poetry, admiration and appreciation. They have good breeding and training. They are refined and courteous and amiable when getting along with others. They are never rude and gross, and fierce-browed. They often help others to achieve success instead of gossiping and spreading scandals. They will never have pettiness of character and always have a tightly knit brow, haggling over trifles and trying to fathom and figure out what is other people's mind. They always conform to order and never interrupt abruptly. They always speak clearly and straightforwardly instead of blabbering without stop. Reasonable and highly cultured people steeped in propriety emanate charming fragrance and are welcome everywhere instead of being avoided like a plague. They never importune, never argue irrationally, they are never egoistic, and they never cause unhappiness and unpleasantness to others. Have a calm mind and a smiling face and be good at games. The citizens of the greatest Creator are always dignified, sacred and serene and elegant. They are not restless and flippant. They are as sedate as the green mountain, as serene as the green pool, and they are like the budding flowers and pleasantly warm breeze. They always walk so gently and gracefully, carrying their gaits so elegantly. Every knitting of the brows, every laughter, and every movement conforms to propriety. They will not scurry about, they are not flustered as if sitting on a bed of thorns, they will not engage in reckless yelling. They are good at games and can be immersed in them. Because they are the angels of happiness, the happy children of the greatest Creator, the chosen few favored by heaven and the incarnation of perfection, they can always bring joy, happiness, and good luck to others, instead of keeping a straight face and looking sanctimonious and poker-faced, without any vitality. EEAI pound, U1/2 A 3/4 00 A with circumflex A with acute superscript 1U. The only solution to humanity's crisis, to the United Nations. Translated by Treasure and edited by Kayer. November 25, 2018 Economic and Social Council. The United Nations, dear Mr. Alberto Padova pound. Our environment and climate continue to deteriorate and neither can be solved by the Kyoto Protocol or the Paris Agreement. The only way for us to save ourselves is to completely change our traditional modes of production and life. If we continue to follow our current production and life modes, then these 8 crises will remain unresolved. 1. Overpopulation. Humanity's greed and lust. Environmental degradation. Climatic deterioration. Loss and waste of resources. Less stable ecological environments. Refugee problems, they will continue to increase. Conflicts between nationalities, religions, cultures, and interest groups. These problems above can only be solved by changing our traditional production and life modes. Everyone yearns for a good life, but how can it be obtained? It will not be by preaching morality, enforcing laws and regulations, following religious precepts, redistributing money and material assistance, constant meetings and discussions of governments or even the UN, warnings and threats, or even by force. It is only by changing our production and life modes that these crises can be solved. What kind of production and life modes should be changed? First of all, we should break up traditional marriages and families because they are the sources of human selfishness, the birthplaces of human crises, and the headstreams of all crime and evil. They are also the curb chains which prevent us all from leading happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives, but rather make people feel anxious, miserable, and fearful. Our mode of production should change from a pattern of possessing to one of sharing, from one of competing predatorily to one of serving each other enthusiastically. The rest of the contents involved are too broad to discuss here, but I can offer much more information based on my experience. See if the UN is interested. How do we change nearly everyone's traditional production and life modes? To implement the production and life mode of the new oasis for life created by the Lifechanyuan. We have been experimenting with and improving upon this mode in mainland China for 9 years, and the results have been very encouraging. More than 200 people have participated in our experiment over the past 10 years and 150 of them have resided within the new oasis for life for extended periods of time. The remarkable signs of this mode are that exclusive marriages and families have disappeared, supporting our elderly and rearing and educating our children have been managed well, the crime rate has dropped to 0, our members' health has improved greatly, pollution to our local environment has dropped to near 0, and our waste of resources and carbon footprint have been reduced greatly. Our people's happiness indices have risen higher than those in any of the developed countries in the world. In this way, humanity's situation can change completely and our futures will be blessed and sustainable. In this way, humanity's situation can change completely and our futures will be blessed and sustainable. It is impossible to change humanity's dangerous predicament at once, and even if the brakes were applied immediately, the inertia of traditional thinking would last for decades, by which time it would be too late. So, the best way to do this would be to build new models of production and life modes which are intuitive, that people can see and experience in person, and that can be copied and replicated everywhere. If the new oasis for life mode were to be repeated by millions of people, then the beautiful ideal that mankind has dreamed of for thousands of years would surely be realized. How do we build a model of this new production and life mode? We would establish a new oasis for life in mainland China, in the United States of America, or in Zimbabwe, Africa, with 300 resident members including people from various religious, cultural, national, and ethnic backgrounds under the auspices of the United Nations and implemented by Lifechanyuan. We encourage the United Nations to persuade one or more of those three governments to agree to allow us to create a new oasis for life on their territory and also to allow the foreign people involved in its creation to enter and leave freely. The place where the new oasis for life would be created would be chosen and financed by Lifechanyuan and purchased or leased according to existing local policies. Of course it would help if the UN could help with the funding, because if you were to do so, then it would be quicker and easier to build and the new model could unfold more quickly. It would be effortless for the UN to help us to create this model of the new production and life modes, but the benefits would be endless and would benefit many future generations, so why not put it into practice? It is better to teach people to catch fish than to give them some fish. If the UN turns a blind eye to my proposal and ignores it, then you will have to deal with many types of devastation everywhere for many years to come. We look forward to positive, encouraging news from your organization, Xiafeng. Lifechanyuan. A with tilde 3/4 a superscript 2 a with tilde a with tilde. Lifechanyuan is a dictatorship, what one says goes. Xiafeng. August 11, 2019. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. The former Chanyuan-Celestial, whose celestial name has been withdrawn, posted after his two-sentence article, Degree Wisdom Cannot Be Learned Plus or Minus, unconvincingly, that Degree Lifechanyuan is only a personal worship group where what one says goes plus or minus, but Lifechanyuan guest veteran and meritorious Chanyuan-Celestial opined after his article, Degree Today is free for chatting, plus or minus, that degree if I cannot give full play to my talents from within Lifechanyuan, then I must create the necessary conditions for myself elsewhere. And continue my self-cultivation, plus or minus. Based on the thoughts and feelings expressed in the two posts above, I will elaborate on the nature of Lifechanyuan and how Chanyuan-Celestials can exhibit their talents fully, here. Lifechanyuan is by no means an organization in any sense of the word. It is neither a political party, a religion with dogma, any form of social or civil group, a community of special interests, a charity, nor a corporation. It is only a platform by which Deiform Buddha can reap degree-ripe crops. Therefore, no democracy is practiced in Lifechanyuan, it is completely ruled by Xiafeng, and the practice is, degree what one says goes, plus or minus. The purposes for any wise person to become a Chanyuan-Celestial are to make their life happy, joyous, free, and blessed, to let life escape from the samsara of reincarnations, and to sublimate to heaven, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. Beyond this, Lifechanyuan has no other purpose. Lifechanyuan created the new oasis for life in order to initiate the Lifechanyuan era for humankind. Its purpose is only to create the conditions for Chanyuan-Celestials to accumulate merits, repay debts, end secular ties, and perfect their quality of life, but not for saving mankind. It is the responsibility and obligation of theologians and politicians to save mankind, not that of Xiafeng, and certainly not that of any Chanyuan-Celestials. The relationships among Chanyuan-Celestials are as tourists who meet and travel together by chance on their journeys through life and life. They are neither responsible for each other or do they have obligations to each other. Every Chanyuan-Celestial cultivates their own soul garden, walks their own way, speaks for themselves, minds their own business, does not worry about others, and does not mind other people's affairs. How a Chanyuan-Celestial walks, speaks, and behaves has nothing to do with other members. Therefore, no member should ever hope to impose their will on other members or hope to educate or guide them. Every Chanyuan-Celestial should cultivate their own state of immortality and remember that other guests cultivating their states of immortality have nothing to do with them. No Chanyuan-Celestial has any obligation to obey any other Chanyuan-Celestial or any right to instruct or order them, but each has an obligation to serve all other Chanyuan-Celestials. Therefore, if you expect to be a master in Lifechanyuan, a superior leader, the king, to be praised and admired by everyone, or even to show off your theoretical wisdom, ability, and level, then I will tell you now that you have entered the wrong gate. No one with ambitions to do something great should become a Chanyuan-Celestial because there is nothing great to do here. There are only countless small chores, such as planting grass and trees, growing vegetables and crops, raising animals, washing clothes and cooking dinners, building roads and houses, cleaning, creating beautiful environments, publicizing Chanyuan values, and so forth. Do not try to create your own set of theories in Lifechanyuan, let alone work in an executive office, because regardless of whether you were once wealthy, a high official, a celebrity, a star, an expert, a professor, or a writer, and no matter whether you are extremely knowledgeable and possess great abilities, when you enter Lifechanyuan, you become an ordinary worker. All Chanyuan-Celestials are equal, so do not think that you will be superior, escape physical labor, make other Chanyuan-Celestials serve you without you serving them, or direct other Chanyuan-Celestials to follow your orders. So, how can Chanyuan-Celestials in Lifechanyuan exhibit their talents? Make other Chanyuan-Celestials feel happy and joyous, wash their feet and polish their shoes. Plant fresh fruits, vegetables, and grains for other Chanyuan-Celestials, and raise chickens for everyone to eat fresh eggs every day. Build comfortable houses for other Chanyuan-Celestials and let everyone live in picturesque environments. Service everyone guests food, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, and death needs, so that they can all live carefree lives without regrets. Produce commodities to serve society in exchange for money for the home. Create new oases for life in Africa, the Americas, Eurasia, and everywhere else. Go to Zhongnanhai, the White House, the Kremlin, and the United Nations to encourage major national leaders and the UN Secretary-General to accept Chanyuan values. Carry forward the spirit of Chanyuan-Celestials to prevent global warming and to reduce natural disasters. How about these? Whose great talents have yet to be played out fully? Every Chanyuan-Celestial must bear these two ideas in mind. Degree when you think you are right, then you are already wrong, plus or minus. Degree this world is faultless, all faults lie within us, plus or minus. OAO superscript 3 superscript 1 yo divided by a superscript 2, i.e. superscript 1 o times cento a with circumflex. Attention, focus on this column with over 100 million hits. Xiefeng. Very few websites throughout the vastness of cyberspace attract more than 100 million hits. Should you not be focusing your interest on them? 1. How did the universe come into being? 2. How enormous is the universe? 3. What are time and space? 4. From where did humanity originate? 5. Do other lives populate the planets orbiting other stars? 6. Does heaven exist, or not? 7. If so, what is heaven like? 8. Will people transmigrate after their mortal death or simply disappear forever? 9. Will people just lie quietly in the ground awaiting their return to life? 10. What will humanity's future be like? 11. What is the composition of life? 12. What is the purpose of human life? 13. What are predestined relationships? 14. How did 20 parallel worlds come into being? 15. Is it reasonable to accept the division of 36-dimensional spaces? 16. What are the 36 universal mazes? 17. What are the differences among ignorant people, laities, mortals, sages, and saints? 18. Is the fairyland the same as the pure land? 19. What are supreme thinking? 20. What are the greatest crises that now face humanity? 21. How will humanity survive these great upcoming changes? 22. How does one enter into the fairyland? 23. And so on and so forth. Here are clear and detailed answers and interpretations to all these questions. Read them if you have the time and inclination. If not, just forget them because it must be more important for you to just earn money. Website http://blog.boxun.com/hero/Lifechanyuan4318 articles with 100,174,381 hits. Latest release date, September 10, 2019. Newest published article, The 10,000-Year World, Chanyuan Encyclopedia. A with tilde times O superscript 3 EIAIA A with ring above I superscript 3. Lifechanyuan is a self-contained and open system. Xiefeng. February 11, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. From theory to practice, Lifechanyuan has formed its own complete system. From the origins of the greatest creator, the universe, life, and life, to the developments of time, space, life, and thinking, it has its own interpretations and explanations. From the understanding revelations of Tao and heaven to the ways to enter into higher realities, it has its own detailed explanations and routes, especially with reference to people. These include how to do each of the following. Repay debts. End secular ties. Accumulate merits. Perfect life, best non-material structure. Climb the peak of life. Reach heaven. Approach the peak of life. Lifechanyuan has formed its own system with its own set of theories and from practical experience. This system is unprecedented in history and surpasses all existing religions, political ideologies, and national doctrines that humankind has reached, as well as all existing scientific, philosophical, and theological interpretations. Not only does it represent the crystallization of thousands of years of human wisdom, but also the integrated theory of the teachings of gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, saints, and sages, and especially the practical activities of Lifechanyuan, which illustrate perfectly how people and society, and people and nature can live in harmony, and it showed perfectly how people can have happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives on their life journeys. It can be said with certainty that no people, theories, or practical activities will surpass those of Lifechanyuan within the next millennium, and such being the case, that Lifechanyuan no longer seeks cooperation with or participation in any activities of the United Nations or any countries, political parties, religious groups, organizations, or a multitude of various types of communities and individuals. Lifechanyuan is self-contained, self-growing, self-developing, operates on its own system to the greatest extent, and exists and develops independently from the outside world to the greatest extent. Degree: if we do not ask for favors from others, then we will get along well with each other. If we do not drink, then we do not need to worry about the price of wine, plus or minus. Super celestial beings' characters are degree self-consistent, plus or minus. Lifechanyuan will realize degree self-consistency, plus or minus. This degree self-consistency, plus or minus, is not an absolutely closed system, but an open one which opens to lives at all layers of the universe, to all countries, races, religions, and cultures around the world, and to every citizen of the planet. However, this opening is not to incorporate everything into Lifechanyuan's system, but to absorb the essence of new discoveries and new elements based on facts, science, logic, and spiritual perception that are suitable for Lifechanyuan's view of the universe, life, and value, to continuously refine and perfect the intentions and extensions of Lifechanyuan and to further civilize the practical activities of Lifechanyuan. Chanyuan-Celestials are the cells of Lifechanyuan's body. From now on, all Chanyuan-Celestials must be healthy cells that conform fully to Chanyuan values and requirements. To become a Chanyuan-Celestial, everyone must meet these standards. They must have no secular ties or debts. They must not be in a marital relationship. They must not consider themselves great or special. They must not be arrogant or self-centered. They must not engage in any sneaky or furtive activity. They must not deal with spirits and deities or fortunes and disasters. They must not behave in an uncivilized manner. They must pay or dedicate to Lifechanyuan. Lifechanyuan could stop developing or even disappear, but we will never lower our standards, as long as there are at least 30 standing celestials, we will always exist. If people fail to understand Chanyuan values and the life mode of the new oasis for life, or even abuse, insult, attack, and suppress Lifechanyuan and the guide, that is their business, and whether people are willing to become Chanyuan-Celestials or not, that is their personal decision. Lifechanyuan will never lead or recruit anyone to become a Chanyuan-Celestial. Chanyuan-Celestials must be born as such and not be guided or coerced into joining. Lifechanyuan only publicizes its values and the life mode of the new oasis for life through internet media, and never through gatherings, leaflets, or visits. Of course, we welcome those who want to visit, study, exchange, and explore our community. Within Lifechanyuan, the same requirements apply to all Chanyuan-Celestials. Even after one becomes a member, we never force, coerce, restrict, or even ask them to remain. Chanyuan-Celestials always enjoy the freedom to say and do whatever they choose. They come to Lifechanyuan of their own free will and are always welcome to leave the same way. Lifechanyuan would never beg anyone to stay or set up any obstacles, checkpoints, or roadblocks. Everything is voluntary. However, when a Chanyuan-Celestial drops below the standards of a healthy cell, their celestial name will be withdrawn and the community will no longer have any relations with them. Lifechanyuan is a system that always follows Tao, the way of nature. Therefore, it has never held any religious ceremonies or participated in any political activities, and it must never do either in the future. I hope that people will not judge Lifechanyuan based on their traditional beliefs and standards, because Lifechanyuan guest system is a new one that has never appeared throughout history, but it is paving the road that will take humankind into the future. Therefore, no one should ever come to preach unnecessarily to us or to instruct the Chanyuan guide on how to direct his followers, let alone to use their knowledge, experience, and wisdom to guide us. We do not deny that, degree there are competent people beyond competent people, and heavens beyond heavens, plus or minus, let alone deny the existence of sages, saints, and prophets whose wisdom and abilities far surpass those of Xifeng. But when you become a Chanyuan-Celestial, you must either follow the guide every step of the way or ignore the existence of Lifechanyuan and follow the path that is right for you. Let us keep things simple and easy for both of us. A with tilde A 1/2 superscript 1U. The view of money in Lifechanyuan. Xifeng. February 13, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kayer. Money is a symbol of wealth, of which Lifechanyuan needs, material wealth, spiritual wealth and soul wealth. However, when money is transformed into currency, it becomes only a symbol or a medium with which to contract, circulate, and exchange for goods and services. It is like marriage certificates, ID cards, and the like. Its value is only a representation of that which the people who use it recognize it to have. Currency can represent wealth, but is not wealth itself. When it fails to do so, then it becomes worthless. Just as in 2009, Zimbabwean $100 banknotes were not worth the paper and ink with which they were printed and had less value than squares of toilet tissue. The view in Lifechanyuan is to eliminate currency gradually. Most Chanyuan-Celestial residents never need to handle it, and we achieved this 10 years ago. In the new oasis for life, only the accountant who is responsible for keeping our money, and the purchasers who trade with the outside world ever have any need for it. Internally, Chanyuan-Celestials no longer keep money because no financial transactions take place between us. When no one has any interest in trading with money or currency, then getting along with each other becomes simple and their relations become particularly harmonious and peaceful. Over the past 10 years, Chanyuan-Celestials have been as close to each other as family members, as brothers and sisters, or as close friends or lovers. We owe this to the sublimation of quality, but the Lifechanyuan's view of money has also played an important role. At present, since people outside Lifechanyuan rely on money to promote all production activities and the exchange of materials and commodities is carried out with currency, Lifechanyuan has to use currency with which to exchange for necessary supplies in the market. But as the Lifechanyuan mode of production and life gradually expands, currency will gradually disappear. For example, we have to pay for electricity. However, when the controllers of the power stations become Chanyuan-Celestials, they will provide electricity as other Celestials provide them with food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and arrange for their birth, aging, illness, and death. In this way, there will be no need to pay electric bills nor currency with which to balance against our electrical consumption. Another example is, when Chanyuan-Celestials need clothes, we have to exchange money for the clothes we wear, but when the controllers of the clothing factories all become Chanyuan-Celestials, they will supply clothes while others will provide everything else that they need. In this way, the clothes that Chanyuan-Celestials need will no longer be exchanged for currency. By analogy to all other walks of life, the needs of the whole society can be met this way, and currency will become archaic and unnecessary. Another view of money in Lifechanyuan is that Chanyuan-Celestials neither borrow from nor lend to each other. They give all of their value to the home and the home provides for all their needs, so if anyone wanted to borrow money from any Chanyuan-Celestial, they would be out of luck because none of them would have any to lend them. Since all Chanyuan-Celestials' needs are provided by the home, of course they would never need to borrow money from anyone else. This concept in practice has relieved people of much trouble and pain with no owing of debts, no pressures on life, and the cost of getting along with each other becoming free. That is, degree if we do not ask for favors from each other, then we get along better with each other, plus or minus. As there is no money, there are no corrupt officials. Even if one wanted to be corrupt, there are no opportunities for them to do so. Chanyuan-Celestials living in the homeland have no chance to use money, so they cannot be corrupt, and even if one could find a way, what could they do with their ill-gotten gains and how would they use them? They could not spend them in the nearby community because hundreds of eyes would be staring at them, and besides, all of their needs would have been provided for them by the home. What would they need them for? Would they buy something secretly to make their lives easier or more luxurious than everyone else guess? No way. If they did this, they would fall into disrepute, become notorious, and there would no longer be any place for them in the home. Also, Chanyuan-Celestials do not degree gift plus or minus each other and they cannot form cliques through which to pursue selfish interests. Even if someone wanted to have a deep friendship with someone else, money would be useless and unnecessary because there will be 256 homes in the future, and everyone will be transferred separately to other branches after a maximum of 3 years, so they might never see each other again in this lifetime. Then what would be the use of having special relationships with each other? It would be better to just maintain normal, good relationships with everyone. Will officials become corrupt and extravagant in Lifechanyuan? First of all, we have no officials, we have a chief director and branch directors, and from a secular perspective, you might say that they are officials, but things do not really work that way. The reason that we call these positions director and manager are to echo secular titles, but the essence is that they are the degree chief servant plus or minus and degree branch servants plus or minus. They really are servants. The chief director servant has dedicated the most resources to Lifechanyuan, and the branch director servants have not only dedicated much, but they also care the most for all Chanyuan-Celestials. Do you really believe that such degree officials plus or minus as these would degenerate into corruption? Besides, the money is not controlled by any of them. Purchasing items are handled by dedicated purchasers. The director has no chance to embezzle. Theft never happens in our home, but even if one were to take something, where would they hide it and how would they use it? No one guest room belongs to them. The rooms are cleaned and tidied up by professional celestial cleaners. Would they dare to put stolen property in their room? Since everyone eats together, works together, and moves about together, how would they be able to use something that is known to be missing? The operation of good programs not only requires that all members have noble morals directing their intentions, but also an efficient, orderly, rational, reasonable, and legal program. How do I, the tour guide of Lifechanyuan, know that I can do these things very well and with ease? Simple, there is no need to rack your brains researching history, exchanging ideas, and thinking about it, rather, just copy directly the life mode of the 1,000-year world. In this way, not only can every Chanyuan-Celestial live happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives, but after leaving this world, they can at least go to the 1,000-year world with experience. IIAA 3/4. All Chanyuan women are virtuous. Xiefeng. November 1, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. Virtuous women possess these 8 outstanding qualities. Gentle. Hardworking. Elegant. Kind. Knowledgeable and reasonable. Fascinating and charming. Never jealous. Well-educated, cultured, self-restrained. Looking at flowers in full bloom, the petals and stamens show softness, and all Chanyuan women are soft and beautiful. Across 10 years of effort, they have created 13 picturesque homes, operated 8 Chinese and English language websites, translated thousands of articles and disseminated them millions of times, compiled nearly 300 articles, created nearly 100 videos, run 3 subscription platforms, planted nearly 10,000 trees, completed countless daily tasks. From these, we know how diligent our Chanyuan women are. 10 years on Lifechanyuan road has been bumpy with lots of ups and downs, but it has also been sunny all the way. A group of women walked calmly, surprised by neither honor nor disgrace, otherworldly, undiminished in appearance, neither ostentatious nor depressed, and neither arrogant nor complaining. On a plateau high in the Yunnan Mountains, in the sand-filled Gobi Desert in Xinjiang, in the hot summer of Nanjing, and in Canada and Thailand, they created one miracle after another. They were knocked down countless times but still smiled indifferently. Even though no one paid them any salaries or bonuses, they have dedicated themselves for 10 years without regrets. Their intense eyes have remained full of firmness toward their goal, their fascination for better lives, and their posture has been elegant and their demeanor has been chic. They are so kind, pure, and honest in their hearts that they have never harmed life, society, or others. The places they were in were always kept peaceful, warm, and harmonious, and those places which had been dilapidated became clean and tidy with distinct levels after being organized. The Gobi Desert became a place where birds sang and flowers emanated wonderful fragrances, willows shadowed and flowers shone by their touch. In front of them, children became obedient and sensible, men lost their hostility and temper, and their kindness created the most harmonious places in the world. Do not think that they are stupid or deceivable, for each of them is knowledgeable and transcendental, and they know clearly the differences between good and evil and between right and wrong. They know the vicissitudes of life and the changes of the times, and they treat the insults of laymen and the accusations of mortals with smiles because they do not care about them. They are indifferent to money, power, fame, and wealth, and they are empathetic, have etiquette, and their words are like poems or like pearls on jade plates, and the articles written by them are full of literary talent, passion, and high spirits. All Chanyuan women are full of amorous feelings, emotional, lively, naughty, humorous, and romantic, as gentle as breezes and drizzles, as delicate and beautiful as mountain flowers in bloom, as radiant and enchanting as sunshine in spring, and as romantic as fluffy catkins and running clouds. They are lissom and graceful as infinite spring scenery and full of everlasting love while talking and laughing. Their playing and joking around is like thunder clapping. They are enraptured while gaming and having fun with their charm, tastes, and interests unfolding incisively and vividly. They are all so fascinating. An old saying goes that jealousy is a woman's nature, but do not try to fit that secular hat on a Chanyuan woman's head. After more than 10 years of cultivation, the women in Lifechanyuan have long since lost all their jealousy. If other women are beautiful, they compliment them. If other women have merits, they praise them. If other women are favored, they congratulate them. If other women are graceful, they honor them. For more than 10 years, the Chanyuan women have been getting along with each other harmoniously, happily, and without jealousy or resentment toward each other. Proper upbringing is the civilized politeness learned from family, school, and society. Self-cultivation is the level of theoretical knowledge, artistic thought, and other aspects that people possess so as to develop civilized attitudes toward each other. Self-restraint is the ability to have a deep moral quality to control one's own emotions. Chanyuan women are all three. They are brought up properly, self-cultivated, and have self-restraint. Getting along with Chanyuan women, you will find that they are always gentle and drizzly like spring breezes, pleasant and calm, and never make others feel uncomfortable, embarrassed, depressed, competitive, or cynical. These are the Chanyuan women, but what about Chanyuan men? Chanyuan men all throw themselves at the feet of Chanyuan women. A Chanyuan value states that, degree the positions of men and women are reversed and women should be respected primarily plus or minus, so as long as Chanyuan women enjoy that requirement, the Chanyuan men rush to serve them. Chanyuan men are as ready to serve Chanyuan women as green leaves are to serve flowers, and to be their guardians. One night of romance with a gorgeous girl, a happy death thus deserved, therefore, the men in Lifechanyuan would rather wash the women's feet than support and serve any great leader. Chanyuan women are worthy of pride but they are not proud. Their excellent characters and graceful temperaments have allowed them to rid themselves of domestic violence and social harassment forever and to keep far away from housework and mundane social contacts as they walk towards the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. N. Copyright A superscript 2YA A superscript 1A with ring above. An open letter to the parents of Chanyuan-Celestials. Xiefeng. February 29, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. Thread in the hands of a loving mother. Makes clothes for the body of her wayward boy. Carefully she sews and thoroughly she mends. Dreading the delays that keep him out late. But how much love has the inch-long grass? To pay for the spring sunlight it receives. Whose son is this, not crazy or mad? Who joined the Taoists in the Wangwu Mountains? The white-haired mother wailing at the door. Pulling her son's sleeves to keep him home. Blessed are my parents, they brought me up with toil. Mother, you gave me birth. Father, you brought my food. You cared for me and loved me. You carried me everywhere, even while visiting your friends, and never wanted to leave me alone. I can never hope to repay such great love after the disaster came and heaven robbed you from me. Greetings to all parents of Chanyuan-Celestials. Once a son and now a father, I understand both the love of parents and of their children. I do not share the feeling of degree thinking of the vastness of heaven and earth, I shed tears with sorrow plus or minus, but I share the feeling of degree how to get tens of thousands of spacious and tall houses to shelter the poor scholars in the world and make them laugh, plus or minus, nor the ambition of degree knowing that you cannot do it, but trying your best, plus or minus. My purpose is to degree reap the ripe crops, plus or minus, and bring in the Lifechanyuan era to the common people in the world so that parents everywhere can live and work in peace and enjoy happy lives in their old age and their children will smile and no longer worry. Today, I have something to discuss with you along with some advice for you. Your sons and daughters have become Chanyuan-Celestials and want to live in the new oasis for life, but you are worried that they are being deceived and even more worried that they will cause you trouble and pain in the future. Of course, you are also worried that after your children leave, no one will provide for you when you are old or bury you when your time comes. Your worry is not unreasonable and I understand deeply your worries about your children and your own futures. First of all, I want to explain that becoming Chanyuan-Celestials and living in the new oasis for life will not harm your children. I know that you will not trust my words alone, but I have proof. The new oasis for life was established in April 2009 and has existed for nearly 11 years and over that time nearly 200 Chanyuan-Celestials have lived here. If even one person had been harmed here, the government would have arrested me and the new oasis for life would not have been maintained and would have fallen apart many years ago. Chanyuan-Celestials range from 4 and 5-year-old children to seniors in their 80s. If Lifechanyuan had existed for deception, then ask yourselves what the purpose would have been to cheat such a wide variety of people. If illegal activities were operating in the home, the government, yes, nearly 600 investigators who visited us would have announced their findings to the news media and ended it right there. The fact is that the government has not arrested any of us, let alone restricted any of our freedoms. You can ask any Chanyuan-Celestial who has ever lived in the home about this, and if any of them say that he or she has been deceived or hurt in any way, you would have a good reason to not trust Lifechanyuan any longer and to sue me, Xiefeng. If you would like to know why your children are so eager to live with us in the new oasis for life, it is because our life is a special, near-heavenly one that has never existed throughout human history before. It is hard for words to describe the significance and beauty of Lifechanyuan. It is one that people who live in the traditional production and life order cannot imagine, and it is because of its beauty that your sons and daughters yearn for it and choose to remain here. I want to explain further that Chanyuan values require that Chanyuan-Celestials always remember their parents and show filial piety. We will not accept anyone who does not remember this as Chanyuan-Celestial, let alone to allow him to enter and live in our community with us. If you think that your children are being unfaithful to you because they live in the new oasis for life, then you can complain to me and they will be persuaded strongly to leave the home and go back to you. Maybe it is because of my different standards of judgment that in my eyes, your children are excellent, they are wise, kind, hardworking, honest, and motivated. Every Chanyuan-Celestial is a gem-quality person in my eyes and I love each of them. Perhaps I love your children more than you do as parents. I am not boasting, you can ask them. Would you believe that nearly half of the young people in our home were brought in or sent to us by their parents? Please consider why their parents would have sent their dear and lovely children to this home. When you understand that these parents are not stupid, you will no longer fear that your sons and daughters will be deceived or harmed when they enter our home. I have this word of advice for you: when your children want to enter and live in the home, you should not stop them because very few are qualified to enter. The requirement standards to enter are very high and few can succeed. That being said, for your children to be able to join us, you must have accrued spiritual wealth from a previous life. You cannot give your children the happiness that I can, and you cannot guarantee your children yes futures as I can. When your children enter the home, they are not leaving you forever because you can visit them and see how they are living at any time. Your idea of life is nothing more than wanting your children to get married, raise families, have careers, support you in your old age, and then bury you. It is nothing more than letting your children flourish, glorify, and illuminate your ancestors in secular society in order to prevent your friends, relatives, and neighbors from making undesirable remarks. You are walking down your road, your parents have walked down it, your grandparents have done the same, and others before them have been doing it for thousands of years. Tell me about it. Have you never considered this to be an unnecessarily difficult path to follow, and have you never considered the possibility that there is a smoother road to walk? Would you like to offer your beloved children an alternative path to follow? Degree pity the parents of the world plus or minus, but who pities the children of the world? Children are not heartless. I was abroad once for 8 years and never visited my parents' home during any of that time. I missed my parents day and night and wanted to be with them, but degree since you are on the earth, you cannot do everything that you want to plus or minus. Reality is much crueler than the ideal. If you are not careful, then you risk losing all of your previous efforts. As with climbing a cliff, once you start climbing, there is no possibility of turning back. It is only by climbing to the top that you will have the opportunity and capital to repay your parents for their favors and to thank all those who have helped you. When your children are climbing this mountain, as parents, you should not be dragging them down and shouting for them to degree come down quickly, plus or minus. The consequences would be horrible if you did that because they would blame you for the rest of their lives for ruining their futures. Finally, I will talk about the old age care of Chanyuan-Celestial's parents. In fact, I considered this question 10 years ago, especially with regards to single-child families. I will never let them spend their old age bleakly or in distress. My ambition is to let every Chanyuan-Celestial's parents spend their final years well. This plan has not been realized because the home has suffered during this period of time. Once the government acquiesces to Lifechanyuan and stops suppressing us, I assure every Chanyuan-Celestial's parents that I have a plan to let you enjoy your old age in happiness. I wish all Chanyuan-Celestial's parents in the outside world healthy, happy, and long lives. I pray for the greatest Creator to grant each of you many blessings. Duae pound superscript 2 ya 1/4 Akianoia. The care of Chanyuan-Celestial's elderly parents can no longer be offered. Xiefeng. March 1, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. A 26-year-old Chanyuan-Celestial woman who joined us recently wanted to come and live with us in our home, although we no longer have any branches in mainland China. We do have branches in Thailand and Canada, but residence visas can be difficult to obtain for Chinese people in both of those countries. She had only expressed her wish. One day, this woman's mother sent me a message saying that, if my child does not return home tonight, our family is considering reporting you to the authorities. My child was very good until you brainwashed her. In short, no matter how long it takes and no matter where she is, we must have our child back. Maybe you do not care, but whatever you have done has hurt my child and we will not let this rest. I will wait for her tonight, but if she does not return by then, we will call the police in the morning. Last night, the police told us that if our child has not returned by tonight, then we can call them again directly. I will go online to look for you and your Lifechanyuan. In addition, I will convene microblog, the media, and the public to look for you together. Plus or minus. I was confused, and contacted the woman at once to ask her what was going on. She explained that she had gone to work outside the city and I responded that she needed to contact her parents as soon as possible, because they were worried about her and concerned for her safety. Then I immediately wrote back to her mother, Dear Ma'am, I am Xiefeng, the founder of Lifechanyuan. I just learned about your situation, your worries, and concerns, and I can appreciate your love and concern as the mother of your daughter. I will cooperate with you and ask your daughter to place filial piety as her first priority. Since you have objected so strongly, we will not accept her to come to live in the new oasis for life, you can rest assured of this. Wishing good health, peace, and happiness for your family, plus or minus. To alleviate the conflict, I wrote quickly, Xiefeng's open letter to the parents of Chanyuan-Celestials, hoping that this woman's parents would understand Lifechanyuan and stop worrying about their daughter. Unfortunately, the woman's father read my letter and replied, Any sensible person can see at a glance that this is all brainwashing gobbledygook. I see it as childish nonsense and I believe none of it, I only believe what I hold in my hand, plus or minus. At the same time, he warned his daughter, once you enter the Chanyuan home, you will be locked up with no chance to run away and will suffer much. They might even sell you into sexual slavery abroad. Consider what I have said carefully before you make such a stupid decision, plus or minus. Then he sent his daughter this ultimatum, First, we want you to come home to end our family relationship, then you can live your fairy tale life and we will live our civilian life. Second, I have reported this to the police, and they will be investigating everything and they will find you wherever you go, plus or minus. I was completely speechless, what was going on here? I replied, your daughter has gone to work, why would you suspect that Lifechanyuan has kidnapped her? Calm down and learn more of the facts before doing something that you will regret later. Besides, your daughter is a 26-year-old adult woman, why do you still treat her as if she were a 12 or 13-year-old child? I have no intention of commenting on these confused parents. Everyone has their own perspective and knows that they are right. Who can say that they are wrong? But this incident reminds me of Jesus Christ's warning to us from Matthew 10 verse 36, A person's worst enemies shall be the members of their own household, plus or minus. Since my founding of Lifechanyuan, I have suffered countless attacks, insults, verbal abuse, ridicule, sarcasm, and threats, especially from the secular relatives of Chanyuan-Celestials. The secular parents of Chanyuan-Celestial scold me, their children scold me, their husbands and wives scold me, even their secular brothers and sisters scold me. None of the Chanyuan-Celestial's secular parents have offered me a single word of encouragement or affirmation while the 9 picturesque homes that we created were all destroyed. Of course there are no wronged souls in the world, I cannot blame anyone but myself, but I also have my right to fight for freedom. I declare that from this point forward, I will no longer consider caring for any Chanyuan-Celestial's elderly parents. Scold me and threaten me. I deserve it, but so do you. Only the gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints are crying. A with tilde A with circumflex A with grave A degree EO superscript 2 ed. 28 activities that are not allowed in Lifechanyuan. Xiefeng. April 4, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. The new oasis for life is the model for humankind's future. It is a program designed so that degree the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family plus or minus, and where degree no one will pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night plus or minus, every place will be clear and bright, the weather will be good for harvesting, and everyone will be happy, joyous, free, and blessed. Chanyuan-Celestials will give formless alms by creating a new era of production and life mode for humankind. Now, through this program, Chanyuan-Celestials can repay accumulated debts from past lives and accumulate life wealth in heaven so as to accomplish a sublimation from mortal to immortal, and to eventually enter the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. How will we realize this ideal of degree the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family plus or minus, and achieve the goal of degree no one will pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night plus or minus? How will we have green mountains, clear rivers, blue skies, fertile land, and abundant good weather for harvesting, and how will we make everyone live happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives? Traditional thinking, traditional values, and traditional ways will definitely not work. This requires new thinking, new values, and a new way. Once one becomes a Chanyuan-Celestial, they must completely abandon themselves, become selfless, format their own history, and discard all the understandings and concepts that they thought were right before they entered Lifechanyuan. It is not enough for them to simply detach themselves from worldly affairs and remold themselves, they also need to follow the guide-guess road map fully, or their ordeal will be endless and they will not survive. They must understand the truth that the wisdom of thousands of mortals combined is not as great as the vision of a single saint. No one should ever try to figure everything out before doing them, because you might not live long enough. To reach this goal, the following 28 activities are not allowed in the new oasis for life. Religious activities and rituals. Political activities and organizational rituals. Personal worship, especially the deification of Xiefeng. The hanging or posting of any personal portraits, especially those to promote Jesus Christ, Shakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Xiefeng, or any other master, bodhisattva, angels, or great prophets whom you respect. The posting of any religious doctrines, calligraphies, and paintings. Any channeling. The practice of magic and magical arts other than party tricks. Discussions about spirits, deities, fortunes, or disasters that are inconsistent with facts, science, logic, and spiritual perception. Practicing sneaky and furtive things that cannot be done in public. Insulting the head of government of any country or the leader of any nation. Disparaging any country or nationality. Exclusive fixed relationships. Celebrations of birthdays. Celebrations during festivals related to people, countries, religions, and political parties, only those that honor nature are acceptable. The consumption of wild animal meat. The harming of wild animals. Engaging in water pollution. Promoting or deifying oneself. Praying loudly in public, dishonoring Matthew 6 verse 5. Public marital and family affection. Teaching and guiding others. Introducing and disseminating degree the return of Jesus Christ, plus or minus, degree the new Maitreya Buddha, plus or minus, degree the Promise Mother, plus or minus, degree Lagerstremia Saint, plus or minus, degree Goddesses, plus or minus, degree Lifechanyuan, plus or minus, degree so-and-so Buddha, plus or minus, degree so-and-so Angel, plus or minus, degree so-and-so Master, plus or minus, and so on. Weird people who disrupt society in people's hearts and are not ordinary, honest, trustworthy, diligent, simple, and wise. Talking about ghosts. Fancy outfits outside of party times. Except for the sick and elderly, and young children, any enjoyment of special food, clothing, housing, or transportation, no matter how great their credit is, Xiafeng is no exception. The ownership of personal belongings. Men sexually harassing women. Gift-giving between each other. Understand that the new oasis for life is not affiliated with any country, political party, religion, nation, or organization, let alone with any individual. The new oasis for life belongs to the greatest creator, and all of humankind, and those living within it come from all over the world, from different cultures, different religions, and different racial and ethnic backgrounds, to make everyone live happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly. It must be like this. A with tilde A with circumflex superscript 1 A with diaeresis degree EOI 1/2 U. 18 Details of caring for the elderly in the new oasis for life. Xiafeng. April 9, 2020. Translated by Chanyuan and edited by Kair. We must completely end the problem of people spending their final years lonely and in misery, which has been the case since the beginning of human history. In the new oasis for life, we must allow elderly people to live a carefree and picturesque fairy life and let them always be in the company of middle-aged and young people and even children, so that they can fully enjoy the beauty of old-age life. Below are 18 details of caring for the elderly in the new oasis for life. The best rooms are reserved for the elderly. The best food is reserved for the elderly. Specially trained people care for the elderly. Every night one person is tasked with saying degree good night, plus or minus to the elderly. Every morning, someone sees that the elderly has all woken up, and helps them to wash themselves and eat their breakfasts. People ask how the elderly people feel every day and whether they need anything so as to meet their needs to the maximum. Someone assists the elderly to take baths, being careful that they do not slip or fall. People hold the arms of those with mobility issues. The elderly's rooms are kept clean, tidy, and airy. Bed sheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases used by the elderly are changed and washed at least once every 3 days. Clothes worn by the elderly are changed and washed at least once every 3 days. Help is given to scrub the elderly's bodies and wash their hair if they cannot wash themselves. The most comfortable seats are positioned in the best places for the elderly during entertainment parties. Clean, boiled water is available at all times in the elderly's rooms, so they can drink it at any time. Food is delivered to the elderly if they are unable to walk to the canteen. The elderly is accompanied often to walk around in the courtyards and fields, and to chat with them to eliminate their loneliness. Roads over which the elderly often pass are smoothed to avoid tripping. Fun activities are organized for the elderly to participate in and keep them happy. According to Chanyuan values and the more than 10 years of practice of the new oasis for life, our goal is that every Chanyuan-Celestial should be able to live to 120 years of age. In the new oasis for life, the definition of elderly is anyone who is at least 80 years young, then they can start enjoying this kind of treatment. Actually, some of our elderly people are more than 80 years young but continue to do physical work every day, while many over 70 years are still working as energetically as much younger people. Therefore, in the new oasis for life, members in their 60s and 70s are called middle-aged, and anyone under 60 is considered a young person. Every Chanyuan-Celestial who reaches the age of 120 years is encouraged to leave the mortal world immediately without nostalgia for it. We send the elderly people to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium Celestial Islands continent through degree the method of being free from the mortal body in meditation, plus or minus. Superscript 2yo and I1/2 a 3/4 superscript 3 1/2 c. The realms that Chanyuan-Celestials have achieved. Xiefeng. May 3, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. There were more than 2,000 Chanyuan-Celestials in 2009. After more than 10 years, only 444 of them remain, so it can be seen how strict the Lifechanyuan elimination mechanism has been. Of these remaining Chanyuan-Celestials, at least half of them are unqualified, but the truly compliant degree-ripe crops plus or minus who can be harvested into the granary of the kingdom of heaven is only slightly more than 100. These are the tops in the world, that is, only very few people can enter heaven, and if you do not believe me, then just check the following and see if you can reach the level that these more than 100 fortunate souls have achieved. They have transcended life and death. Even if the more than 100 Chanyuan-Celestials die now, they would not hesitate or have any fear, but will face death calmly and joyfully. Death is like changing a car or a boat, and its threat would never make them succumb. Any temptation is powerless to them. You could offer them $100 million to leave Xiefeng, but they would remain indifferent. Money, power, fame, gain, and carnal pleasure can neither touch them nor shake their faith. They are calm in the face of both favor and disgrace. However, you praise or eulogize them would not persuade them to comply. No matter how you insult, derogate, or threaten them, they would not get angry. Owning nothing, possessing neither tangible material things nor intangible non-material things, they have no relatives, no enemies, let alone any lovers, and are in an ethereal and beautiful state of being that is one with Tao. They have no desires, take things as they come, associate with others by following predestined relations, act in accordance with their natures, take advantage of opportunities that arise, and are in a state of inaction. They will neither argue with anyone nor comment on who is right or wrong. They have surpassed the dualistic Taiji thinking and entered into the holographic state of non-form thinking. They never panic or complain about others when adversity or danger is at their door, but remain at ease, natural, and unrestrained. They never complain, compare themselves to or find fault with others, suffer from envy, are always blooming with the nature of Tathagata, and are always full of energy and infinite vitality. There are many more descriptions that can be stated, but how many people can achieve even these 8 states? Many truths taught by Jesus, Buddha, Lao Tzu, and other wise masters, are easy to learn and even to understand, but they are next to impossible to live. If you do not believe me, then just try them yourself. How were we able to reach such high levels of self-improvement and self-cultivation in Lifechanyuan within only about 10 years? This is very simple to answer. It is that we have grasped the core of self-improvement and self-cultivation, and our precious time has not been wasted on chanting scriptures, casting spells, practicing and sitting in meditation, understanding obscure concepts, reading a vast sea of degree chicken soup for the soul, plus or minus, preaching and debating, paying attention to and worrying about changes in our current situation or natural changes, nor has it been wasted on the mundane affairs of human relations in daily life. We did 3 things earnestly. We repaid our debts and severed our secular ties. We accumulated merits and treasures in heaven. We perfected our life's non-material structure by living collectively. Chanyuan-Celestials are rising to the highest realms of life, and it can be said with pride that these more than 100 Chanyuan-Celestials have stood at a higher realm of life than any other people throughout all of human history. Only these nearly 100 people have collectively achieved it. This is a miracle, a feat, and more than a myth. Copyright AE 1/2 superscript 1 superscript 2 superscript 2 UO divided by OAEUEA with diaresis. Celebrating the 12th anniversary of Xiefeng-style communism. Xiefeng. April 18, 2021. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. On April 18, 2009, a group of Chanyuan-Celestials gathered in Taiyuan City, Shaanxi Province, China, and began living the Xiefeng-style communist lifestyle. Since then, 18 homes have been built in Kunming, Anning, Chuxiong, Lingsang, Lijiang, Nanjing, Aksu and Korla of Xinjiang, Canada, Thailand, and other places. The construction has lasted for a dozen years, has taken us across tens of thousands of kilometers, and has never stopped. Over the past 2,000 years, the Chinese nation has added few contributions to human civilization, either ideologically or scientifically and technologically. On the one hand, we enjoy the fruits of Western civilization, yet on the other, we belittle it, we are not grateful. It is like a beggar wearing fresh, new clothing, and feeling that they have become aristocratic, but have instead only become ignorant, arrogant, non-virtuous, and barbarous. This AQ style of national pride is pitiful and pathetic. Only Xiafeng-style communism can bring the Chinese nation into the ranks of human civilization. It would be the greatest contribution from China to human civilization and would surpass all the values of Western civilization to become a beacon that would shine on the progress of humankind. During the 4 dozen hot and cold seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, this group of Chanyuan-Celestials, striving for Xiafeng-style communism, has suffered a multitude of hardships and humiliation. They were forced out of their picturesque homes which they had built with their own blood, sweat, and tears, and had to keep moving to different areas throughout China. They were reborn from their old ruins again and again. Many Chanyuan-Celestials fell and left Lifechanyuan along the way. The road to civilization was difficult and dangerous. Barbarism shrouded the clear sky like sandstorms, and flooded over the dams of civilization again and again. Ever since the first emperor of the Qin dynasty burned books and buried Confucian scholars alive, the backbone of the Chinese nation has been broken, the kingdom of God has become godless, and the other leaders were either big or small tyrants or submissive slaves to colonizers. The suppression of new ideas has become the main theme of the Chinese nation. Chanyuan-Celestials have not been intimidated by these difficulties. In this age of material desires and moral corruption, they have always stuck to their beliefs and the bottom line of civilization. Over the past dozen years, no Chanyuan-Celestials have committed any crimes, and no harm has been done to human society or to nature. Only their quality of truth, kindness, beauty, love, honesty, and peace flickers in the dark sky. We will neither beg pitifully for a green light nor give up our dignity to ask for anyone's help. We cannot gamble on the chance that people might have consciences. We know that there will be wolves, tigers, leopards, turbulent rivers, treacherous shoals, and even cliffs along our road ahead, but they have not, do not, and will not ever frighten us because we have already left life and death out of our consideration. Even if we must eat stale bread with impure water, dress in rags, we will continue to move forward in a natural and unrestrained way. If people do not change their traditional modes of production and life, they will face endless bitterness. The Western capitalist system has proven itself to be no more helpful, and the so-called degree socialism, plus or minus, can only prolong its last gasp. Relying on any existing religious or political party doctrines will never bring people into the era of degree. The talented will be put to good use and the whole world will be one family, plus or minus. No one will pocket anything found on the ground and doors will not be bolted at night, and degree, where people live and work happily, peacefully, and contentedly, plus or minus. Any thinkers, philosophers, sociologists, or so-called practitioners who fail to think about practicing Xiafeng-style communism are merely self-sentimental groans, nonsensical affairs, thoughtless works and actions, and patches on old clothes. Any of them who do not understand the space and time of the universe, the truth of life, how Tao works, and the ways and laws of nature, are blind and incapable and will lead you into fire pits. The prelude to the great adjustment of life in the universe is underway. The plot will become more and more sudden and violent, and no one will be able to resist it. Just as when the plague god makes people around the world wear masks at the same time, presidents all have to wear them obediently, not to mention ordinary people. May people sublimate into Xiafeng-style communism as soon as possible. It is the only Noah's Ark of our era. 1/4 A with diaresis A with tilde 1/2 superscript 1 U 1/4 E O 1/4 OIN. Canada is like the Lifechanyuan international family. Xiefeng. August 30th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. What kind of country is Canada? From his foot, we can measure Achilles. I would like to share my recent experience in Canada for your consideration. Chanyuan-Celestial, my partner for many years, became ill on the morning of August 5th, so I called the emergency medical services. Half an hour later, an ambulance arrived at the Lifechanyuan international family in Lac La Hatch. Two first aid specialists carried her on a stretcher into an ambulance and quickly drove her to our local hospital at 100 Mile House, more than 30 kilometers away, where emergency treatment was begun. At 1 o'clock in the morning that night, our local hospital transferred her to the intensive care unit of the Royal Inland Hospital in Kamloops, more than 200 kilometers away, where general examinations and treatments were carried out and 24-hour care was provided. After a few days, Royal Inland sent her to Kelowna Hospital, another 200 kilometers away, where an operation was performed that same day. That night, Huang was sent back to Kamloops by ambulance, and on August 16th, they returned her to Kelowna Hospital once again. On August 17th, a very complicated double heart procedure was performed, and after the operation, she recovered there. On August 22nd, I brought Huang back to Lifechanyuan international family. I did a rough calculation, and excluding the laboratory staff, more than 80 doctors and nurses from the 3 hospitals had been involved in her treatment. The efficiency of the hospitals was unimaginable. Every doctor and nurse was simply an angel on earth. That kind of concern, love, sense of responsibility, and care touched me to no end. Whenever the hospital heads, doctors, and nurses asked me if everything was okay or if I had any other needs, I always answered that she and I were fully satisfied, that there was not the slightest thing to find fault with, and that everyone was doing everything perfectly. For example, the doctor who performed her procedure described to me in detail what they would do before and after the operation, and after it had been completed, he called and told me that the operation was successful and everything went well, so that I could relax. The hospital's chefs prepared each meal specially according to the patient's condition, and each one came with a printed note that listed the specific food, the patient's name, the time, and some nutritional information. The attitudes of the doctors, nurses, and chefs were kind from beginning to end. Their tones of voices were gentle and warm, and every detail was arranged accurately. What is more moving was that when Huang was sent from Kamloops to Kelowna Hospital, a doctor from the 100 Mile House Hospital drove for more than 3 hours to the hospital in Kamloops to accompany Huang to the Kelowna Hospital and gave me his phone number to contact him at any time. I drove from Kamloops to the Kelowna Hospital, but since I took longer than the ambulance did, a nurse from the Kelowna Hospital called me twice to ask about my progress, and when I eventually arrived, she stood waiting for me at the entrance to the hospital and led me to the operating room immediately. Before leaving the hospital, a staff nurse asked for some details about our home, such as how many steps there were, whether we had stools for showering, and so forth. When I told her that we had none, she immediately contacted the Red Cross in my area to provide suitable equipment. When I returned home, I went straight there, and since they had been told everything well in advance, they could quickly go through the procedure for using the equipment safely with me. According to a knowledgeable person, our medical expenses would have come to nearly 2/3 of $1,000,000 Canadian, which is the equivalent of more than 3 million RMB yuan, but that the Canadian government bore all of our costs. We never paid a penny, not even for the ambulance rides before and after the operation. Huang stayed in a single, private room filled with life-saving equipment from start to finish. This time I found that the bed was almost a cartoon transformer which could be adjusted to be high or low and could be used as a bed or a recliner. On the device were a dozen buttons for a myriad of functions. One of them displayed the patient's weight while another translated between any of several languages. The nurse spoke to me in English, but the equipment in the bed translated it immediately into Mandarin. When either Huang or I spoke Mandarin, the device translated it directly into English, not only in text form, but also by voice. Every day, an average of between 7 and 8 doctors and nurses worked in a Huang's room, every day, 4 to 6 infusion tubes supplied intravenous medications 24 hours each day. Blood, urine, and feces were all taken every day to be examined in laboratories. Videos of her heart were taken in which its workings could be seen clearly along with all of the internal organs, the bones, and especially the sternum area. An electrocardiogram image was prepared every day and video displays showed vital stats including the heart rate, blood pressure, and so forth. The doctors and nurses put their sanitary gloves and work clothes on whenever they entered her room and threw them into a dustbin as they left. Almost all the supplies were disposable, so you can imagine how expensive everything must have been. Were it not for Canada's medical technology, a Chanyuan-Celestial's life in this mortal world would have ended, and were it not for their medical insurance system, I would have gone bankrupt and would be living on the streets today. This time, the hospital staff told me that during the patient's stay, no relatives or friends would be allowed to accompany them because once they entered the hospital, everything became the hospital's responsibility. Fortunately, I was allowed to enter the hospital to participate in various procedures only as a special case. From this, I understood why such a large hospital is so quiet and no miscellaneous personnel work degree hanging out, plus or minus. Only doctors, nurses, and other necessary staff workers were there, no one else. The environment in the hospital was clean and spotless and it had no discernible smells, not even those of alcohol or medicines. What was even more surprising to learn was that in Canadian hospitals, whether a patient is wealthy or a minimum wage worker, a government official or a poor farmer, all are treated the same. Doctors and nurses never provide special care to anyone and there is never any need or even any opportunity to establish special relationships to go through a degree backdoor, plus or minus to be given a good bed or doctor, let alone to send red packets, cash bribes, to anyone. If a Canadian cannot take care of themselves when they become old and they do not have anyone to care for them, everything will be contracted by the Canadian government. Widows and the lonely need not worry about how they will survive. Once one reaches the age of 65, whether they live in a major city or on a farm and whether they were a government worker or a private enterprise employee, they will receive a monthly pension of nearly 1,200 Canadian dollars and the government will send a caretaker for anyone who requires help in taking care of themselves at home. By the way, one of our Celestials specializes in doing that kind of work. In addition, Canadian parents enjoy the Canada Child Tax Benefit, which is just over 600 Canadian dollars per month, until they reach the age of 18 years. The child of one of our Canadian Chanyuan-Celestials is 13 years old this year, and they receive that amount each month. This is Canada. To anyone who thinks that Canada is a wicked capitalist country, you are wrong. In my opinion, Canada is a very communistic society and is in some ways similar to the Lifechanyuan style international family. During the 3 years that I have been running a small hotel here, I have felt absolutely zero racial discrimination from anyone and no government agency including any police department has come to check on me. In perfect honesty, apart from seeing uniformed police patrolling the highways, I have never seen any law enforcement agency. Also, I have been driving on the highways for most of my more than 3 years here and have never been charged any tolls to use any of them. Having benefited so much from Canada, I feel a need to serve this wonderful country, so I have decided to build a home for 300 Chanyuan-Celestials here so that our values and mode will take root, blossom, and bear fruit in order to add brilliance to this abundant, beautiful, just, free, spectacular, colorful, and great country. O Canada! Superscript 2 Superscript 10 degree II 3/4 ITUAU. How should Chanyuan-Celestials care for animals and revere life? CFN. January 14, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kayer. All of the 8 dogs in one of our Xanadus died, none remain. This was a revelation which informed us that there was a problem with the collective consciousness of our Chanyuan-Celestials. It proved that not all the Chanyuan-Celestials in the Xanadu cared for life and revered life enough. It was a sign of the imperfection of the Chanyuan-Celestials' consciousnesses. At the same time, it meant that there was a huge crisis lurking in our Xanadu because if animals died in rapid succession, then the people's survival was also in danger. If all kinds of lives grew vigorously there, then that place would be full of vigor and vitality, and its people would live happily and for a long time. Everyone's futures are related closely to other lives, and when they are indifferent to or even abusive of them, then there is no doubt that they will suffer unhappy and stressful futures. Can you imagine a person surviving in a barren desert? There is no doubt that they would not survive for very long by themselves. Why? Because there is no other life. It is only where all kinds of lives thrive and survive easily that people can live well. The 8 dogs in our Xanadu no longer exist. The main responsibility rested with the tour guide because I did not teach everyone how to care for life. It was strictly negligence on my part. Secondly, another main responsibility lied with Chanyuan-Celestial because I told him clearly to be responsible for feeding the dogs. This showed that Chanyuan did not have a strong sense of responsibility and that he did not care for or revere life enough. It is not difficult to raise dogs. I have raised more than a dozen. Except for one dog who had a pimple on its neck and needed to be taken to the veterinary hospital for surgery, none of the others have ever had any problems which required medications or injections, and they all lived well. To raise dogs, you only need to pay attention to 5 things. The first one is to feed them fresh food at least once every day but never to let them eat it when it gets stale. The second is to keep them warm in cold weather because dogs cannot tolerate cold weather. The third is that their homes must be kept clean. The fourth is that they must be bathed regularly to remove any parasites from them. And finally, the fifth and most important rule is to make sure that they feel your love for them. It is unlikely that a dog will get sick and die prematurely if you follow these 5 rules. How should Chanyuan-Celestials care for animals and revere life? I do not need to say anything profound, I will just give you a few examples. Unspecified currency. When I was a teacher in Lifechanyuan Body Mine No. 2 Middle School in Gansu, I kept a few cats and some chickens until the chickens were eventually discovered and eaten by weasels. The last chicken always followed a Huang wherever she went. When a Huang cooked in the kitchen, it followed her and laid at her feet. When a Huang was asleep, it laid beside the bed. The cat always walked around her, but as soon as a Huang sat down, it would jump into her arms immediately. Why was that? Because a Huang took special care of and cherished all the little animals. Unspecified currency. We raised myna birds in the 4th branch and one day, accidentally, one of them flew out and disappeared. A Huang looked everywhere for it and shouted everywhere, "Myna, come home. Myna, come back." Suddenly, I witnessed the myna fly over from a distant eucalyptus tree straight into her arms. Unspecified currency. Do you remember Snow Leopard, our dog from the 4th branch? Aside from his being born with high spirituality, most of his skills were taught to him by a Huang. Do you know how a Huang managed and protected Snow Leopard? At night, afraid that he would be frozen, she put a thick layer of cotton cloth in the carton where he slept. After the puppy lay down, she covered him with an old cotton towel. When she heard his chirping sound at night, she knew that he needed to relieve himself, so she got up quickly and opened the door for him. After he came back, she could then fall back asleep. Unspecified currency. We had a bird park in the 4th branch. No matter whether there were pigeons or parrots, there were basically no major problems. Do you know how the birds survived? A Huang maintained their food and water every day and never missed one, otherwise the birds would have died long before. I dispute with a Huang on a lot of issues, but one thing I have to admire about her is her love for the little animals. I knew a long time ago that a Huang must be rewarded. If we treat all life kindly, then it would treat us kindly too. Today, of all the Chanyuan-Celestials, a Huang and I have the best living conditions. Why do we? The fundamental reason is that we have treated life kindly, and it is a reward from Tao. Chanyuan-Celestial and Jiao-Celestial should still remember that when I left Zimbabwe before April 18th, I explained to them that we must treat all the lives in the family well, even the grasses and trees, so that there will be no crises in our lives. Even small trees and grasses will help to eliminate many risks. Do you remember how I treated bees and mice kindly? Remember that in our homes, killing snakes is never allowed. Animals are more afraid of cold than people are. I raised a very smart black German Shepherd for the first time in Zimbabwe. One year in winter, it was not particularly cold. Usually, the dog slept in his doghouse in the yard, but one day as I opened the door, he insisted on coming inside. I did not normally let him in, but after he squeezed in that day, he would not leave no matter how I pushed him. After a while, I found him hiding curled up behind a sofa and looking at me pitifully. I finally realized that it was too cold outside and that the dog needed warmth. From then on, whenever it was cold, I would add more layer of insulation, even shabby blankets to his doghouse. We once had 2 kittens in the 4th branch which had been brought from Lingsong by Chanyuan, but they both died soon thereafter. I will tell you why that happened. Both of them had frozen to death. After I found that one of the kittens had frozen to death, I hurriedly took the other one to my room and let it crawl into my bed, but sadly, many of its internal organs had already stopped functioning and it died the following day. I raised a few dogs when I lived in a villa next to an embassy in Zimbabwe. In the end, there were too many of them, so I gave a dog named De Huang to the girl who washed clothes for me. De Huang was tall and powerful, but he died within a few days after the girl's father brought him into their home. The girls said that ever since he brought De Huang into their house, he never ate or drank, and finally succumbed to thirst and starvation. Another 2 dogs I raised in Zimbabwe, Lem and Rambo, were both fine when I was there, but as soon as I left, they died in rapid succession. Rambo was said to have been hit by a car. Given the above examples, I want everyone to know how to love animals and revere lives. Ask yourself, have you ever cared for lives like this? If you have not, it means that the structure of your life is still too rough, and that you are not yet worthy to enter heaven. Superscript 2a a with tilde a with grave pound ia a paragraph 1/4 a with grave. Why are all the people remaining? In Lifechanyuan honest people. Xiefeng. October 10, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. The wisdom of our tour guide, Xiefeng, is not enough to lead smart people, but honest people are easily persuaded, so it is only honest people who have remained in Lifechanyuan. In 2009, there were almost 2,000 Chanyuan-Celestials, but now barely 200 of them remain. This is like Wang Shaork's celebrating the Spring Festival. Degree this new year is not as good as the old year. How did I manage to drive away so many smart people so quickly? I used the following 8 methods. Whoever enters the home, regardless of who they are, what connections they have, what their background, education, status, and age are, or how wise and wealthy they are, must participate in labor, including the gathering of feces from the toilets. This menial work scared half of the smart ones away. Pursuing the philosophy that whoever proposes must take charge and whoever takes charge bears all the consequences scared the clever people who were good at using their brains and mouths. They found out that there was no soil upon which for them to become chiefs of staffs and supervisors. Dictatorship instead of democracy is practiced in the home. Once my golden mouth has opened, my words will be followed and executed without discussing, arguing, debating, or voting. In this way, the thoughts and methods of forming political parties to vote and control the decisions would no longer work, so they had to leave the home. No one can be privileged. In the new oasis, whether you are a senior member, have dedicated much, a meritorious person, or one of our branch directors, you will enjoy the same food, clothing, housing, and transportation as everyone else. You still need to line up for dinner in the dining hall and live in a thatched house. There are no special considerations. There was once a Chanyuan-Celestial, my God, he was so good at flattering me that not long after he entered into our home, he said that the tour guide guest birthdays must be celebrated even if other people's guest birthdays can be omitted and that they must be celebrated grandly. I felt weird in my heart that this guy wanted to bring a set of pandering customs from secular society into our home. Today he would make a special arrangement for me, tomorrow he would find reasons to make exceptions for directors, then he would make special arrangements for others, and then he would draw our home into the secular world and in the end, completely destroy it. At that moment, I knew in my heart how I had to deal with him. This kind of person could not be kept in our home, but for what reason should I have made him leave? God helped me. Within a few days, he wanted to embrace a female celestial forcibly and by doing so, gave me my opportunity. The next day I announced his expulsion from our home. Then, there was a cook who brought my meal separately, I did not say anything. The second time, I noticed that there was more meat in my bowl than in anyone else's and I figured out why my meal was brought to me in that way. The third time, I burst out, degree special treatment is not allowed in our home, plus or minus. This is the procedure and I am nothing, in front of, the procedure. Whoever treats me or anyone specially must leave. From then on, no matter which branch I went to, no cook dared to give me anything better than a common meal. Of course, they dared not do it to anyone else either. This rule that no one is special in our home removed many smart people. The higher one gets official rank is, the shabbier they must live. In fact, there are no official titles in our home, but every branch must have a convener. We also call them degree directors, according to the secular procedure, which is the branch director of each branch, thus, they have essentially become the official of the branch. If you have an official position, then you have powers and rights, and if there are powers and rights, then there will be opportunities to maintain them, and if you are not clear-headed, then you will give yourself privileges, so how can we prevent our directors from becoming corrupt? Here are 6 ways. A. No director is allowed to touch money, that can only be spent by the Chanyuan-Celestial who manages it. No director can use our home guest money to do anything special for themselves, no way. B. The directors are only responsible for production arrangements but is not allowed to be responsible for spiritual guidance to prevent the unity of politics and religion. They have the power to arrange production and life, but they have no power to control the spirits and souls of others. C. For dining, the directors line up in the dining hall line with everyone else. For housing, the directors are to live in the most dilapidated and worst room. A newly built house has nothing to do with any director. That is, the directors must be the first for hardship but the last for enjoyment. D. No offices are set up for directors to prevent their hiding inside them to avoid labor. Directors must be on the front lines of production, participate in labor, and appear at the places where it is the hardest, most tiring, and dangerous. E. If any director causes physical, mental, or spiritual harm to any other Chanyuan-Celestial, especially ones of the opposite sex, then they will also be expelled from our home immediately. F. If any director has done anything to suppress any other Chanyuan-Celestial, everyone is encouraged to resist them. In this way, it will always be the director who suffers the most but enjoys the least. When a wise person finds that there is no profit to be gained in our home, they find that they have to leave. The community implements Lifechanyuan-style communism. This is not a charity, let alone a nursing home. Anyone who wants to live within our Lifechanyuan-style community, plus or minus, must have enough dedication to give more than what they receive from it. No one must ever think that they can enjoy this kind of good life without their own dedication and labor. There is no such place in the world or even in the entire universe. Therefore, everyone who enters our home must ask themselves this question every day: have I gained more from the community today than what I have contributed to it? If anyone wants to slack off and shun work in the home, crave for ease and comfort, or depend on others for support, no way. Laziness is the worst enemy of our home, and whoever does not calculate this account carefully every day will not be far from degree being expelled from our home. Anyone who wants to get something for nothing instead of by creating value. Bug off. In this way, smart people do not want to stay in the home, so they just slip away. It is not allowed to explain, disseminate, or practice qigong, magic methods, or magic arts within the home. We only self-cultivate according to Tao and build roads, but we do not do any of the aforementioned practices. As a result, there is no marketplace for any people who would like to make a living from the above-mentioned practices. Those degree smart people plus or minus are excluded by me at Lifechanyuan guest gate. You can preach and lecture scriptures and principles in our home, but you must answer 2 questions before you preach anything. Have you read through and understood the Bible, the Diamond Sutra, the Quran, the Tao Te Ching, Chanyuan Corpus, and Xiafeng Corpus, and do you think that your cognitive ability and wisdom surpass those of Jesus, Shakyamuni, Muhammad, Laozi, and Xiafeng? If you answered yes, then my God, you are God. Please rest assured that we will listen to you. If you answered no, then please close your sweet little or big mouth. As a result, the wise ones who wanted to play with those concepts and rely on them for their livings had no choice but to run away with their tails between their legs. I have a few more methods to exclude smart people. There is a key one, but I will not discuss it because if I do, then whoever learns it might become the guide and kick me out, and I am not stupid. I will keep this one privately to myself, so you will have to figure out what my plan is for yourself. In this way, the last remaining people in our home will all be honest ones. I am like Wu Daoang opening his shop. His assistant could never be taller than he was or he would have felt inferior. Ugh. This has all been caused by the pandemic and my business has become smaller and smaller. However, if anyone gives me a piece of tattered land, as long as the government does not interfere, Chanyuan-Celestials can turn it into a picturesque paradise within 3 months, and during that brief time, houses, restrooms, bathrooms, a dining hall, a kitchen, and a meeting hall will all be built, and trees, flowers, fruits, and vegetables will be planted and growing, chickens will be laying eggs, and the place will be as beautiful as a fairyland. How and why can we do these things? Because all the remaining people are honest, and honest people can do honest things. A with tilde superscript 2 IA superscript 3 OE superscript 3. Lifechanyuan does not advocate veganism. Xiafeng. October 25, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kayer. Lifechanyuan follows the way of nature, which exists on the principle that low-level life serves high-level life, microbes serve plants, plants serve insects, birds, and beasts, everything in nature serves mankind, and the whole universe serves the greatest creator. This shows that humans can eat animals. The teachers of Lifechanyuan are Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and sages from the past. It is recorded in the Gospels that Christ Jesus fed 5,000 people with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. It is written that God will give us meat, and that we can eat it. If we were not allowed to eat meat, then Jesus would not have fed people with fish. Did Buddha Shakyamuni eat meat? The Buddhist classics are vast and voluminous. We will not look for the Buddha's original words from the classics, but learn from the Diamond Sutra, which says that the Buddha's food came from receiving alms. In simple words, this means that the Buddha traveled to every household to beg for food and that he ate whatever they offered. No records indicate that he ever rejected meat dishes from almsgivers. These facts prove that the Buddha ate meat. Whether Lao Tzu ate meat or not is unclear, but Lao Tzu has this famous philosophical point of view: the best people are like water. What are the characteristics of water? One of them is that if its container is round, then it will be round; if its container is square, then it will be square. By extension, if there is only vegetarian food, then we should eat vegetarian food; if there is only meat, then we should eat meat. In this way, we will be in line with the characteristics of water. If we refuse to eat because no vegetarian food were around, then would we be acting like water? Of course not, we would actually be acting more like stone. As for whether or not Muhammad, PBUH, ate meat, look at Muslims. Muslims eat meat selectively. To sum up, gods, Buddhas, and celestials did not teach us that we must be strictly vegetarian. I have inspected the three realms and found that whether it is heaven, earth, or hell, the environments of lives have nothing to do with the type of food that they eat, but is closely related to their souls. It is better to say that whether a person lives on the earth, in heaven, or in hell is completely related to the non-material structure of their life and has nothing to do with their dietary habits. This fact proves that vegetarians are not necessarily compassionate while those who eat meat are not necessarily evil. In the thousands of years of human history, there is no evidence that vegetarians have ever been more compassionate than meat eaters. To give a simple example, a chef made a dish with meat and vegetables in it. A vegetarian came over and told the chef that they do not eat meat and that a vegetarian dish must be prepared for them. May I ask, was this vegetarian being compassionate to the chef? Who was being merciful to the chef when they increased their workload? What kind of mercy was this? From the perspective of the transformation of life, no one can reincarnate to a higher level space while they owe any debts that remain unpaid. If a penny of debt is not repaid, then they will have to stay in the same realm of life and cannot advance until it is repaid. For example, if someone owes debts but they die before those debts are repaid, then it is absolutely impossible for their debts to be written off and that person must continue to reincarnate into the world to repay them. They can only leave the world when all of their debts have been repaid. If their debts are heavy, then they will reincarnate into the livestock world as an ox or horse to repay them. In this sense, the animals that are raised have their fateful sides. For example, pigs' fates are to be slaughtered and eaten to repay their debts and reincarnate out of the pig world. If they are not slaughtered and their meat is not eaten, then they will continue to reincarnate into the livestock world because their debts are not being repaid. From this, it can be seen that eating their meat is merciful to them because they will become liberated. If they are not eaten, then no one will be letting them repay their debts. It would be cruel to let them continue to reincarnate back as livestock. From the perspective of creationism, all products created by people have their functions and everything created by them have their clear purposes. Do we create computers and mobile phones just for fun without any purposes or uses? Does the greatest creator create lives without purposes or uses? Are they all piled up on a whim? For example, when pigs are created, what is their purpose? Is there no value or meaning? The purposes for creating roosters is to crow to wake us up in the morning and to inseminate the hens, and the purposes of hens are to lay eggs and produce more of their kind. The creation of beautiful birds is to provide a sense of beauty to human beings. Everything created has its purpose, then what is the purpose and usage of creating pigs? They exist for biological balance. Just enough carnivores are created to consume otherwise over-reproductive herbivores. So, what about the artificially fed surplus rams, roosters, and bulls? Shall we continue to raise them? Are you willing to continue to raise them, or do you want to release domestic animals into the forests and leave them to fend for themselves, or perhaps you would be willing to take care of them? Therefore, Lifechanyuan does not advocate veganism. We are practical and will not be moral supremacists. However, Lifechanyuan does not advocate eating wild animal meat because no wild animals have been created to be eaten by humans. We eat meat from animals that have been specifically fed by humans, especially those animals that are specifically fed to provide meat for humans, yet we do not advocate that just anyone can slaughter them with any old knives. The slaughtering must be carried out by professionals so as to minimize the pain of those animals being slaughtered. The only disadvantage of eating meat is that, enjoying the nutrients of domestic animals and poultry will bring harm to the people's nature. This is scientifically reasonable because any meat of life carries genetic information. If we eat animals, then we absorb those animals' genetic information within us. If we eat too much animal meat, then the amount of animal information within us will increase. In this way, their animal nature will interfere with our human nature, and our human nature will mix with their animal's nature, so how do we avoid this? One way is to eat very little meat, and another way is to be grateful for the gift of food from the greatest Creator and to be grateful for the dedication of the animals eaten by us so as to resolve their nature. Going from one extreme to the other will bring harm to human society as well as to nature, so do not do anything with absolutism, that is, be an omnivore, neither a pure herbivore nor a pure carnivore. The best way is to take things as they are, follow predestined ties, eat whatever is available, and never go to extremes. As for those who are born without meat or who cannot eat meat due to disease and those who are physically allergic to it, that is another matter. IACAEA 1/2 A 3/4 NOIENO superscript 20 1/2 A 3/4. The problem of providing for the elderly, which has not been solved for 5,000 years, has finally been solved satisfactorily. Xiefeng. November 28, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kayer. Most people will become elderly eventually. Do not let them reach the ends of their lives in solitude, loneliness, helplessness, and misery. It is the will of the greatest Creator, the ideal of gods, Buddha, celestials, saints, and sages, and also everyone else's expectation. For 5,000 years, this unresolved problem of mankind has finally been satisfactorily resolved today. The traditional concept and method of relying on one's children to provide for their final years should come to an end. Although fond parents are legion, whoever saw a really filial child? In cases of chronic sickness, there are no dutiful children at the bedside. 5,000 years of human history tell us that relying on adult children to provide for their elderly parents is not an ideal solution. Sending elderly people to nursing homes will leave them with withered surroundings every day in the final stage of their lives. This is too cruel and is tantamount to saying, do not die at home, but go and wait for death somewhere else. In recent years, many of the elderly have joined voluntarily to mutually comfort and care for each other. This kind of living in one's old age is a helpless action and is not really an ideal model. So, where is the ideal old age support pattern for mankind and what are the contents of an ideal elderly support system? The most ideal one is in the new oasis for life created by Lifechanyuan. The details are as follows. The elderly people live together with middle-aged people, young people, and children all the time. Every day they can see energetic people around them, they live happily and joyously and forget that they are old, and they reach the end of their lives while laughing, joking, and chatting. The elderly should also live with enthusiasm, passion, vitality, and taste. It should always be made clear to them that death is only the end of life but not the end of life and that it is only a new starting point for life. After death, there will be a better place to go. It is like abandoning a boat and stepping ashore. In this way, the elderly will never again fear death, but will welcome its arrival happily. Do not let the elderly die from illness, lying helplessly in bed and waiting for death, but let them decide the day of their deaths by themselves when they feel no more worries, satisfied, and their consciousnesses are very clear. This is how I said to end life with the Chanyuan meditation ± method. Careful, sincere, and enthusiastic middle-aged or young people should always manage their daily lives. People should cook for them, prepare tea and water for them, wash their clothes, bedding, and sheets, assist in bathing them, say good morning to them when the sun rises and good night when it sets, so that they will have no worries about their futures. It has been 11 years since the new oasis for life was born on earth. 11 years of practice have proven that the above-mentioned cannot only be fully realized, but that it already has been. It is hoped that the governments of many countries will agree with our pattern of support for the elderly in the new oasis for life and its infinite merits for them that they should enjoy happily during their old age. I hope that young and middle-aged people will prepare for their old age as soon as possible and contribute their talents and financial resources to the elderly care model of the new oasis for life. Do not wait until you are old because it will be too late to consider it after the age of 60 because though the new oasis for life is not a charity and the blessings that one enjoys must be accumulated by oneself. It is unfair and unjust to rely on others' dedication and sacrifices without personally accumulating one's old age care capital in advance. I hope that everyone in the world will enjoy the elderly care mode benefits of the new oasis for life. May your sunset time be more exciting than your youth or middle age. Superscript 2y paragraph 1/4 1e. Chanyuan-Celestials are water bamboo people. Xiefeng. December 2, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. Anyone who has grown water bamboos knows how little they demand. As long as they have some water, they will always be lush and green. After more than 10 years of baptizing Chanyuan-Celestials, they have all become water bamboo people. They demand very little, and as long as they have thatched huts, bread, and water, they can live with vigor and vitality and have fun playing games and creating exquisite soul wealth, spiritual wealth, and material wealth. The cost of associating with Chanyuan-Celestials is very low. You can maintain close and friendly relationships with them at little cost because they expect little from you. They are like wild flowers, requiring no special nutrition or care. Whether you look at them or not, they will still bloom their flowers and green leaves brilliantly and bring beauty to nature. Chanyuan-Celestials absorb only a little bit of water, but what they pay back are milk and blood. For more than 10 years, Chanyuan-Celestial have been selflessly paying and dedicating every day, every month, and every year, creating more than a dozen picturesque Xanadus, for Chinese websites, 4 English websites, and 6 WeChat public accounts. This is all the crystallization of sweat and hard work. They are all paying and dedicating, but they never care about their personal gains and losses, nor do they get dispirited due to the harsh conditions and suffering of setbacks. They are so much like water bamboos. Huangtian-Celestial once said that, Chanyuan-Celestials who live in Lifechanyuan are the purest water bamboo people among humans. They are so sincere that they do not belong to this world. They need the least sunlight and water to dedicate the most vivid green color, the most elegant charm, and the quietest and most tasteful feelings. He was so right. I am ignorant. I do not know how many people in this world are like Chanyuan-Celestials, but I can say for sure that this group has the best qualities, and they are the purest and most selfless, the humblest and the richest in meaning, and with the highest state of nobility, because they are all water bamboo people. If you have never met any angels, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or celestial beings, then you should go meet some Chanyuan-Celestials to know what they are like. If they cannot go to heaven, then no one else can either. Y superscript 2, A with ring above A with tilde, A degree A with circumflex A with tilde 1/2 AIO. An analysis of the mystery of the unbreakable Lifechanyuan. Xiefeng. February 4, 2021. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. Lifechanyuan officially appeared on history's stage in 2003 after gestating for a long time before its appearance. From the day of its birth, it suffered countless setbacks. During its early period, it was discovered by an American astrologer who conducted an unexpected daily detailed guidance to me on everything. Then one day, 3 of her American partners from the United States, Britain, and Germany wanted to instruct me further and asked me to wear some kind of talisman, which I resisted completely because I did not wish to be controlled. Then an international scam group called me father in the name of the greatest creator, plus or minus, and cheated me out of much of the wealth that I had accumulated over the years. The starting point of Lifechanyuan was the Chinese Soul website, but just as we began showing signs of prosperity on from it, we were shut down for no apparent reason and were pushed to the freezing point. Fortunately, Xiaoxi appeared and began to launch Lifechanyuan continuously on Bushuan. For a time, the people there decried that Degree Bushuan had become a missionary website for the promotion of Lifechanyuan, plus or minus. In a short time, Falun Gong practitioners, Buddhists, and Christians joined the attacks on us. At the same time, Xiaoxi, Sidong, and a former Chanyuan-Celestial who initially supported and spread Lifechanyuan, turned on us and attacked us and me in particular, especially Xiaoxi, who wrote dozens of articles exposing and refuting our theory. Sitong and that former Chanyuan-Celestial were even more sarcastic and ridiculed us more than ever. Later, the ideological and public opinion circles of the Chinese government issued a warning. Foreign pro-democracy activists blocked Lifechanyuan, while the people of insight from the secular world never stop attacking and suppressing us. Just as we were gradually becoming depressed, Lifechanyuan appeared to launch Lifechanyuan's own website, but before I recovered from my happiness, Lingji quit. At the same time, there was endless scolding and condemnation against me across the web. The worst thing to read was my being called a quack, a big demon, and deceptive for money and sex. The most difficult period of time was during the attacks from dozens of masters on us on Zhoudawang.com. At that time, I fought with them bitterly every day, especially against their attacks on me from some of the former Chanyuan-Celestials. In order to counter them, I used harsh words without careful diction, so I ended up with the nickname, Degree the Shrew plus or minus. We originally wanted to build Lifechanyuan's headquarters in Harare, Zimbabwe, so we operated several businesses to earn money, but a series of unexpected incidents got in our way. Firstly, our rail freight was unloaded halfway and the containers with our goods in it were left unmoved for several months. Then several banks inexplicably refused to allow us to open accounts with them, and then part of our marketing space was occupied by a local lawyer, so we had to spend half a year in litigation, which can be described as rough and bumpy. In 2009, I returned to China and created the second home, the predecessor of the new oasis for life. After more than 3 years, I had built the first branch in Anning, the third branch in Chuxiong, and the fourth branch in Linsang. The second branch was to have been built in North America. 3 picturesque paradises were built and more than 10 million RMB yuan were invested in them, but the government did not understand us and drove us out of Yunnan province. Being homeless, some of our Chanyuan-Celestials went to Nanjing, and others went to Xinjiang. 3 homes, Nanjing, Gazerer, and Katayer were built in Nanhua province, and Kinjima was built in Xinjiang province. In total, 4 homes were built successively. When everything was basically completed and we were ready to start normal lives, we were expelled from all 4 of them by the government. Helpless again, we looked for a place to build our next homes. Finally, we secretly built secluded villa, Sesame Slope, farm hotel, and old forest in the mountains, for homes in Lijiang, Yunnan province. In less than a year, we were discovered by the government and were driven out of Yunnan again. By then, all of our money had been exhausted and we were tired. What should we have done? Those of us with families returned to live with them. Young people and middle-aged people all went out to work in cities, and the children and elderly members who had no homes to return to had to find places to live collectively and rely on migrant workers to send some money. In the end, the local schools did not allow our children to attend, so they had to return to their places of origin and study at schools there. It is very strange that at first, various local government departments and public security personnel came to check and investigate us hundreds of times and always felt that we were doing a good job, but in the end, they drove us away. I asked the relevant government personnel to give me reasons for why they did that, but they had none. Even today, we still do not know why we had to be driven away, so I believe the government simply misunderstood us. In fact, all public security personnel who had been to our homes and had spoken with me, from police directors to police officers, supported us from the bottoms of their hearts, but they all showed helpless expressions. I also told them that I understood them, and that they had to what they had to do. From the central level, President Xi said that, degree the people's yearning for a better life is our goal, plus or minus. At the same time, I once had a dream of President Xi telling me that he wanted to go to the cafeteria to get some food for us, but instead of getting that meal, our rice bowls were smashed. In addition, the supreme purpose of the Communist Party of China is to realize communism, and our home is a 100% communist model, so why would the government of the CPC want to eliminate us? This is very contradictory. Has Lifechanyuan been destroyed? No. Not only has it not been destroyed, but everyone has become more confident than ever. Why can we not be destroyed? There are two factors, an invisible one and explicit one. The invisible factor is that we are not the result of my passing fancy. We represent an inevitable trend in the evolution of human civilization. It is an arrangement and operation of Tao and the will of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, and God. From Lifechanyuan, one can discover and find their teachings and expectations from throughout human history as well as the long-cherished desire of the working people. This invisible factor is indestructible by any force. The explicit factor is that our production and life mode constructed by us not only does no harm to people, society, government, or nature, but on the contrary, it benefits all of them. The personal experience of the nearly 200 Chanyuan-Celestials who have lived in the new oasis for life is that they all like this life mode and want to spend their entire lives here. We are, especially to the elderly and children, simply paradise. The theory of Lifechanyuan is a set of harmonious systems. Our 800 Chanyuan values are irrefutable, and our production and life modes show the most advanced form of human life. Even if the bodies of all the Chanyuan-Celestials were to be destroyed now, the Chanyuan texts, pictures, videos, and messages left in the hearts of millions of people would still remain forever. In the process of human civilization in the future, no matter how intelligent people appear, to realize the most beautiful social formation of mankind, people will still have to absorb nourishment from Lifechanyuan obediently, and finally have to honestly copy the new oasis for life mode. Whoever thinks that they can exceed our Lifechanyuan theory and new oasis for life mode is simply wrong. The government will eventually understand and support Lifechanyuan and the new oasis for life mode. The working people will yearn for it after they understand what we have. Even capitalists, celebrities, experts, and scholars will admire us and want to enjoy the wonderful life of the new oasis for life. Not only can Lifechanyuan not be destroyed, but it will be recognized widely in the near future, and the new oasis for life production and life mode will be promoted globally. A with tilde A with circumflex superscript 2, superscript 1 own A with tilde O. The new oasis for life does not value rarities. Zufing. December 15, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. Lifechanyuan follows the way of the greatest creator, that is, the way of nature. As the new oasis for life which takes the way of nature, the most important things for everyone are the mountains, rivers, air, blue sky, sun, moon, white clouds, green hills, blue water, the earth, countryside, flowers and trees, livestock, birds, other animals, and so on. What are not important to us are rare goods. Anything that is rare, valuable, expensive, or top-branded is unimportant. For example, there is no need for anyone to wear gemstone necklaces, earrings, rings, famous brand clothes and accessories, or to buy expensive supplies. Everything's priority is its practicability, not its popularity or high price. As far as our home is concerned, there is no need to buy any high-end consumer goods. If utensils are plain and clean, then basic pottery is better than gold or jade. If there is moderation and choice in food, then vegetables are better than rare delicacies. No icing on cakes is necessary and the simplest is the best. Decorations are needed, but those in our home environment are based upon flowers. All kinds of flowers are to be planted around our residence: plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. Fruit trees are to be planted so the birds can perch, make nests, fly, and tweet all year long. A landscape painting would be good to hang indoors. Personal decorations are not based on wearing and dressing, but on cleanliness, tidiness, and decency. Do you remember that at the start of more than a dozen previous homes that we constructed, I asked that we build spacious, bright, and comfortable bathrooms and toilets, and then the kitchens, because those places reflect the degree of civilization of our homes and relate directly to everyone's three important H's: hygiene, health, and happiness. According to Chanyuan values, I suggest that rare goods such as gemstones, famous brand wear and supplies, cultural relics, and religious trinkets should not be allowed in our home. For these rare goods, not only should we not buy them, but we should not accept them even as free gifts. Celebrities of all levels and types are not allowed to enter our homes. Our homes are all made up of simple, kind, hard-working, honest, and ordinary people. We cannot afford celebrities, nor can we afford moral preachers. We only need humble workers and sincere service providers. Therefore, when searching for future Chanyuan-Celestials, stay away from celebrities, especially those who do not do practical work but have the gift of gab, people who lecture on scriptures and talk dharma, and from preachers. We need all kinds of craftsmen who can grow vegetables, flowers, and trees, can raise pigs, sheep, chickens, and cows, can build houses, and all kinds of skilled workers are welcome, but never people who know magical arts such as witchcraft, psychicism, feng shui, alchemy, healing, reciting mantras, and non-medical methods for curing diseases. In addition, there must be no religious ceremonies of any kind in our home, whether from Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, or other sects or folk belief systems, except for simple rituals for worshipping the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, in major festivals. No magical methods or techniques that are spooky and have no scientific basis are allowed in our home, and portraits of gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, saints, great men, heroes, or even of Xiafeng are allowed to be displayed anywhere. As the guide, I do not advocate meditation, living in seclusion, dieting, yoga, or of practicing these techniques, because they are rare practices. Follow the way of nature, work at sunrise, and rest at sunset. You can work hard on music, chess, calligraphy and painting, on becoming a craftsman, on gymnastics, dance and tai chi, and making an effort on creating material wealth, spiritual wealth, and soul wealth, on learning selections of popular science, on creating a happy, joyous, free, and blessed life atmosphere, but never on rare goods and practices. We common people must always think about common people's affairs and do what common people do, but never think about and do rare things. See 1/2 A with circumflex A with tilde A with diaresis. Please understand the nature of Lifechanyuan. Xiafeng. March 17, 2018. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. The mission of Lifechanyuan is to revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature, and follow the way of the greatest creator. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature. The purpose of Lifechanyuan is to reap the ripe crops. The byproduct of Lifechanyuan is to create a brand new mode of production and life for mankind that is completely different from the traditional mode, so that mankind and human life can last for 1,000 years in a state of harmonious coexistence between man and society, and man and nature. This 1,000-year period is called Lifechanyuan era. The instructors of Lifechanyuan are Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, and all the saints and sages in the history of mankind. Xiafeng is the tour guide of Lifechanyuan, the messenger of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, and the incarnation of God, Buddha, celestials, and saints. The duty of Xiafeng is to guide Chanyuan-Celestials to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Celestial Islands continent. Lifechanyuan is not a political organization, not a religious organization, or any type of social organization. Therefore, there are no legal provisions, rules and regulations or commandments of any form in Lifechanyuan, let alone any form of political or religious rituals. Lifechanyuan does not belong to any country, political and religious organization, nationality, any kind of culture, nor does it belong to human beings. Lifechanyuan is not against any country, any government, any ethnic group, any political party, any religion, any faction, or any person. Lifechanyuan does not engage in any purely profit-oriented production and operation activities, does not engage in any political or social activities against the government and society, and does not engage in any supernatural, magical, or mysterious activities, does not engage in activity that completely deviates from facts, science, logic, and spirituality. Everything in Lifechanyuan is clear, so we do not discuss, argue, or debate with others. If you are resonant with the Chanyuan values, you should just follow the guide. If you think you are right, then just do what you think is right. Everything is built based on volunteerism. We do not force each other and do not try to persuade each other. Do not try to guide Lifechanyuan, and Lifechanyuan will never try to impose its will on anyone. Lifechanyuan does not cooperate with any country, political party, religion, organization, or any individual. Lifechanyuan implements a Superman philosophy, that is, either you listen to me, and you completely obey me, or I listen to you, and I completely obey you. If you listen to me, I will be responsible for all the consequences. If I listen to you, you will be responsible for all the consequences. There is no consultation, no discussion, or democracy. Or we do everything separately, follow our own paths, and mind our own business. Lifechanyuan implements holographic management. It is neither the rule of a legal system, such as the United States, nor the rule of men, such as China, nor the combination of politics and religion, such as Iran, but the rule of Tao. The Internet is the primary form of communication for Lifechanyuan. Therefore, everything in Lifechanyuan is centered on the web. With the Internet as a link and bridge, we do not engage in private propaganda activities that are outside of the Internet, let alone conduct door-to-door publicity in service like Jehovah's Witnesses. Neither will we go to crowded places for publicity, nor will we put up banners and slogans anywhere. Lifechanyuan does not cultivate management talents, does not encourage people to be great, does not encourage people to be rich, does not encourage people to be the elites in society, does not encourage people to be the best kind of man, does not encourage people to glorify their ancestors and become famous, and does not encourage people to become stars. Lifechanyuan only cultivates people to possess the qualities of truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty, and only cultivates people with the education, cultivation and self-restraint required for life in the kingdom of heaven. Tao will manage the birth, growth, punishment, and destruction of everything. Xiefeng only serves as a tour guide, he does not reward or punish anyone, let alone cultivate anyone consciously. It is up to the greatest creator to judge who is right or wrong, and it is up to Tao to assess our merits and faults. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, which is beyond the intelligence of the human mind. The heavenly robe is seamless, while human consciousness cares about one and forgets the other. There are only 3 things for you to do after becoming a Chanyuan-Celestial: pay back your debts and end your worldly ties, accumulate your merits and virtues through serving and dedication, improve your quality and go to heaven. Only those who have great blessings, great fortune and a great fate will become Chanyuan-Celestials. See 1/2a with circumflex a with tilde a with diaresis. Please understand the nature of Lifechanyuan. Xiefeng. March 17, 2018. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. The mission of Lifechanyuan is to revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature, and follow the way of the greatest creator. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature. The purpose of Lifechanyuan is to reap the ripe crops. The byproduct of Lifechanyuan is to create a brand new mode of production and life for mankind that is completely different from the traditional mode, so that mankind and human life can last for 1,000 years in a state of harmonious coexistence between man and society, and man and nature. This 1,000-year period is called Lifechanyuan era. The instructors of Lifechanyuan are Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, and all the saints and sages in the history of mankind. Xiefeng is the tour guide of Lifechanyuan, the messenger of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, and the incarnation of God, Buddha, celestials, and saints. The duty of Xiefeng is to guide Chanyuan-Celestials to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Celestial Islands continent. Lifechanyuan is not a political organization, not a religious organization, or any type of social organization. Therefore, there are no legal provisions, rules and regulations or commandments of any form in Lifechanyuan, let alone any form of political or religious rituals. Lifechanyuan does not belong to any country, political and religious organization, nationality, any kind of culture, nor does it belong to human beings. Lifechanyuan is not against any country, any government, any ethnic group, any political party, any religion, any faction, or any person. Lifechanyuan does not engage in any purely profit-oriented production and operation activities, does not engage in any political or social activities against the government and society, and does not engage in any supernatural, magical, or mysterious activities, does not engage in activity that completely deviates from facts, science, logic, and spirituality. Everything in Lifechanyuan is clear, so we do not discuss, argue, or debate with others. If you are resonant with the Chanyuan values, you should just follow the guide. If you think you are right, then just do what you think is right. Everything is built based on volunteerism. We do not force each other and do not try to persuade each other. Do not try to guide Lifechanyuan, and Lifechanyuan will never try to impose its will on anyone. Lifechanyuan does not cooperate with any country, political party, religion, organization, or any individual. Lifechanyuan implements a Superman philosophy, that is, either you listen to me, and you completely obey me, or I listen to you, and I completely obey you. If you listen to me, I will be responsible for all the consequences. If I listen to you, you will be responsible for all the consequences. There is no consultation, no discussion, or democracy. Or we do everything separately, follow our own paths, and mind our own business. Lifechanyuan implements holographic management. It is neither the rule of a legal system, such as the United States, nor the rule of men, such as China, nor the combination of politics and religion, such as Iran, but the rule of Tao. The Internet is the primary form of communication for Lifechanyuan. Therefore, everything in Lifechanyuan is centered on the web. With the Internet as a link and bridge, we do not engage in private propaganda activities that are outside of the Internet, let alone conduct door-to-door publicity in service like Jehovah's Witnesses. Neither will we go to crowded places for publicity, nor will we put up banners and slogans anywhere. Lifechanyuan does not cultivate management talents, does not encourage people to be great, does not encourage people to be rich, does not encourage people to be the elites in society, does not encourage people to be the best kind of man, does not encourage people to glorify their ancestors and become famous, and does not encourage people to become stars. Lifechanyuan only cultivates people to possess the qualities of truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty, and only cultivates people with the education, cultivation, and self-restraint required for life in the kingdom of heaven. Tao will manage the birth, growth, punishment, and destruction of everything. Xiafeng only serves as a tour guide, he does not reward or punish anyone, let alone cultivate anyone consciously. It is up to the greatest creator to judge who is right or wrong, and it is up to Tao to assess our merits and faults. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, which is beyond the intelligence of the human mind. The heavenly robe is seamless, while human consciousness cares about one and forgets the other. There are only 3 things for you to do after becoming a Chanyuan-Celestial: pay back your debts and end your worldly ties, accumulate your merits and virtues through serving and dedication, improve your quality and go to heaven. Only those who have great blessings, great fortune and a great fate will become Chanyuan-Celestials. A with tilde, A with diaresis times A with ring above. The cultural confidence of Lifechanyuan. Xiafeng. November 26, 2022. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. Thought is a weapon that is more powerful than the atomic bomb. The power of thought is incomparable to all scientific and technological inventions and more valuable than all the gold, silver, jewelry, dollars, euros, and other currencies on this earth. Lifechanyuan is a kind of thought that has never been seen before or previously. It is the synthesis of all the tangible and intangible wealth in history. Whoever possesses the thought of Lifechanyuan will have the best future. Whoever masters the thought of Lifechanyuan will become the mentor of mankind. Human society in the future will be a society illuminated by the thought of Lifechanyuan. The thought of Lifechanyuan is not only a cultural phenomenon, but also a feasible practical example. Human beings have never solved the problem of official corruption, but Lifechanyuan has solved it perfectly. Human beings have never solved the problem of supporting the elderly, but Lifechanyuan has solved it perfectly. Human beings have never solved the problem of disparity between rich and poor, but Lifechanyuan has solved it perfectly. Human beings have never eliminated the crimes of stealing and robbery, but Lifechanyuan has solved them perfectly. Human beings have never solved the contradictions and conflicts in marriage and families, but Lifechanyuan has solved them perfectly. Human beings have never solved the problems of urban-rural disparity, differences between manual labor and intellectual labor, and the difference between workers and peasants, etc., but Lifechanyuan has solved them perfectly. Human beings have never solved the problem of disputes and wars between countries, and Lifechanyuan has solved them perfectly. Human beings have never solved the problem of unemployment, but Lifechanyuan has solved it perfectly. Human beings have never solved the sex-life problems of men and women, but Lifechanyuan has solved them perfectly. Human beings have never solved the problem of property distribution, but Lifechanyuan has solved it perfectly. Human beings have never solved the problems of gambling, drug abuse and prostitution, but Lifechanyuan has solved them perfectly. Human beings have never solved the problem of raising and educating orphans, but Lifechanyuan has solved it perfectly. Human beings have never solved the issue of territorial disputes, but Lifechanyuan has solved it perfectly. Human beings have never solved the conflicts between religions, but Lifechanyuan has solved them perfectly. Human beings have never fulfilled the explanation of the relationships between life, time and space, consciousness, structure, and energy, but Lifechanyuan has fulfilled them perfectly. Human beings have never realized the ideal of, no one will pocket anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night, and everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. But Lifechanyuan has realized it perfectly. Human beings' unrestrained waste of natural resources has brought about a huge crisis of resource scarcity and unsustainable human development. There is no foreseeable solution to this problem, but Lifechanyuan already has a practical solution. There are also problems that are difficult for human beings to solve in the fields of medical treatment, schooling, disease, and health care. Lifechanyuan already has a plan to deal with them, so I will not mention them here in detail. Just these obvious examples mentioned above should be enough to see the depth, profoundness, and the vast capabilities of Lifechanyuan thought. Can Lifechanyuan not be culturally confident? Can any country, any religion, any political party, any organization and group, any saints and great men, experts, and professors, etc. perfectly solve the above problems? The answer is, it is impossible. Who can? The answer is, Lifechanyuan can. If you do not believe it, you can try it yourself. If you can perfectly solve the above problems in both theory and practice, you are the Oriental saint that is named in prophecy. N. Copyright AE 1/2 superscript 1 superscript 2 superscript 2 UO divided by OA A times ISS 3/4 superscript 3 1/2 C. Xiefeng style communism, the highest state of life. Xiefeng. October 28, 2022. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. The highest state that a person can achieve is that of unselfishness and selflessness. Only by being unselfish can one become a celestial being and go to heaven, only by being selfless can one become a Buddha and go to the Elysium world. The path is very clear, the question is, how can we be unselfish and selfless? I would like to ask, have you ever met an unselfish and selfless person in your limited stage of life? The most obvious sign of unselfishness is having nothing, and the most obvious sign of selflessness is the absence of trouble, anxiety, worry, and fear. May I ask, have you ever seen such a person who has nothing but also has no trouble, anxiety, worry, or fear? It is without doubt that there is a 99% chance that you haven't seen one. Have you ever seen a fish perched in a tree? Have you ever seen a sheep grazing in the water? Of course, you have never seen it, because fish cannot survive out of water, and sheep cannot survive in water at all. Therefore, if you want to see unselfish and selfless people in ordinary society, it is like seeing fish in the trees and sheep grazing in the water. It is basically impossible. So, where can you meet someone who is unselfish and selfless? The answer is, in the Lifechanyuan-style communist life program. When communism is mentioned, many people instinctively scoff at it. The reason is very simple: they don't know what communism is, don't understand communism at all, have never lived with the procedures of communism, and have never seen communism with their own eyes. Their knowledge and understanding of communism are just prejudiced concepts that are based on hearsay. As the saying goes, facts speak louder than words. If you want to understand communism accurately and clearly, then go to experience and feel it in the second home that is based on Lifechanyuan-style communism, the life that was created by Lifechanyuan. The second home that was established by Lifechanyuan began on April 18, 2009. Although it has experienced a series of hardships, it still has a tenacious vitality and still exists on this earth. Why is it that it has been devastated many times and still exists? The reason is that a group of people who have personally participated in the construction of the second home and lived in it understand that Lifechanyuan-style communism is the highest state of life. It is like a person climbing up Mount Everest, standing on the commanding heights of the earth and looking down at the mountains and peaks of the world. It is also like a person who has tasted succulent peaches, fairy peaches, and can no longer be interested in other peaches, and they will no longer be interested in other production and life modes until the day they die. Except for the Lifechanyuan-style communist life, any other production and life modes cannot arouse their interest, so Lifechanyuan-style communism will continue to exist and eventually become the ultimate life mode for human beings. Hark back to the subject: how can a person be unselfish and selfless and climb to the highest state of life? Undoubtedly, fish on trees and sheep in water not only cannot climb to the highest state of life, but this will also lead to their deaths. Similarly, people in secular society cannot climb to the highest state of life. The highest state of secular society is nothing more than becoming a billionaire, becoming a president, or winning a Nobel Prize to go down in history. But the life realm of billionaires, presidents and celebrities is thousands of miles away from the state of being unselfish and selfless, and it is less possible for ordinary people to climb to this highest state of life. Readers may have doubts or objections to the above conclusions. There is a way to remove your doubts and objections, and that is to find someone other than Christ Jesus and Buddha Shakyamuni to prove where your doubts and objections stand. Can you find someone who is unselfish and selfless enough to have nothing but who can live a carefree life? Can't find it? However, if you look for it in Lifechanyuan-style communism, you will find that most members are unselfish, selfless, and have nothing, but also live happily, joyously, freely, and blessedly. How do they do it? Why can't you find an unselfish and selfless person in the secular program, but find that most members are unselfish and selfless in the Lifechanyuan-style communist life? There is only one answer, that is, the soil of this life is completely different, or the procedures of this life are completely different. In the worldly program of life, if you are unselfish, you simply cannot exist. In the Lifechanyuan-style communist life program, if you are selfish, there is no place for you at all. It can be exaggerated to say that if an angel enters the procedure of secular life, he is very likely to become a devil. If a devil enters the procedure of Lifechanyuan-style communism, it is very likely that he will become an angel. The reason is very simple, and the sages have known it for a long time. It's like entering a room full of fragrant orchids and getting used to the sweet smell, staying in a fish market and getting used to the stink. The conclusion is that if you want to climb to the highest state of life, you must put your heart and soul into the Lifechanyuan-style communist life program. There is no other way to accomplish this. U 1/4 degree EU, IAU plus or minus UAE superscript 2A, 3/4 O times 1/4 degree superscript 2Y 1/4 IA times U 1/2 A. What can be avoided by living in the second home? A collective summary by Chanyuan-Celestials who are living in the second home. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. You can avoid getting into debt. Divorce can be avoided. Drug use can be avoided. Unemployment can be avoided. Disconnection can be avoided. Sexual hunger and thirst can be avoided. Theft and robbery can be avoided. Fear can be avoided. Treating guests and giving gifts can be avoided. Bullying can be avoided. Being governed by others can be avoided. Fights can be avoided. Committing crimes can be avoided. Domestic violence against women can be avoided. Jealousy and covetousness can be avoided. Loneliness and solitude can be avoided. Going to the casino to gamble can be avoided. The abduction of children can be avoided. The abduction of women can be avoided. Being left unattended while being ill can be avoided. Being unattended while being hospitalized can be avoided. Quarreling with others over money can be avoided. A dirty and disorderly environment can be avoided. Being disturbed while resting can be avoided. Being insulted or framed can be avoided. Complicated interpersonal relationships can be avoided. Depression and lovesickness can be avoided. Men can avoid having their wives cry and scream. Boredom and mental deterioration can be avoided. The cost of a funeral for an old man can be avoided. Children being unsupported and uneducated can be avoided. Women can avoid sexual harassment and rape. Endless chores can be avoided. Old age without support and care can be avoided. Buying a car and a house to become a slave to payments can be avoided. Conflicts with neighbors in your neighborhood can be avoided. Unhealthy competition and malicious competition can be avoided. Stress at work and in life can be avoided. Falling into the trap of money, power, fame, and fortune can be avoided. The Earth's environment can be prevented from being polluted and destroyed. Getting along with and dealing with difficult people can be avoided. The waste of material resources and human resources can be avoided. The troubles and pains that are brought by marriage and family can be avoided. The anxiety from inflation and rising prices can be avoided. The overexploitation and abuse of the Earth's resources can be prevented. Eating poisonous vegetables, fruits, meats, poultry, and eggs can be avoided. Borrowing money from others and having others borrow money from us can be avoided. 1/2 superscript 10IO 1/2 Anya. The fewer people there are, the harder it is for them to get along. Xiefeng. December 5, 2021. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. I don't know if you have experienced this, but the fewer people there are, the more difficult it is for them to get along with each other, and the more people there are, the easier. 95% of husbands and wives in the world do not live a very harmonious life together. Why? Because there are too few people. Just two of them. If one likes spicy food, the other likes sweet food, one likes to go to bed early, the other likes to go to bed late, one doesn't eat meat, the other likes to eat meat, one wants to stay at home quietly on Sunday, the other wants to go shopping on Sunday, so on and so forth. There are differences in their hobbies and personalities, but they have to stay together day and night. This relationship is not easy for anyone to handle. It is not easy when you are young, and it is even harder when you become old. It is just because of the restraints of their environment and interests that people have no other choice, they must put up with each other. In a small environment, if 5 or 6 people live together for a long time, they will often barely get along with each other at the beginning, and over time, conflicts will inevitably occur. The reason is not that any of them are bad, but that each person has a different personality in different hobbies. One likes to work with the window open, and the other likes to close the window while working. This can be difficult to reconcile. Occasionally, one person can give in and compromise, but it is absolutely unbearable for one person to endure this for a long time. Even if it is a group of dozens of people, if they spend their whole life in the same environment, unpleasantness is inevitable. The docile ones, shy ones, will give the other people a hard stare when they see them, and the assertive ones will be quarreling, or they may even resort to force. Selfishness is the main reason for difficult relationships, but differences in personality, temper, addictions, hobbies, realms, and patterns are non-negligible factors that are more likely to cause friction. Faced with such a situation, we cannot say who is right and who is wrong, let alone can we limit and restrain anyone with moral preaching. The best way and measure are to separate them. Why do people in the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world always get along with each other warmly and harmoniously? The main factor is that they are all spiritually perfect, but it is also a very good measure for them to change their environment frequently as well and then never to see each other again. This is why, in the model of Lifechanyuan guest second home, it is stipulated that all members must move frequently. After living in a certain home for 3 years, everyone must move to another home, and some even go to live in another home after living in one home for only 1 year. In this way, the possibility of conflicts due to long-term relationships is solved. Therefore, the second home mode of Lifechanyuan is superior to any human-to-human relationship that there has been in thousands of years. From this point alone, when more and more members of the human species realize this point, they will definitely choose the life mode of Lifechanyuan's second home, because this mode will make people feel free and happy for the rest of their lives. A with diuresis A plus or minus degree. The all-rounder guest sorrow. Xiefeng. December 3, 2021. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. There are some people in the human race who are all-rounders. They understand everything and can do everything. They are geniuses. But for 99.9% of people, to become an all-rounder, it takes time and energy to learn, to practice, and to put their skills into practice. The problem is that life is short, but principles and skills are unlimited. It is not easy to become an all-rounder in this limited period of life. People's talents are just like their looks. People are different. It is impossible to make yourself look like everyone else. Only by giving total commitment to your strengths will be the best choice to go forward on the journey of life. The sad thing is that to survive in human society, most people are not using their strengths, but passively doing jobs that they are not good at, and their true nature cannot flourish, or the law of survival in society forces them to engage in jobs they don't like, to engage in a variety of different jobs, to become an all-rounder. When becoming an all-rounder, many do not realize that it takes much time and energy to study and become an apprentice. As a result, most people lack a true professional skill. They can do many things but are not proficient in any. They know everything, but don't understand anything thoroughly, and they cannot become the best in the field of work that they are engaged in. Also, they have to give up the opportunity to enjoy life because of forcing themselves to study and put their skills into practice. In the end, when they find that they are accomplishing nothing and are just struggling to survive, they will hate themselves for being incompetent and will lose confidence in themselves and will lose their longing for a better future. Are we doing what we like? Did we choose it ourselves? Is it what you are good at? Is it your favorite? For most people, the answer is definitely no. We are like a drop of water, being propelled forward by the tide of society. We can't choose by ourselves, whether we like it or not. To survive, we have to do this or that. This is not only a sorrow for individuals, but also a sorrow for mankind. Of course, the social system is different, everyone's degree of freedom is different, the range of work they can choose is also different, and the opportunities to show the abilities that they are good at are also different, but overall, most people are always passive and helpless. They work not to live, but primarily to survive. From my personal life experience, I am engaged in the work I like and am good at only when I live in the second home, and the rest of the time, I am forced to do this or that by the tide of the times and the situation of reality. I am a sad all-rounder. I have been engaged in more than 20 kinds of jobs, such as shepherd, farmer, fitter, clerical assistant, accountant, statistician, teacher, power generation worker, office director, translator, sales clerk, purchaser, salesman, manager, secretary, laundryman, cleaner, receptionist, cook, civil servant in government departments, businessman, small boss, etc. I have lived abroad for more than 20 years, and I run around for survival, all depending on myself. I have to do all the trivial things by myself, even fixing leaking water pipes, the roof, the blocking of sewers, going out for purchasing, etc. And what is the result? Now it can be said that I am good at nothing, and nothing I did has reached a first-class level. How do you turn a tragic life into a comedy? How can everyone engage in a job that they are good at and love for the rest of their lives? How do you let everyone have leisure time to entertain and play, to enjoy the beauty of life and the joy of life? While going to the heaven and hell, I finally found the answer, which is to copy the life pattern of the 1,000-year world of heaven. On this earth, there is a place called the second home, where everyone chooses a job that they like and are good at, and they don't need to worry about anything else. They don't need to think about supporting the elderly and raising children, let alone cooking and washing after meals, because there is a particular person who will worry about this. And after finishing what you are doing every day, the rest of your time is a time of entertainment and play. This is what can be called a human life, and it is also the most perfect way of life in the world. Do you want life to be simple, easy, full of joy, without worries and pains, and become a comedy? Then go to the second home. Superscript 2 Superscript 2I. Chanyuan-Celestials are different. Xiefeng. September 16, 2021. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. Chanyuan-Celestials are not different from the common people in appearance, but have the following differences from the general public in connotation. Through the experience of living in the second home, Chanyuan-Celestials know that people can live in a way that is totally different from the traditional model, which is unknown to the public. Having lived in the second home, they know that the 1,000-year world of the heavenly kingdom really exists, and thus their confidence in going to the kingdom of heaven is firm, and their actions are self-conscious. Chanyuan-Celestials have personally experienced the state of a true communist society, which is unknown to the general public. Chanyuan-Celestials know that even without a constitution, laws, regulations, agreements, and contracts, humans can make the order of production and life more ideal by relying on values, which is unknown to the general public. Chanyuan-Celestials can achieve everything by owning nothing, which is completely beyond the comprehension of the general public. Chanyuan-Celestials do not covet money, power, fame, profit, or sex, but live purely for ideals, which is beyond the comprehension of the general public. Chanyuan-Celestials do not get married, do not form a family, and do not establish a special relationship with anyone. This is not understandable to ordinary people and is difficult for most people to do. Chanyuan-Celestials do not compete with others, do not argue, and do not squabble, which is beyond the comprehension of the general public. Chanyuan-Celestials do not do good or bad things, but only do angelic things according to the way of nature, which most people cannot understand. Chanyuan-Celestials are not good people, or bad people, but angels, which is beyond the understanding of the general public. Chanyuan-Celestials have no country in their heart, so they will not love their country, let alone dedicate themselves to their country. Wherever they can live, work, and live freely, that is the place that they love. Chanyuan-Celestials can share everything with each other. Where there are 3 Chanyuan-Celestials, there is a home of Chanyuan-Celestials, which is beyond the comprehension of the general public. Chanyuan-Celestials do not live in fixed location, and they do not have travel plans. They take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relations, act in accordance with nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. The general public cannot do this. In the face of death, Chanyuan-Celestials will welcome death with a smile. This attitude is not possessed by the general public. Chanyuan-Celestials know what they are doing, where they are heading, and the end results of doing so, but all other living beings are confused about this attitude. Chanyuan-Celestials do not assume responsibility and obligation for anyone, and do not promise anything to others. They only live according to their nature, which is beyond the understanding of most people. Chanyuan-Celestials focus their love on the celestial island's continent, and will not pour love on a certain person, which is impossible for both ordinary people and sages to do. Chanyuan-Celestials have a tour guide to lead the way. Does the general public have this? There are many more points that can be cited. Just the differences in the above 18 points will show that Chanyuan-Celestials are different, and different groups of people have different destinations. Y superscript 2 A with ring above superscript 2 Y A degree EOUO. The 8 root causes of why Chanyuan-Celestials are unbreakable. Xiefeng. September 2, 2021. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. Chanyuan-Celestials spent 11 years building 12 poetic and picturesque paradise-like homes in Yunnan, Jiangsu, Xinjiang, and Guizhou provinces, but 9 times they were forcibly evicted out of their homes by the government. 16 years of hard work and sweat and a lifetime, best properties have all came to naught. Should the Chanyuan-Celestials stop? No. If they are intimidated by difficulties, then they are not Chanyuan-Celestials. Even if they don't reach their goal, they will never give up. Cease to struggle and you cease to live. Why? Heaven and earth perceives that we have clear consciences. Ever since Chanyuan-Celestials were born on this planet, it has transpired that mankind has entered its most civilized era. In the past 16 years, not a single Chanyuan-Celestial has committed any illegal activities, and no Chanyuan-Celestial has participated in gambling, taking drugs, beating, cursing, stealing, embezzling, robbery, or other activities that are harmful to nature, society, or life. We have not committed any legal crimes, let alone economic crimes. On the contrary, we have set the most civilized example for mankind, opened the most civilized road for mankind since human history began, and created a heaven-like production and life mode that is completely different from the traditional production and life mode. Heaven and earth perceive all and we have clear consciences, so we will continue to trek forward in the direction of the way of nature as we always have. How can I go back after the first taste of heaven? The second home created by Lifechanyuan is a copy of the 1,000-year world of the kingdom of heaven. Although the lifestyle of the 1,000-year world has not been completely copied due to limited conditions, only a partial copy is enough for every Chanyuan-Celestial who has lived in the second home to be excited over it. It was like having tasted the taste of fairy peaches and being no longer interested in wild peaches. It is impossible for Chanyuan-Celestials to go back to their previous lives. Although they can be suppressed physically, one's heart cannot be suppressed. Once things turn around, Chanyuan-Celestials will rebuild the Garden of Eden. Already being at the top of the mountain, you can see in one encompassing vision how tiny all the mountains really are. Chanyuan-Celestials are very clear about Tao and Taoism, Buddha and Buddhism, human beings, and human law, etc., and have a clear understanding of the future of mankind. Whether it's from reading the teachings of gods, Buddhas, immortals, and saints throughout history, or reading the writings of today's great masters, they can see where their advantages and disadvantages lie, and they smile a smile of understanding of preaching about many matters. Because of their profound achievements, they have reached the realm of degree. Do not mention streams to him who has seen a great ocean. The clouds that circle Wu's peak are the only clouds for him, and they will not hesitate and wander around. Can you imagine that such a Chanyuan-Celestial can be destroyed? Believe in the guide to the marrow. There are no leaders, no managers, no bosses, no masters in Lifechanyuan, but only one tour guide. The Chanyuan-Celestials believe in this tour guide to their marrow and love this guide to the cells in their blood. This trust and love are not because the tour guide can brag, but because the tour guide is amiable. The tour guide is a naughty child. Chanyuan-Celestials can play with him in the mud, joke with him, line up for dinner with him, go down the river with him to take a bath naked. The most important thing is, what the tour guide said and does is always consistent, and he almost never pursues any personal perquisites, and will not spend everyone's donations on himself, not to mention impose his will on any Chanyuan-Celestials. Therefore, no matter how close or how far the tour guide is, the heart of the Chanyuan-Celestials is always connected with the heart of the tour guide. It can be said that they are very close, and this stance is difficult to destroy. Having found heavenly relatives. I would like to ask, is there a group of people in the world who would not only rather wear rags and eat chaff and swallow vegetables by themselves, but also try to donate their hard-earned money to the homeland that is in their hearts for free? Not once or twice, not for a year or two, but 10 times and hundreds of times, several years, or more than 10 years. Some have donated all of their life savings. Many young Chanyuan-Celestials only keep a few hundred yuan a month for themselves and donate the remaining thousands of their earnings from work. Some donate almost half of their monthly fixed salary. Some elderly people make money by themselves, but as long as they have a few hundred yuan in their hands, they happily donate it. Lifechanyuan has built 12 heavenly homes in 11 years. With investing millions or even tens of millions in funds for each location, imagine how we did it. It is all made possible by the unselfish, free, and continuous dedication of Chanyuan-Celestials. Aren't Chanyuan-Celestials a bit silly? If you think it is stupid, it is because of your human thoughts, not the consciousness of immortals and Buddhas. The consciousness of Chanyuan-Celestials is no longer a human consciousness, and you cannot use human consciousness to understand the behavior of Chanyuan-Celestials. The behavior of Chanyuan-Celestials is not stupid, but they have found their heavenly relatives and made dedication to their heavenly relatives. Why wouldn't they be happy? In fact, heavenly relatives do not need the dedication of others, and everything will eventually be returned to the devotees themselves, and it will be doubled. As for what kind of relatives are heavenly relatives, you can only discover and find them if you pour your body and soul into it. Chanyuan-Celestials are giving formless alms. The Buddha told us, the merits and virtues of formless almsgiving outweigh those of 7 treasure almsgiving, which are as countless as the grains of sand in the Gobi Desert, plus or minus. Chanyuan-Celestials do not give alms to specific people, organizations, groups, nationalities, and countries. The almsgiving of Chanyuan-Celestials goes from heaven to hell, from insects and plants to mountains, rivers, and earth, to human beings for generations to come. They will all benefit infinitely from the alms-giving of the Chanyuan-Celestials, and the rewards that Chanyuan-Celestials can obtain are so wonderful that it is difficult to describe them in words. With this opportunity, how can Chanyuan-Celestials let go of this? How can Chanyuan-Celestials be destroyed? Firmly believe that 256 homes will be built. A predicament is a temporary phenomenon. Everything changes rapidly. A high-ranking official with a high salary today may become a poor prisoner tomorrow. One who is with a great fortune today, living a life of lively feasting, may starve to death on the road tomorrow. It is up to the greatest creator to judge who is right or wrong, and it is up to Tao to assess our merits and faults. Natural justice is always there, and Tao is eternal. Lifechanyuan's plan to build 256 paradises on the earth will definitely be realized, due to human nature and the rules of civilization, and no one can stop it. With this belief, can Chanyuan-Celestials be destroyed? Chanyuan-Celestials are unrestrained and graceful in play. They enjoy life wherever they are and whatever they are doing, scorn all taboos, are unrestrained and graceful. This is the characteristic of Chanyuan-Celestials. Maybe people think that because Lifechanyuan has been hit nearly 10 times, they must have become disheartened long ago, full of sorrow and tears. Wrong. Even though they suffered a heavy blow on April 28, Chanyuan-Celestials are still smiling and laughing all day long. They didn't take it seriously. The children built a castle on the beach. When the waves came, the castle was destroyed. Would the children cry? Building a home is a game and a form of entertainment. It is our business to build it, and it is someone else's business to destroy it. The two have nothing to do with each other. Build and destroy, and rebuild again, what a fun game. As for who is right and who is wrong, who is illegal and who is not illegal, leave it to the rule of the Tao, why bother? With such a playful mentality, can the Chanyuan-Celestials be destroyed? You must be joking. A with tilde superscript 3 EIOAE 3/4 A with diaresis. The scripture for the transcending of the soul of the deceased in Lifechanyuan. Xiefeng. Translated by Chinyu, edited by Peter. Preface. Life is like a dream, and people come and go. Just like the moon waxes and wanes, so does happiness and sorrow in life. The 3 emperors return to the underworld, and the 5 sovereigns meet their ends in the netherworld. Wealth cannot keep us in the human world forever. Even with high virtue and a glorious name, who can stay forever in this human world? All things in the 3 realms and the human world are fleeting. No matter how precious our bodies are, they will eventually be reduced to dust. No matter who dies, we should neither be sad nor happy, it is the way of nature. If a person passes away and their soul is still attached to the living world because of worries or fears, then their soul will stay in the place of death for a long time. In such cases, please recite the scripture for the transcending of the soul of the deceased in Lifechanyuan to comfort their soul, show them the way to move on, and help them to leave this world as soon as possible to avoid getting stuck to what they are attached to and missing their way forward. From the day of the deceased's passing, a respected person should recite this scripture aloud 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, 9 meters away from the body, clearly and steadily, without any sadness or joy in their voice. It should be like chatting, comforting, and guiding, like a wise teacher pointing the way. This should continue for 3 days. Other matters should be handled according to the Lifechanyuan funeral system. Below is the scripture for transcending of the soul of the deceased in Lifechanyuan. Dear XX, celestial name, please listen carefully. Family affairs, national affairs, and world affairs are not worth worrying about anymore. Please do not worry about your loved ones, friends, and neighbors. Do not worry about debts and entanglements. Your children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, so please be at ease. Tao arranges their birth and growth and has mercy on them. Please do not be entangled in your heart. Everything is arranged by Tao, and everything has its own destiny. Life and death, good and bad fortune, are predetermined by Tao. Please do not be attached to this world and leave promptly. Please do not hesitate and go on your way. The journey to the celestial island is the right path to take. Dear XX, please listen carefully. Life is like a dream. Even emperors and presidents cannot escape death. Billionaires are like floating weeds, gods and Buddhas leave behind no trace of themselves in this world, the sages and saints of the past are buried in the wilderness, kings and noblemen of all ages have left behind no trace of themselves. How can ordinary people expect to live forever without aging or death? Spring goes and autumn comes, autumn goes and winter comes. Flowers bloom and wither, and plants will wither and die. No flower can bloom for 100 days, and no person can live for 1,000 years. White bones are buried in deserted tombs that extend for thousands of miles. All of the achievements and failures of the past are like clouds. Happiness and sorrow, meeting and parting, the moon waxes and wanes, these things have never been constant throughout history. Hope you have no attachments and leave promptly. Dear XX, please listen carefully. The world is like a changing sea, and human feelings are like spring winds and autumn rains. Everyone in this world is busy pursuing fame and fortune. Even with solemn pledges of love, we will eventually leave this world, and only the scenes from when we met remain. There is no feast that does not end, and there is hardly a relationship that lasts forever. People on the terrace with their homesickness leave in a hurry, and crowds swarm on the road to the netherworld. It is difficult to find devoted friends in life. Only hatred and shame are left. The late spring is bleak like the end of autumn. The cry of the fish hawks is like people's endless grief. Don't be sad, don't worry, the road ahead is long, so set out on your journey promptly. Dear XX, listen carefully. All intentional dharma are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, dew, and lightning, thus, should you meditate upon them. Everything with form is unreal. If all forms are seen as unreal, then you will perceive Tathagata, the state of Buddha. Don't linger on the past, don't be attached to illusions, and don't be obsessed with beauty and palaces. All forms, feelings, thoughts, behaviors, and cognitions are empty, and all tangible things are unreal. Don't seek the bright light nor run toward the darkness. When encountering evil spirits on the road, do not fear them. If someone calls out to you from behind, don't look back. Fly as high as you can and run as far as you can. When you hear the faint sound of Zen, you will know that you will have returned home. Dear XX, listen carefully. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium wood are the paradises that you have been longing for. No matter where your soul goes, as long as your faith is pure, you will receive the blessings of the greatest Creator, and the support of the gods and Buddhas. Remember the 8 without realm and go forth with peace of mind. We will meet again in the celestial islands continent. Go, go, go. Go to the other shore with transcending wisdom, go to the realm of freedom, go to attain enlightenment soon, just go. May the greatest Creator protect you. May the gods and Buddhas bless you. May all spirits have mercy on you. On behalf of all the Chanyuan-Celestials, I bid you farewell on your journey. The road ahead is long, so take care. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Month XX, date XX, year XXXX. A with ring above times 0.5 degree E. All ladies in Lifechanyuan are 18. Xiefeng. September 13, 2006. Edited by Chinyu. Where are the most beautiful women in the world? Answer, not in the entertainment industry, but in Lifechanyuan. All Chanyuan ladies are 18. A girl of 18 is like a flower, full of fragrance, beautiful and charming, full of youthful vitality, like the rising sun, the mid-autumn moon, the first blooming flower buds, the freshly ripe peaches. All the women in Lifechanyuan are beautiful and lively, like lotus just from the water, hung with crystal dew drops, spotless, natural and unrestrained, elegant and graceful. Passing of time cannot worry them, human world cannot change their beauty, their delicate sweetness is like wind chimes and jingle in the wind, they are fresh and green like branches bud in the spring. Even after 10,000 years, the spiritual appearance of the Lifechanyuan women will forever be fixed at the age of 18. Chanyuan ladies are the most beautiful. In ancient times, there were beauties who would make wild geese alight and fish dive down for shame, who would obscure the moon and make flowers blush, and now there are the Chanyuan ladies. The beauty of Chanyuan ladies is a kind of solemn beauty, elegant beauty, temperament beauty, spiritual beauty, implicit beauty, artistic beauty, humanistic beauty, and virtuous beauty. Their words are like a goddess scattering flowers, that splendid the sky, their smiles are enchanting and charming, which is breathtaking. One glance can fascinate people, and one sound can get people drunk. Staying with them day after day, get the feeling of flying high above thousands of millions of miles away, doubt to have come to super celestial beings, place all the way. Chanyuan ladies are highly spiritual. Degree having no wings, I can fly to you as I please, our hearts as one, your ears can hear my inner call. As if the vernal breeze had come back overnight, adorning thousands of pear trees with blossoms white. To Chanyuan ladies. You don't need to talk to them anxiously and repeatedly, or yell at them, a slight frowning, they will know what you are thinking. You just raise your hand, and they will know what you want. A gentle cough, their love for you will come in an instant. A short sigh, their scent of caring for you will soak your heart right away. Even if you are thousands of miles away, hearts can interact freely. Chanyuan ladies are most affectionate. If you ask what love in the world is, appreciate the ladies in Lifechanyuan. Love of Chanyuan ladies is like a gurgling brook, clear and sweet, and like the sea, with a magnificent demeanor. Their love is like the warm sun on the coldest days of winter, and like the cool breeze of the sweltering summer. They are neither suffocatingly strong nor insipidly dull. They are far away yet close in front of you. Under the moon and flowers, they surpass the goddesses in the moon and sky. Their amorous glances give you the feeling of wedding night. To be with them in the same home, one feels bathing in the sea of love, as if you are in a fairyland on earth. Chanyuan ladies are cultivated. The ladies of Chanyuan are like finely polished and sparkling gems, reflecting the colorful light of human nature's sun. They possess a natural charm that is degree well suited to both light and heavy makeup, plus or minus. Each of them is outstanding in talent and taste, possessing the elegance of a lady of the eminent family and the gracefulness of a small family. They stand out from the crowd like cranes among chickens, flying in the blue sky like swans. From afar, they resemble the shining peaks of ethereal purple light, while up close, they resemble the 7 fairies who descended from the jade pool. They are natural works of art, like Venus, and goddesses who are too sacred to be defiled by the mundane world. Chanyuan ladies are all sexy. A woman who is not sexy is only half beautiful and is like a king without a crown. A woman who is not sexy is like a phoenix or a peacock that has lost its feathers, or like a delicacy without salt. The ladies of Chanyuan are all sexy, and they leave people feeling dazed and confused. Fragrances will attract butterflies to flowers. Chanyuan ladies are irresistible and cause people to toss and turn at night unexpectedly, preferring to be ghosts to be with Chanyuan ladies rather than to be among the prestigious people of the world. Their sexiness is like a tornado that leaves people drunk with desire and like a black hole in the universe that swallows up people's rationality. Chanyuan ladies are the most gentle. Men are made of mud, while women are made of water. The ladies of Chanyuan are not made of the murky water of the Yellow River estuary, nor the bitter, astringent, and salty sea water, let alone the stagnant water that is full of bacteria and microorganisms in wells and ponds. Instead, they are the original water, made of the purest, clearest, and most transparent spiritual water when the greatest creator created the universe. They are as gentle as snow-white cotton touching the skin, as gentle as white clouds caressing the sky. They cannot be touched, for they will melt away. They cannot be shouted at, for they will disappear without a trace. One can only hold one's breath and feel them with all one's senses or enjoy them carefully and cautiously. Chanyuan ladies are all angels. The ugliest person in the world is a woman with a strong sense of jealousy, while the most beautiful woman is a female who has no jealousy whatsoever. In heaven, there is no jealousy, and the ladies of Chanyuan always admire and praise one another. They are all angels who come from the 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world to help all living beings in the human world. Just as flowers can crush stones, the Chanyuan angels can dissolve human animosity. Even the hardest hearts will soften when in the presence of the ladies of Chanyuan. Look to the future of the Lifechanyuan era, where the world Chanyuan ladies give free play to. That's it. My inadequate language cannot fully describe the excellent qualities of the ladies of Chanyuan. All I can say is that whoever has the opportunity to wash the feet of Chanyuan ladies will have the greatest honor in life. EEU times IO A with diaresis A with diaresis A with diaresis, superscript 10I. The biggest internal friction in life is in the relationship between husband and wife. Xiefeng. February 3, 2023. Edited by Chinyu. For generations, humans have praised and advocated for maintaining the relationship between husband and wife, and there is even a saying in the folk's degree better to knock down 10 temples than wreck one marriage, plus or minus. Traditional society placed great importance on marriage and family, and moralists spent their lives praising and defending them. Sociologists have written countless articles on how to maintain the relationship between husband and wife, and governments not only provide legal protection for the maintenance of marriage and family as a cornerstone of social stability, but also crack down on speech and actions that undermine marriage and family. I have never doubted that there are very happy marriages in the world, just as I have never doubted that ironclad orchids can grow on trees. I also long for the kind of relationship between husband and wife where they have known each other since childhood and grow old together, loving each other for a lifetime, and staying together for generations. However, the practical experience and reality of human society for thousands of years tell us that the relationship between husband and wife is the most time-consuming and energy-consuming relationship in all human relationships, and one of the main factors that prevents people from fully realizing their potential. Among all productive forces, the greatest creator is the first productive force, that is, the regenerative capacity of natural resources. Without the greatest creator, the first productive force, no matter how capable humans are, it is a dead end. For example, how about if there is no rain? The second one is human. Humans are the second productive force. When a person's production capacity is consumed on matters completely unrelated to creation, such as maintaining relationships between people, it is the greatest repression and destruction of productivity. All men and women who have been married for more than 10 years can use a calculator to calculate where our time and energy have been consumed in our lifetime. Have they been consumed in innovation and creation? In a day of 24 hours, how much time do we spend on innovation and creation? Not much. We spend a lot of time and energy on maintaining the relationship between husband and wife, especially in the spiritual and emotional realms, and we are firmly held hostage by the relationship between husband and wife. First of all, after getting married, half of a person's personal freedom is lost. What creative and innovative ability can a person who has lost their freedom have? Slaves do not have the ability to innovate and create. If their thoughts and bodies are not free, where does their ability to innovate and create come from? If their property is not free either, where is the material condition to think about innovation and creation? Just maintaining basic expenditures such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and aging and sickness already exhausts a person. For married people, do you have the right to dispose of your own income? Do you have the right to talk to people of the opposite sex about ideas at night? Do you have the right to eat whatever you want? Do you have the right to go wherever you want during the holidays? If you suddenly get inspiration, do you have the right to turn on the lights and open your computer to type on the keyboard at midnight? Do you have the right to travel alone? Do you have the right to chat and drink tea with your classmates of the opposite sex frequently? Do you dare not take care of your husband's or wife's emotions? When your husband or wife is in a bad mood, do you dare to say the word no? When your husband or wife is sick, do you dare not take care of them? And so on. These are all tangible and calculable drawbacks, but the compromises and concessions required in daily trivial matters also consume a significant amount of time and energy. Therefore, the amount of time and energy a person spends maintaining a marital relationship is enormous, and it is the biggest internal conflict in a person's life. Traditional beliefs and lifestyles hold that, upon growing up, every male should take a wife and every female should take a husband, is natural and right. Due to the constraints of thinking, people fail to realize that life can be better without marriage. Who has ever heard that everyone in heaven is married? No. Jesus Christ clearly tells us, in heaven, they neither marry, nor are given in marriage. Will life really be better if men and women do not marry? Of course, it cannot be said that not marrying is 10,000 times better than getting married, but it can at least be said that it can be 10 times better. We have experimented on this earth for more than 10 years, and it is a 100% successful experience. Therefore, men and women, if you do not want to get married, then go to the second home created by Lifechanyuan. Divorced men and women, if you do not want to remarry, then go to the second home created by Lifechanyuan. Life in the second home is definitely 10 times better than life after marriage. Perhaps you have a series of questions, such as who will do the housework? Can we have children? Is there freedom in male-female relationships? What if we get sick or old? I want to tell you that I have thought about all your questions, and there is a perfect program to solve them. Stop getting married. Do not waste the majority of your life's time and energy on maintaining special relationships, and don't consume your wisdom and energy chasing after money and status. Go to the second home, and you will be moved to tears in the end. For 18 1/2 a with acute a with grave a with diaresis a with tilde divided by a with circumflex a with circumflex. For 18, April 18th, opened a new chapter in human civilization. Xiefeng. April 19th, 2023. Edited by Chinyu. 14 years ago today, a group of people gathered in Taiyuan, Shaanxi, China, opening the curtain on a new era of human civilization. A series of unprecedented and legendary events gradually deepened as it unfolded. Although humans still do not understand the truth of the matter, the magical number 418 will be engraved on the monument of human civilization history, becoming the spiritual energy and driving force to inspire people to continuously progress in civilization. After 14 years of summer and winter, and 4 seasons alternating, everything will dissipate into smoke and clouds. Only the new mode of production and life generated by 418 will emerge with unparalleled strength like a vibrant sun shining on the earth, leading humans into an advanced form of civilization, turning the earth into a paradise and allowing every human born to enjoy the beauty of life. This is the shining of divine light, the crystallization of teachings from past gods, Buddhas, saints, and sages, as well as the hard work and dedication of Chanyuan-Celestials of Lifechanyuan. The mature Chanyuan-Celestials will be harvested and sent to the granary of heaven to enjoy the endless grace and benefits of heaven. After 14 years of practice, the new mode of production and life will present the following picture. All children are the commonwealth and treasure of humanity. The nurturing and education of children will no longer be the responsibility of parents. From weaning at 3 years old to university graduation, experienced and knowledgeable individuals with great love will take care of nurturing and educating children with the help of AI. The support of all elderly people will no longer be the responsibility of their children but will be borne by the whole society and included in the collective life of those with children, youth, and middle-aged individuals. There will be no more nursing homes, and no more independent elderly support models. As a historical form of life, marriage and family disappear, and the second home model replaces the traditional way of life. Religion fades from the historical stage, and natural Tao replaces all religious doctrines and rituals. The state, as a form of existence, has completed its historical mission. A global management model formed by strong artificial intelligence, AI, replaces the state, and humans enter an era of orderly and free migration on a global scale. Existing currencies of various countries will disappear, replaced by F-coin. F-coin is not a currency but a reflection of each person's personal value contribution to society. All resources belong to all humanity, and private ownership is completely eliminated. Service replaces management, and dedication will become the only standard for measuring personal character and value. From then on, theft, robbery, deception, corruption, competition, fighting, war, and other phenomena will disappear. Everyone will have something to do, food to eat, a place to live, and entertainment. Humans will enter an era of harmonious coexistence between individuals, society, and nature, with abundant material resources, rich products, and a colorful life. Currently, people are worried that robots generated by artificial intelligence will eliminate humans. I can solemnly tell everyone that this will not happen. Not only will it not happen, but robots will become the best assistants to bring benefits to humans. All of this is part of the predetermined program for human civilization to leap forward. The Creator will not let humans disappear, but instead will let humans enjoy the pleasures and eternity of life. Please be aware that the Earth and humans are under the care and management of life forms that are more advanced than humans. 418 has created a brand new production and life mode that is different from traditional ones for humans. This mode represents the future living form of humans for the next 1,000 years. If you aspire to this way of life, seize the opportunity to learn about and enter this form. If you are not interested in this form, then continue with your current way of life, but you will only become more anxious, disappointed, and hopeless. Embracing the new way of life is the best life choice in today's era. 1/4 degree EU, IO A with tilde A with grave A with diuresis OEO. The cultural aspects of the beauty of Lifechanyuan's community life. CFeng. October 9, 2023. Ait by Chinyu. Culture is the nourishment of the soul. The kind of culture one is exposed to shapes one's soul. Ugly culture begets ugly souls, barbaric culture begets barbaric souls, and elegant and civilized culture begets cultured and refined souls. Conversely, ugly souls create ugly culture, noble souls create noble culture, barbaric souls create barbaric culture, and civilized souls create civilized culture. In the Bible, in the book of Luke, chapter 6, verses 43 and 44, Christ Jesus spoke about the relationship between culture and the soul, saying, "A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit. You can identify them by their fruit, that is, by the way they act." This implies that good culture nurtures good souls, and bad culture influences the development of bad souls. By observing the behavior, speech, and living conditions of a particular ethnic group or population, we can determine whether their culture is barbaric or civilized. The beauty of life in the second home community has been experienced firsthand by hundreds of Chanyuan-Celestials. Why do Chanyuan-Celestials love and long for life in the community? Even after enduring more than a decade of trials and tribulations, they remain unwavering in their original intentions and unshaken in their faith. The answer lies in the culture of our community, which is noble, refined, profound, and civilized. Anyone can give it a try. Can you make 100 people from different backgrounds, who are strangers to each other, live together harmoniously, warmly, peacefully, happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly? This life is free of quarrels, conflicts, complaints, or condemnation. There is no theft, corruption, poverty, or laziness. Each person voluntarily engages in creative labor without any administrative commands or compulsory measures. Can you achieve this? In our community, we have Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, Muslims, and even Communist Party members. We have urban professionals and rural folks, entrepreneurs, and the impoverished, PhD students and those who never completed elementary school. We have people in their 80s and 5 or 6-year-old children. All these people, with different backgrounds, cultures, beliefs, and values, have lived together harmoniously for over a decade. They respect and love each other, laugh, and smile every day, living freely and happily. Can't this be taken as irrefutable proof that the culture of the second home community is highly civilized? Our community can be called the kingdom of the greatest creator, degree a replication of heavenly life, plus or minus, a utopia different from any utopian community in human history, including the New Harmony Village, founded by Robert Owen in the United States, surpassing it by 100-fold. The reason is that our community possesses a rich cultural heritage. Our community can be called the kingdom of the greatest creator, degree a replication of heavenly life, plus or minus, a parody on earth, and it can be described as genuine communism, entirely different from what has been discussed and practiced in modern history. Of course, it can also be referred to as a utopia, but this utopia is entirely distinct from any utopian community in human history. It surpasses Owen's New Harmony community in the United States by 100-fold, and the reason for this is our community's rich cultural heritage. Our community culture not only has universal values but also universal cosmic values. It means that our culture is suitable for any nationality, religion, political system, and culture on earth. It is applicable in the vast universe, from hell to heaven, from the celestial world to the Buddhist paradise, from the XYZ world to the XYZ world. Our community culture encompasses the teachings of Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, and the Prophet Muhammad. It includes rich content in philosophy, science, art, and the humanities. Our community culture provides a clearer and more thorough understanding of time and space. We provide unique explanations and analyses of concepts like horizontal spacetime. Our culture is down to earth, close to human nature, closer to facts, and closer to everyday life. We can rightfully call our culture heavenly culture. Our community culture is an open system, a transparent system. Anyone on earth, especially religious masters, political leaders, cultural elites, scientific experts, and philosophical giants, can come and try to refute it. If someone can overturn Chanyuan culture, they are like gods. Our community culture has nourished Chanyuan-Celestials, and it can also nourish anyone else. Only those who thoroughly understand Chanyuan culture can be considered true civilized people. Without an understanding of Chanyuan culture, regardless of who you are essentially a primitive person. The beauty of life in the second home community involves cultural, material, emotional, mental, and spiritual factors. In this article, we only discuss the cultural aspect. 1/4 degree EU, IOA with tilde with grave A 3/4 Inuyo. The spiritual aspects of the beauty of Lifechanyuan's community life. Xiefeng. October 10, 2023. Edited by Chinyu. In the universe, there are three types of energy: material energy, spiritual energy, and soul energy. Living solely on material energy are animals and plants. Some more advanced animals like monkeys and dogs require a bit of spiritual energy. Humans, on the other hand, need both material and spiritual energy. The abundance or lack of spiritual energy is closely related to a person's quality of life and standard of life. Lives sustained by soul energy have already transcended animals, plants, and even humans, making them like godlike beings. Spiritual energy is composed of factors such as achievements, friendships, status, experiences, knowledge, reputation, wealth, and talent. An accomplishment achieved in one's life becomes a person's spiritual energy. Ah Q often said, "My ancestors were well off, despite his own poverty and destitution." But every time he thought about his well-off ancestors, he would find great comfort in his spirit and psychology. When arguing with others, he would even glare and say, "Our ancestors were much more well-off than you. What are you?" Well-off ancestors can become a person's spiritual energy, let alone when one has achieved something themselves. Friendship is a form of spiritual energy that encompasses family bonds and social relationships. People often like to say things like, "The president of the Greater East Asia Prosperity Circle is my uncle, my brother had dinner with the president of the United States, my friend is the Minister of Energy in the Mariana Trench," and so on. Just by their connections becoming successful, they can derive it as their spiritual energy. Even without such connections, as long as one has a few close friends, a couple of acquaintances, and a few kindred spirits, these can all become a type of spiritual energy. Why do people go to great lengths to hold positions of authority and leadership? Because these positions are symbolic of status. Holding office is not merely for wealth, more importantly, it offers a form of spiritual energy. Observe someone who holds a modest position, like a minor government official. Their demeanor is noticeably different, as is their mental state. They often display a sense of superiority, especially when they are among subordinates, because an official position symbolizes one's status, which, in turn, contributes to their spiritual energy. I've consumed more salt than you've eaten rice, and I've crossed more bridges than you've walked roads. Why do people boast about the salt they've eaten and the bridges they've crossed? Because life experience is a form of spiritual energy. Some individuals remain calm, serene, and unperturbed in their composure, unmoved even if Mount Tai were to crumble before them. It's because they possess rich knowledge. Knowledge is an internal form of spiritual energy. A PhD may feel superior to a master's graduate, and a university graduate may feel a sense of superiority over a high school graduate. See all thanks to the role of knowledge. One's reputation is also a type of spiritual energy. The praises of those around you can bring satisfaction, mental upliftment, and a boost in spiritual energy. The more people praising you, the greater your spiritual energy. This is why individuals highly regard the comments others make about them. Wealth can transform into a form of spiritual energy. For instance, capitalists who have earned billions have more than enough to live on for several lifetimes. Why then would they continue striving so hard to make money? Some officials have already embezzled billions, so why not stop while they are ahead? This is because their concern is no longer just the money but the enormous spiritual energy amassed through accumulated wealth. The psychological state of someone with a little money in their pockets or bank account differs entirely from that of someone with nothing at all. Talent and aptitude can also become a form of spiritual energy. White-collar workers look down on blue-collar workers, and skilled laborers feel superior to common laborers because of their talents and skills. So, the Chanyuan-Celestials, who live in the second home community, possess abundant spiritual energy. Where does their spiritual energy come from? Firstly, the pattern and realm of the Chanyuan-Celestials are incomparable to ordinary people. From the perspective of ordinary people, Chanyuan-Celestials may seem foolish, but from the perspective of heaven, they are like ripe seeds of paradise. What ordinary people fail to see is that Chanyuan-Celestials possess spiritual energy derived from accomplishments, friendships, social status, life experiences, knowledge, reputation, wealth, and talents. In terms of accomplishments, Chanyuan-Celestials have created an eternal legend for humankind, the second home. Regarding friendship, every Chanyuan-Celestial has thousands of kindred spirits. In terms of status, Chanyuan-Celestials are immortals. The status of an immortal surpasses the secular presidency, just as the status of humans surpasses the rank of lead cattle within a herd. Concerning life experiences, they have traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, endured numerous hardships, and built a paradise on earth in the midst of the desert and wilderness. Who else has such life experiences? In terms of knowledge, who has the richest knowledge of the greatest creator, of being human, and of being a celestial? Who has read more books without words than them? As for reputation, as time progresses and human civilization advances, the reputation held by Chanyuan-Celestials will eventually be known to all. Regarding wealth, to be honest, Chanyuan-Celestials do not possess significant wealth. However, those who have lived in the community for an extended period are generally unwilling to leave the community even if offered 1 million. Can this demonstrate that they each possess more wealth than 1 million? Regarding talent, can the most beautiful and picturesque paradise on earth in human history be created without talent and abilities? Therefore, one of the factors contributing to the beauty of community life is that Chanyuan-Celestials possess abundant spiritual energy. 1/4 degree EUIOA with tilde with grave a DEOE sole aspects of the beauty of Lifechanyuan's community life. Xiefeng. October 11, 2023. Edited by Chinyu. Without a relatively perfect state of mind, it is extremely challenging to establish a perfect life system. Whether it's a family, a business, a community, a political party, a nation, or a country, the mental state of each member determines the group's quality of life. The core factor of the beauty of life in the community is that the Chanyuan-Celestials possess a relatively perfect state of mind. We have always given top priority to the development of the soul garden. If the construction of the soul garden lags behind, all our efforts will eventually end up in chaos. The root of all crises lies in the crisis of the soul. A community of selfish individuals cannot create a perfect living system. Where there is selfishness, jealousy, complaints, hatred, conflicts, and strong egos, there will inevitably be a constant stream of contradictions, disputes, and disharmony. When you see two people arguing, fighting, or having conflicts, it is because there are too many weeds and toxic plants in their soul gardens. When you witness conflicts between two races, it is because there are problems in the minds of the members of those races. When you see two countries at war, it is because the people of those two countries have issues in their minds. When you see frequent natural disasters like floods, droughts, hurricanes, and wildfires, it is because there is a problem with the minds of all of humanity. In all construction activities, the construction of people's soul gardens comes first. If the construction of the soul garden is not done properly, even if you have mountains of gold and silver, even if you have a 1,000,000-strong army, even if you have high technology, even if you have supernatural powers and spells, the result will be corruption and collapse. Each individual will not be able to lead a peaceful and harmonious life. To build a good soul garden, you must first absorb powerful spiritual energy. Without the infusion of strong spiritual energy, the construction of the soul garden is just empty talk. The most powerful source of spiritual energy comes from awe and belief in the greatest Creator, and from a deep understanding of the fairness of the Tao. Without sincere awe and belief in the greatest Creator and without a profound understanding of the fairness of the Tao, people cannot possess perfect morality, nor can they pursue truth and light. They will be led by their desires and lose their pursuit of virtues. They will yield to the temptations of money and power, and the pursuit of fame and fortune will become the daily norm. Deception, lies, cheating, theft, and violence will become societal epidemics. With awe and belief in the greatest Creator and an understanding of the fairness of the Tao, a person establishes an internal judgment platform for their thoughts, words, and actions. They will not act recklessly, be audacious, be enticed by wickedness, harm life, society, or nature. Another source of spiritual energy is from the teachings of gods, Buddhas, immortals, and sages. It is quite strange that such insignificant creatures as humans can develop such ambitious and arrogant aspirations. This is the result of ignorance. Only by listening to the teachings of gods, Buddhas, immortals, and sages, such as the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, and the Dayform Buddha, can a person gain clarity of mind, distinguish between right and wrong, find their own coordinates and reference points, and learn how to conduct themselves. The third source of spiritual energy comes from a deep understanding of the law of causality and the law that the sum of positive and negative energy equals zero. Understanding what causes what and knowing that the effort equals the gain, one's life will be dedicated to truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, honesty, diligence, and harmony. They will no longer be concerned with gains and losses, no longer be arrogant, and no longer associate with falsehood, evil, ugliness, hatred, deceit, and laziness. They will entrust their life and future to the management of the Tao. Lead a life of no regrets, no resentment, and no hatred, maintaining inner peace. Take things as they are, follow natural come-and-go relations, act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature, seize opportunities as they arise, and approach the future with confidence. Awe and sincere belief in the greatest Creator, a willingness to submit to the management and arrangements of the Tao, listening to the teachings of gods, Buddhas, immortals, and sages, abiding by the laws of the universe and nature, these are the sources of spiritual energy for Chanyuan-Celestials. Possessing powerful spiritual energy is the core factor of the beauty of life in the community. EEAA times IAU IOU Okoyai Yon OAAE. Humanity's most ideal life has been born on Earth for over a decade. Xiefeng. July 11, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyu. Let me describe this kind of life, so you can see if it is the most ideal life for humanity. No one pays you a salary, bonus, or benefits. You have nothing, yet you immerse in happiness every day, no longer worrying about the necessities of life. No one supervises you, everything is up to you. Yet, every day, you willingly create, give, and contribute, finding your greatest joy in doing so. No worries about unemployment or the necessities of life, risks are shared, and resources are shared. There are no internal laws to constrain you, no rules or regulations to restrict you, everything is voluntary. Yet, life is lived in a tranquil ease, and people interact in a peaceful and harmonious manner. There's no conflict, let alone competition or contention. No marriages, no families, so there's no worry about caring for the elderly or raising children, tedious household chores disappear, and complex interpersonal relationships vanish. A rich and varied sexual life without the need to invest time, energy, or money in maintaining specific romantic relationships. No corruption, theft, gambling, or drugs, only love pervades the space. There's no manager above your free will, only values and programs are at work, values managing, and programs maintaining. Just be yourself, no need to scheme for interpersonal relationships. No lazy people, everyone is striving to achieve the highest quality. Use the resources within the scope of supply as much as you want. There is no designated person responsible for distributing the fruits of labor, pound. Everyone's freedom and security are paramount. No interference in your freedom, no neglect of your safety. If anyone encroaches on others' freedom, threatens or harms others' safety, the program will expel them from the living circle. For a maximum of 3 years, everyone's living and working environment relocates. From place A to place B, then from place C to place D, and so on, indefinitely. Traditional customs of treating and giving gifts disappear. No need for anyone to establish special relationships. Holidays related to religion, political parties, or nations all vanish. No celebrations of birthdays, but cultural and entertainment activities are abundant. Sick individuals may receive care, but not pity or sympathy, as the basis for falling ill no longer exists. Why even fall ill? End-of-life care is meticulous, and everyone will die with dignity. Everyone is a labor creator. White-collar workers who are purely exempt from physical labor account for less than 1%. The wealth gap is nearly zero. No worries about education, healthcare, housing, or retirement since the collective assumes responsibility for all. The aforementioned ideal lifestyle can be partially realized in any part of the world or integrated on a global scale, but it cannot be fully unfolded. For some individuals, this way of life is undesirable. Those deeply entrenched in pursuits of power, wealth, and social status, aiming to live lives that evoke envy and jealousy, find this ideal life appalling. It needs to be vigilantly guarded against, prevented, suppressed, and eradicated. This ideal life has existed on Earth for over a decade. Therefore, it is not just a paper theory or an imaginary concept, it's a living reality. Do you think there is a more ideal way of life? If so, please enlighten us. Superscript 2a sect copyright E Superscript 2a. Looking at Chanyuan-Celestials through money. Xiefeng. September 28, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyu. Over the past 16 years, Lifechanyuan has established 21 picturesque communities in Zimbabwe, China, Thailand, South Korea, and Canada, with a total turnover of several tens of millions. But not a single person has embezzled or misappropriated these funds. Faced with money, every Chanyuan-Celestial maintains a pure and honest approach. In 2012, when I left the third branch, I left 1,000 yuan in my bedroom drawer. I informed over 30 Chanyuan-Celestials in the third branch that whoever needed money could take it without seeking permission or reporting to anyone. Take as much as you need, and if it's not enough, I'll supplement it. 6 months later, upon my return from the fourth branch to the third branch, upon opening the drawer, only 96 yuan was taken, and the remaining 904 yuan was untouched. Starting in 2021, Lifechanyuan began providing a monthly living allowance of 1,500 yuan to a dozen elderly or physically frail Chanyuan-Celestial. After a year and a half, except for 2 or 3 individuals who genuinely needed this money, the rest didn't touch the monthly allowance, returning it intact to the community. For a period, there were 3 million yuan in the community's account. I suggested hiding the wealth among the people, and everyone was invited to sign up. 20 people registered, and we promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to each person. Today, when I mentioned that we need funds to purchase a farm in Canada, everyone swiftly transferred their 50,000 yuan back to the community's account. Through these three examples, I want to inform the world that in the face of money, Chanyuan members remain unmoved. This is one of the main reasons why the Chanyuan communities, established successively 21 communities over the past 16 years, have remained vibrant and full of vitality. I wonder, over these 16 years and the creation of 21 communities, where money has been used in countless ways, many Chanyuan members have handled money directly. Yet, not a single cent of the community's funds has been misused, misappropriated, or embezzled. So, tell me, what kind of people are the Chanyuan-Celestials? Are the Chanyuan-Celestials foolish? 1/2 divided by A with grave A with tilde times U 1/2 I times EO. Guard against Lifechanyuan being alienated into political or religious organizations. Xiefeng. November 16, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyu. For more than 10 consecutive years, Chanyuan-Celestials have faced oppression, with 13 picturesque homes forcibly demolished in Yunnan, Nanjing, Xinjiang, Guizhou, Shandong, Chongqing. Celestials have been coerced or abducted from these homes, and several tens of millions of yuan invested have gone down the drain. Even 2 cars from the Guizhou home remain confiscated to this day. Most Lifechanyuan members are under the surveillance of local governments and the police, frequently subjected to unwelcome attention. The passports of most members have been invalidated, prohibiting them from having a home within the country and also from establishing a home abroad. Especially unsettling is the image of Lifechanyuan members being bound with ropes, forced to squat on the ground, with a police officer pointing a gun at their backs. We have not yet attained the state where Mount Tai could collapse before us without changing our expression or heartbeat. The inner anger is self-evident, and thoughts and impulses of resistance have even arisen. However, considering the purpose of Lifechanyuan, particularly that it is neither a political nor a religious organization, our goal is not to oppose anything but to create an unprecedented new mode of production and living for humanity. The ultimate goal of Lifechanyuan members is to become enlightened immortals. In this world, we don't wish to be enemies or oppose any country, government, political party, religion, or individual. If Lifechanyuan were to evolve into a political or religious organization due to anger, then we would nullify our previous efforts. We would betray the core principles of Lifechanyuan and the initial intentions behind becoming Lifechanyuan Celestials. The principles of the way of nature tell us that the growth and decline of anything follow a natural evolutionary law and fate. Despite Lifechanyuan building homes everywhere over the past 15 years, the result has been one after another demolished. Surely, there is a logic to our own development and evolution, and the oppression we face follows the natural law of evolution. Because we understand that everything operates within Tao, the actions of every government and every individual cannot escape the norms of Tao. The behavior of governments is caused by the collective karma of the nation, and the actions of individuals are determined by their own causes and effects. Belief in the justice of Tao prevents the emergence of feelings of resentment. Every existence in the universe holds its own value and purpose. Each one blossoms its unique characteristics, conforming to the macro-balance mechanism of universal life. The value of Lifechanyuan's existence is to showcase a heavenly life for humanity, to present to people a beautiful future for humanity. The value of Lifechanyuan members is to show people the qualities of truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity, to show that within humanity, there exists a group capable of truly being selfless and unselfish. Therefore, my view is that, regardless of how harsh or adverse the conditions for survival may be, we will continue to create homes. Construction is our affair, not the government's. As for the government destroying our home, that is their affair, not ours. Each does their own job, and there is no hatred between us, nor do we need to harbor resentment. What we need to prevent is Lifechanyuan evolving into a political party or a religious organization. In 2013, at the 4th branch of Lifechanyuan in Lingsang, Yunnan, I asked a captain from the local public security bureau, "You frequently visit our home, and you understand the situation here. Is there any illegal behavior from us? Is our home not good?" He said, "You haven't committed any crimes, and your home is good. But if the number of Lifechanyuan members keeps increasing, we don't know what you might do." The concerns of the public security and national security personnel are not unreasonable. I have also contemplated, currently, there are only a few hundred Lifechanyuan members. If one day the number of members increases significantly, can we still uphold the principles of Lifechanyuan? Might I develop ambitions? Might my ambitions expand? Might I interfere with the functions of the government? Might Lifechanyuan evolve into a political organization? Actually, I have my doubts because people change as they gain more power. Some officials, before they took office, really hated corrupt officials. But once they're in power, the higher they climb, the more they tend to become the kind of people they once detested. So, how can we prevent Lifechanyuan from evolving into a political organization? Firstly, no one can call upon other Lifechanyuan members to participate in any form of political activity. Secondly, Lifechanyuan members do not participate in politically inclined activities such as marches, demonstrations, petitions, or resistance. Thirdly, Lifechanyuan members cannot issue any political appeals or political comments in the name of Lifechanyuan. Then, how do we prevent Lifechanyuan from evolving into a religious organization? Firstly, the deification of Guide Xiefeng is prohibited. If any Lifechanyuan-Celestial feels displeased with Guide Xiefeng, they can express it. Any Lifechanyuan-Celestial, if feeling that Guide Xiefeng is attempting to impose his will on them, can directly resist. Secondly, Lifechanyuan should not be regarded as a faith-based group. Lifechanyuan is originally a way of life, a large family formed by strangers, not a faith-based group. Thirdly, there should be no religious ceremonies or personal worship within Lifechanyuan, and there should be no religious preaching venues. Political organizations have the chance to suddenly grow and develop, religious organizations have the chance to suddenly grow and develop. But Lifechanyuan does not. Lifechanyuan has been around for 20 years and has not only failed to develop but has shrunk. This is because the standards for Lifechanyuan members are too high, standards that ordinary people find difficult to reach. Even among those who have practiced for more than 10 years, many still cannot meet the highest standards of Lifechanyuan members. Therefore, the development of Lifechanyuan will be very slow. In today's era, having fewer Lifechanyuan members aligns with the development laws of human civilization. Only when substantial changes occur on Earth, when people awaken, will the number of Lifechanyuan members increase. Grass represents the most fragile form of life within the hierarchy of life. Its strength is even inferior to various insects and bacteria. Naming ourselves degree Chanyuan-Celestial plus or minus, Chanyuan grass in Chinese, is to convey that we are the most vulnerable group in the world. We not only lack the will to confront anyone but also lack the ability to resist any force. Therefore, by nature, grass is destined to be trampled and abused by livestock, just as Lifechanyuan members are fated to be bullied and oppressed by people. However, when all life disappears from the world, it will be surprising to discover that the earth is covered with grass. The vitality of grass is stronger than the vitality of any other life. As long as there is grass on the earth, the reproduction and proliferation of various life forms will occur again. The earth will always be filled with the vitality and energy of life. 1/4 degree AAOANNOOOOIO. Analysis of the reasons for repeated hardships faced by the home. Xiefeng. November 20th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyu. As of now, we have established 23 homes, namely, Harare Home, Taiyuan Home, Siba Home, Heavenly Hotel, First Branch, Third Branch, Fourth Branch, Nanhua, Katel, Gizer, Qingma, farmhouse hotel, hidden mountain villa, sesame slope, deep mountain forest, secluded fairy source, fairy rime oasis, Wagwa mountain, youth home, first branch in Thailand, second branch in Thailand, headquarters in Canada, and Korea home. Among these, Chanyuan, Siba, Heavenly Hotel, and the first branch in Thailand were voluntarily abandoned. The Harare home was a mistake due to poor management. The only existing homes are the second branch in Thailand, home in Korea, and the Canadian headquarters. The remaining 15 homes were destroyed by local governments. Now, let's analyze the internal and external factors contributing to the repeated hardships faced by the homes. Firstly, we know that the growth and decline of all things are governed by the law of nature. Everything in the universe operates within these laws, constrained, rewarded, and punished by them. The destruction of the second home of Lifechanyuan is undoubtedly part of the intricate arrangement of these natural laws. Although it appears to have been destroyed by the government, fundamentally, it is a part of the arrangement of the Tao. Secondly, all appearances, existences, and extinctions are manipulated by invisible and intangible forces behind them. For instance, human behavior is controlled by the invisible consciousness of people. Specifically, it is determined by a person's beliefs, morals, ethics, sentiments, scope, realm, cognition, values, perspectives on life, and worldview. The existence and destruction of the second home of Lifechanyuan is definitely controlled by unseen forces. External actions are only superficial, the real influence comes from internal factors. Lastly, what plants and animals thrive in a particular place are determined by the climate and geographical environment. What social forms a place will take are determined by its cultural factors. For example, while the second home of Lifechanyuan can thrive and develop in Thailand and Canada, it cannot survive in China due to the political and cultural environment of China. Thus, we can roughly identify several main factors contributing to the destruction of our homes. The collective karma of the Chinese nation temporarily disqualifies it from experiencing the beauty of the second home. Exceptionally beautiful experiences are reserved for lives that embody extraordinary qualities. Although there are many extraordinary lives on Chinese soil, overall, the Chinese people are currently not qualified or fortunate enough to experience extraordinary things. Therefore, when extraordinary things appear in this land, they are annihilated in their infancy. The Lifechanyuan members who once lived in the second home have personally experienced the unparalleled beauty of home life. Even in its relatively primitive state, the second home's condition was enough to captivate everyone, making them unwilling to return to traditional life. Once the home program is perfected and the environment is built as envisioned, life in the second home will be scarcely different from life in the lowest level of heaven. Hence, we must deeply reflect, are the life qualities of Chanyuan-Celestials sufficient to qualify for and meet the standards of enjoying life in such an exquisite home? Therefore, the initial construction of most homes went smoothly. However, as the homes became more and more beautiful, Chanyuan-Celestials were expelled. Thus, we must ask ourselves, am I qualified to enjoy home life? Have I resolved my karmic entanglements? Have I repaid my debts? Do I no longer have any selfishness? Have I relinquished my attachments? Can I live harmoniously with my brothers and sisters? Have I strictly followed the guide's roadmap? When fate wants to destroy something, it first drives it to madness. When fate wants something to prosper, it first causes it to suffer. Numerous historical events have proven this point. Judging from this, the repeated hardships faced by the homes are meant to cultivate our resilience and strength. It is foreseeable that the second home of Lifechanyuan will surely prosper. I have complete confidence that the second home will prosper and develop. This confidence comes from three sources. Firstly, we have a series of theories to support us. Secondly, we have a successful home model, especially after enduring suppression for 14 years, our homes in Thailand and Canada continue to stand strong and grow. Finally, we have a group of Chanyuan-Celestials who, despite long-term suffering, remain unwavering in their original intentions and are becoming increasingly resilient. In China, we will continue to build homes because Chanyuan-Celestials can only truly understand the meaning of becoming Chanyuan-Celestials when living in a home. Only then can they achieve the state of possessing nothing yet having everything, free from worries about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and the cycle of life and death. Eventually, they can become mature crops harvested into the granary of heaven. Human history will prove that the Lifechanyuan values and the second home model are the hope of humanity. We will continue to march towards the pinnacle of human civilization as before. A 1/4 degree IUE with diuresis A with grave 1/4. The principles and values behind the disappearance of homes. Shui Feng. November 28, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyu. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of hard work off stage. The annual moment of fame for Nobel Prize winners takes only a few minutes, yet it conceals years, even decades, of quiet research, contemplation, and exploration. It is said that Edison experimented with 1,600 materials before successfully inventing the light bulb. Throughout human history, those who achieved great accomplishments have almost always been repeatedly battered by failures. When we examine the histories of Judaism, Christianity, and Buddhism, we find that in their developmental histories, they suffered numerous destructive setbacks. For instance, Buddhism in Chinese history experienced 5 periods of extinction. Considering recent suppression, it faced at least 6 destructive oppressions. Every spectacular transformation in an individual or a cause is forged through blood, tears, and is brewed from pain. We witnessed the beautiful butterfly dancing in the flowers, yet it emerged from the metamorphosis of a crawling caterpillar. The transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly is an extremely arduous and painful process. I have long observed the growth process of silkworms and the transformation of silkworm pupae into moths. Each molt and metamorphosis is a test of life and death and a heart-wrenching split. From the perspective of Tai Chi principles, darkness and light coexist, shame and honor are shared, failure and success are twins, pain and joy are intertwined. To enter the light, one must go through darkness; to gain honor, one must face shame. Without experiencing failure, success is nearly impossible; to enjoy joy, one must endure pain. 11 seasons have come and gone, green hills remain, how many sunsets have glowed red. The 15 picturesque paradises we painstakingly built with our sweat and toil have suffered destructive blows. Blows. Through 10+ springs and autumns, 10+ instances of wind, frost, and snow, we have committed no wrongdoing. Why then must we endure such devastation? What is the reason behind it? The answer is, this is a consequence of the objective laws of development, a process and price that must be paid. Without experiencing darkness, where would the light come from? Without setbacks, where would tranquility arise? Without paying the price, where would blessings come from? The book Kai Gen Tan says, when heaven is about to inflict misfortune upon people, it first treats them with small blessings. Therefore, one should not rejoice excessively when blessed, but rather consider if they can endure it. When heaven is about to confer blessings upon people, it first admonishes them with slight misfortunes. Hence, don't overly worry when misfortune arrives, but consider if they can be rescued. The Taoism master Laozi teaches us, good fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune may conceal within good fortune. The proverb, the old man at the frontier lost his horse, illustrates the uncertainty of fate. After facing numerous setbacks over more than 10 cycles of seasons, who can assert that it is not a blessing in disguise for the home? Slower growth fosters deeper roots, a richer appearance, and longer longevity. Born suddenly, gone suddenly, similarly, slow to grow, long to last. The longer the lifespan of something, the more setbacks and hardships it endures, and its growth proceeds more gradually. The lifespan of the Lifechanyuan era is 1,000 years. This is a lengthy process, making it longer than the existence of any other thing in human history. Thus, according to the principles of the objective laws of development, the setbacks and blows experienced by Lifechanyuan have yet to be enough. We must be psychologically prepared to accept more challenges. However, we explicitly understand that it's due to enduring over a decade of hardships that we've realized the value of Lifechanyuan, acknowledging the remarkable power and vitality of the second home's innovative modes of living and production. If we hadn't faced these trials, it would signify that what we're engaged in and the path we're following align with outdated, lifeless cultures and systems, destined to disappear swiftly, much like horse-drawn carriages when automobiles arrived. So, fellow Chanyuan-Celestials, although we are facing difficulties now, the future of Lifechanyuan is undoubtedly bright and glorious. Our wishes will undoubtedly be fulfilled, our aspirations will certainly come true.